We started with 491 eligible teams 8 weeks ago. 256 will stand by the end of Saturday afternoon, but only 8 will become state champions. The road to the IHSA postseason is nearly upon us, and for all the teams across the state, and we at Friday Night Drive will get you there every step of the way. Hi, everybody. My name is Jake Bartelson. I'll be your moderator for this evening. I'll be joined by none other than Steve Soucie and an all-star panel of hosts as we break down Week 9, look ahead to the postseason, and more. Steve, you did this last week. You burned the midnight oil, and I think you're ready for round 2.
Absolutely. Set to go, and this is the defining week, obviously. We have a lot of scenarios that can potentially play out in tonight's game, a few more tomorrow afternoon. We'll get into all of that over the course of the evening. But you can speak with finality tonight, and that's something that makes this night unique. So an interesting situation for us.
Another gentleman that'll be joining us a lot this evening is our very own Kyle Neighbors, Shaw Media Group sports editor. You've heard his work on Friday Night Drive, Bears Insider, and more. Chances are, if you've read something on the website in the last 24 hours, you know he's read it. So, Kyle, how are we doing this evening?
I'm ready to go, man. It's a nice night out. It's everything you could ask for in Week 9. After last week, I know a lot of you guys rode your butts off out there. So it's going to be a fun night. It's been relatively calm the last couple of weeks. Suze and I have been talking about Week 9 tends to get weird, though. And you know what? We're here for it. We're here for the long haul tonight, right?
Absolutely. So behind the scenes, we also have Jimmy Musil that's going to be running the controls for us. So, Jimmy, thanks so much for carving some time out for us. So what are we getting into tonight? What is this live stream all about? Again, it's Week 9, looking ahead to the postseason, and we're going to be following games live as they happen. We'll be bringing in reporters for some FaceTime conversations, some of the top ones. And, of course, you guys know that Steve has been working hard on his brackets all evening, the last several weeks. He's been working on some magnets there too. So again, we're going to be, checking in with Steve a lot here. So Steve, I guess maybe we could just start with a bird's eye view of what's the situation, at this hour and what are we looking forward to?
Well, basically the focus tonight is going to be heavily on teams that are playing with 4-4 records in this evening. They're the ones that are ultimately going to decide who the back half of the field is, who gets in and who doesn't. And as we go through the course of the evening, we're going to see the probability of whether or not for the first time we're going to have 4 and 5 at-large teams make the field. Right now, there's a lot of variables to that. Over the course of the evening, those variables will start to clear up, and we'll start to get a clearer picture of the likelihood of whether or not that's going to happen. So unlike in many of the other years, you're not necessarily done if you pick up the 5th loss. We already have one team that I think is going to finish with 5 losses that gets in anyway with an automatic conference championship berth. You get into the state playoffs if your conference has 6 teams or more and you win it. It doesn't matter what your overall record is. That is a situation with Mount Vernon in Southern Illinois. They have a 4-4 record this evening, 4-4 record heading into this evening. They're playing undefeated Mount Carmel in a non-conference game in Week 9, but they've already won their conference. So regardless of what happens over the next 48 hours, there will be at least one 4-5 team in the field if they lose tonight. On top of that, will there be many more? We'll find out.
So, of course, we'll be checking in with your brackets that are over on your right shoulder. For those that are just tuning in, again, thanks so much for making us a part of your evening. We're going to be live streaming until Steve Soucie says we can go to bed. So that could be anywhere from, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. How can you participate in the conversation? Well, throughout the night, if you sign into YouTube, you can leave comments, and that'll be a great way for you to interact. If you have questions for Steve or Kyle or myself as the conversation continues, again, you can sign in, leave a comment. We'll flash it up on the screen. Just a couple quick notes on that. Make sure they're clean. No derogatory comments towards any players or coaches. at the end of the day, these are high school kids. So with all that being said, Steve, you take control of the wheel, and we'll see where the boat goes.
Well, I mean, I think we can start with the board that's residing over my shoulder here. Basically, what I've done here is I broke down what our situation is right now. What we're looking at is we've got 5-win teams here in a situation where you have to break it down in this situation. Basically, on the top here, we've got 5+ win teams that we already know. These are the teams that have already guaranteed that. You see that number at 228 right now. That includes the Mount Vernon situation that I told you before. Tomorrow, we have 4-win teams. We have 8 of them that are playing on Saturday. So we will have an X factor that we will not know at the end of this evening. Below that, you'll see a list of teams that are in red. These are 4-4 teams that are playing this evening or on Saturday that are playing a team with a better record than them tonight. They are the very important group to watch because each one of them, based on the projection that I've put together heading into this playoff, I projected them to lose. So they will not reach 5 wins. Any one of those teams, any one of those listed teams that wins this evening will have earned their way into the field and effectively started to eliminate the possibility of 4 and 5 teams making the field as wild cards. Below that, you have a list of teams in blue. These are the teams that entered the weekend at 4-4 that are playing teams with inferior records. 3-5, 2-6, 1-8, or 1-7, excuse me. And those teams are trying to protect their spots in the field by not getting upset. Every one of those teams in blue are projected to make the field right now, but that hinges on them winning a game in week 9. You'll see some of them that are underlined. They've already won their games. They've already locked up their spots in the field. There's one team in black down here in the corner, Quincy Notre Dame. They're playing tomorrow afternoon against a 4-4 team from the state of Missouri. So they have a little bit of an odd little quirk right there. Another factor that you have to consider, they are not on the list. They are 4-4 teams playing one another. There are a total of 6 matchups across the state that feature 4-4 teams. 8 matchups across the state that feature 4-4 teams playing one another, where essentially the winner gets in, the loser drops to the 5-win mark, the 5-loss mark. What we have right now is a grand total of 281 teams that can reach 5 victories. That would be if all the red teams won. All of the 4-4 teams are factored out. There's only 281 teams left that can get to 5. Not necessarily that they're going to, but that's all that's left. There's only 281. So once that number starts falling down towards 256, if we dip under it, that means we'll need 4-win teams to fill out the rest of the field. If we land on it, we won't need any. If we're a couple of numbers above 257, 258, then you have to start eliminating 5-win teams based on playoff points and who has the fewest amount of those playoff points. So that's what we're watching tonight. Like I said before, Saturday will be a contributing factor to this. There are some 4-4 teams that are not playing until tomorrow. So we will be very close to having all the answers. We won't have them all, but we'll have a really good portion of them.
Sure. Maybe it would be a good refresher for people too. If you think it's a good idea, just a gloss over what are playoff points and how are some of these things determined, that help you project where we'll be.
Well, playoff points are essentially the number of wins that your opponents get that are on your schedule. So everyone you play obviously has a win-loss record of their own. So you add those up for the 9 opponents after the 9 games, and that is your playoff point total. They can range anywhere from on the high end. You can have teams that reach 60. It's happened before. On the low end, sometimes you're in the low 20s. And that's how it factors in. That's basically a rough strength of schedule indicator. So that is how you stack it in there. Everyone's always talking about, what's the playoff point cutoff going to be? In the past, we've usually had a list of teams that don't make the playoffs at 5 wins. We're closer and closer to getting into a scenario where we don't have enough 5-win teams to fill the field. I think that may happen this year. There's lots of reasons for that, but it used to be that everyone would be like, well, if you have 5 wins, how many points do you need to get into the field? Right now, I think if you have 5 wins, you're in the field. I think logically we may get to a situation where some teams, if they have to get bumped, these are teams that haven't even accumulated 30 points on the season. And there are some of those out there that may not get to 30 points, but they will have 5 wins. So those would be the first teams to get eliminated. There are other levels to it, including, breaking ties for seeds involving the points of the number of wins that your opponents that you beat. That helps break ties and seeds. But for actually putting the field together, playoff points are the first consideration. And then if we get into a situation where we have a tie for 256, there's about 6 different levels that we'll go through to break that tie if we have to. Most years, it's a pretty clean break. You'll have X amount of teams get to 5 wins, or you'll have a couple of 5-win teams that are significantly below the point break to get in. So fortunately, we haven't had to use like a 4th or a 5th straight level tiebreaker to settle that. But once again, it looks like it's going to come right down to the wire to decide whether or not we have 5-win teams enough to get into that field.
And as a reminder to people, as you continue to tune in, you can leave comments for Steve to be answering throughout the evening. I realize it's early, but we'll also be posting score updates in the YouTube chat as well. We'll try to keep an eye on it as we go. I've got Twitter going like crazy already, but for games that you're paying attention to score-wise, you can slip them in the comments. Again, continue to ask questions. Also, just a quick reminder, too, if you haven't already, now would be a great time to subscribe to Friday Night Drive, in particular for Steve Soucie's bracket projections that you've been working really hard on. I know they take a lot of different time, but we got game stories, features, interviews, all that type of stuff, podcasts, Spotify, Apple, whatever, however you listen to your podcast, it's on there. So we're going to be referencing the brackets that Steve has been building, and we'll do some live projections, but to see the full one, you're going to have to be a subscriber. So that's just a general comment for people to be aware of. So with that, Seuss, is there one game if we get closer to kickoff here, 15 minutes away, that right from the get-go, we need to keep a close eye on, and why?
Well, I mean, there are a couple, but as far as tonight goes, there's the one that I'm kind of looking at is a game between Chicago Christian and Ridgewood. Chicago Christian is 4-4 and Ridgewood is 5-3. Chicago Christian and Ridgewood both have not played the strongest of schedules this year, and they've really struggled with good opponents. So it's hard to get a feel of exactly where they're at right now. So that's a toss-up game. Chicago Christian needs to win it to get into the field. And Ridgewood, if they were to lose it, they'll still get into the field. So maybe not as much desperation on Ridgewood's part in this type of situation. So Chicago Christian, if they win that game, they would force their way into the field. They would force their way into one of the smaller classifications, right around the 1 or 2A bubble. And I talk a lot about lines moving up, lines moving down. Well, the line would move down. It would go from, there would be one of the big schools would be removed that I currently have projected in the field as a 4-win team, and the line would crawl down. So any of the schools that I've had on the bubble, they would bounce up into a higher classification. So that's one of those that I'm out there monitoring. Of those games in red that I've listed up here, a lot of them, I don't know if we're going to have, the upset capability to be pulled off. Some of these are playing undefeated teams. The reason that they're on this list, is that they're the underdogs in this game. So essentially what we're trying to do here is identify the underdogs that have stepped up and raised their game in a big situation, and picked off that win. As of last night, there were some games played in the state last night. I only had one of these teams projected to win that is in red, and they did it last night. So that was already factored into the projection. You see that Hillcrest has a W by it. That was the team that I thought would beat the team that they were playing with a better record. They did it last night. So that doesn't affect whether or not a 4-4 team can already get in, because the projection that I had already had Hillcrest in the field. If I was wrong, it would have opened up another potential spot for a 4-5 team to fill the field in the projection. But Hillcrest won over Oak Forest last night. Oak Forest also already in the field. So that one I forecasted correctly, but I haven't forecast any of the other underdogs to win. So if they do, and when they do, because it always happens, it's just a matter of how many do it. That will affect the landscape of the field. But then you also have to keep in mind all the blue schools down at the bottom have to get through too, and that's no guarantee either, because usually the teams that they're playing are spoilers, and maybe they might even be better than the 4-4 team. Maybe they played a light schedule or something like that, and they want to finish their season with a bang. So usually one or two of those teams will not win that game. So you kind of have to look at the balance. Are we going to have 5 or 6 from the top and 1 from the bottom? Or is it going to be 3 and 3 and it all balances out? So that's why we zero in on these so much. There are a lot of great games going on tonight involving undefeated teams and teams with 1 loss. But from my perspective, those teams are already in the field. It's just a matter. Those are seed battles, and those are interesting too. And those are great but as far as construction of the field and who gets in and who gets out, these are the focus teams tonight.
We mentioned teams that had played last night. York, a team that they're clearly in. They're good, 9-0, and they completed their first undefeated season in their over 100-year history. So just a piece of history there for York. Quite impressive. Kyle, do you have anything to add here as we get going here closer to kickoff, 15 minutes?
It's interesting to find out. I had people texting me earlier today, a couple different coaches asking about the potential Souce of if they get to that 5-win mark, do they have any worries of not getting in? And it's a month ago, even 2 weeks ago, I would have said absolutely no doubt. And I'm still pretty sure that all of our 5 and 4 teams would get in, but I put it at 90% instead of 100%, which I did not expect.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's one of those situations where there are so few teams. Like, as recently as 3 weeks ago, I had double-digit 4-win teams getting into the field as at-large teams. But we've had some developments over the last couple of weeks where, some other teams have kind of fought their way back into the conversation or have put themselves in the field already, limiting those 4-win teams. So you get into that situation and you go from there and you add 4-win teams to the field, you take them out. And then you start to have to at least consider the layers of what happens if we get to 257 or 258 or maybe even 260 teams that get to 5 wins. Who has to go? Well, there are several teams that have really, really bad point situations like that, and that are going to be at the 5-win level. They're going to be the ones that go first. And these are teams that are going to finish in the 20s. So
yeah.
If you're in the mid-30s, you're fine. Like it's just we're running out of teams because, like I said, there are 281 that can get there now. All right, that really leaves us in a situation where you have to eliminate one of those from the 4-4 game, so it's actually even lower than that. So, I mean, there's just so many outs here. There's not enough outs here to start bumping out a bunch of 5-win teams. If it happens, it's only going to be a few. So if you're sitting at, if you're heading in to tonight with the low 30s, and as long as your schedule doesn't completely give up on you and you finish at 35, 36, 37, somewhere in that neighborhood, I would be absolutely stunned if you find yourself out of the mix.
Jake, you're popped off screen here. If you pop back on, we were talking earlier about how weird it was not to be at a game on a Friday night. You've been doing this for a while now. When was the last time you can remember not being on a sideline for week 9 of high school football?
Week 9 has not happened, and it's always been at Batavia, St. Charles North. So I'm actually taking care of some other people's dogs, and so it's right next to Batavia High School. I almost turned left. Like, it was just one of those, what am I doing? I'm not in the parking lot at 4:30. Like, I got to get ready. So it is exciting. And Kyle, you mentioned, or I mentioned Batavia, St. Charles North. The Duquesne Conference is an incredibly strong football conference. Those two schools will be vying for that conference title. St. Charles North riding a 7-game win streak. They are undefeated. Batavia coming in with a 5-game win streak. And they have been the conference champions aside from the COVID year, each of those. So it's always come down to the last possession, double overtime the year before. So I can feel the energy from Batavia all the way in St. Charles, even though I'm 20 minutes away.
Yeah, that's my very first high school game that I ever covered. I was still in college. Was stringing for, I can't even remember what paper it was in the suburbs, but was actually at Batavia. It wasn't a week 9 game, but that was a pretty good introduction to high school football. So yeah, always a good atmosphere over at Batavia.
I mean, I remember the first game I ever covered for this company was Geneva Caneland, and I was racing home at 11 o'clock on deadline because my computer died. So look how far we've come. Look how far we've come.
Yeah, I mean, even you look at it, we launched Friday Night Drive back in 2019, Souce, which y'all local here. And I believe that first year you drove all the way up to Crystal Lake on the Thursday night before week 9, and we were back in the studio in this office, breaking it down on one computer, hoping that the internet connection would hold up throughout the night. And now here we are a few years later, spending what's going to end up being 7 or 8 hours on a live stream in separate offices, and pretty cool to see where things have kind of progressed.
Yeah, definitely. Quick score update from the board. This is one of the games that I'm watching tonight from a upper seed perspective. Crete-Monee is out to a 6-0 lead on Kankakee. That was a 6 o'clock kick, so they've been going for a little while at this point. That's interesting for a couple of reasons. Kankakee has low playoff points, so if they were to drop to 7-2, they'd drop pretty substantially in the 5A bracket. They'd almost drop down to the middle of the seed group in the 5A South bracket, while Crete-Monee is hoping to improve to 7-2 after losing a couple of really games against really strong non-conference opponents at the beginning of the year. And they have been on an absolute tear since then. So Crete-Monee, a team that's playing really, really well right now. So that's a game that I had projected Crete to beat Kankakee, but it's definitely one of the list of probably 20 or 25 games that I really spent a lot of time on thinking about who I thought was going to win the game, and still didn't necessarily come to a conclusion that I was happy with.
It's really not surprising to see Crete-Monee rounding into form here at the end of the season, though. So, I mean, I was a bit surprised back in week 2 when we saw them fall to 0-2. I'm maybe not surprised. Like, that was a good team out of Maryville, Indiana. But like, I guess I thought they'd win the game. I thought they'd get past, the Lincoln Way or East game in week 1 and then bounce back. So I was like, maybe the Warriors are down a little bit, but here they are, 6-2 and off to a good start. It sounds like against the Case.
Yeah, and it's not surprising me. I expect that to be a dogfight. That is a rivalry that has really grown over the last couple of years into something pretty substantial between those two schools after years and years and years of Crete-Monee being miles ahead of everyone else in the Southland Conference, and before that, the Sika South. But now it's a 2-horse race for that conference every year. So this is obviously the week 9 showdown between the two of them. For over the last couple of years, this has been a game that they've played in week 9. So kind of culminating the season with probably the best game in that conference, and one of the better games in the South Suburbs, to be honest.
Well, and Kyle, I mean, even just looking scoreboard watching, right? I mean, they beat Bloom 61-6, and then 2 weeks before that, 66-0. So clearly they're doing something right.
Yeah,
and now they're up 12.
Really, already up 12-0 in that one, huh?
Max perhaps hasn't gotten there yet.
Yep. Yep.
So good. Yeah, good start for Crete-Monee there. There was something else I was going to ask you guys there. Now I got sidetracked. So Jake, go ahead and take that back away.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of looking around again. Obviously, I follow the Duquesne Conference the closest. So as we look ahead here, and we'll continue to bounce around, but another game that is interesting to me will be Geneva and Lake Park. I realize Lake Park is 1-7, but Geneva's still looking for that 6th win, and they've had a couple difficult losses in back-to-back weeks to Batavia and Wheaton North. So for them to get that 6th win, it'd be the 2nd consecutive year that they make the playoffs since they had that drought in 2015, dating back then. So that's another game that I was paying attention to Duquesne Conference-wise for sure.
Yeah, thinking of teams with long playoff droughts, Ottawa coming into tonight needs a win. They're at 4-4. They haven't made the playoffs since 2012. And Souce, that's where I wanted to ask you. We have all these teams at 4-4. Which of those teams are? Give us a couple of those teams that are most surprising that they made it to 4-4. Like, who was the team maybe that was 1-4, 2-4, somewhere in there that you had kind of left for dead, and here they are fighting for life in Week 9?
Well, you just mentioned one of them. Ottawa was obviously pretty high on that list. The other one that has really kind of struck me is up in your neck of the woods. Burlington Central is a team that can get themselves in tonight that a couple of weeks ago. And even though the Fox Valley has been kind of erratic this year, I guess would be the word that I would use. I didn't forecast them as a team as a couple of weeks ago. I saw some signs that maybe that they were on the right track, but even then, and we had talked about this before, you're still reluctant to pick them to beat someone like Cary Grove like they did last week. So now they did it, and now they're a step away from getting in. So, I mean, they're a team that used to be, a little bit more prominent come playoff time. Johnsburg is another that has an opportunity to get themselves into the field tonight. Taking maybe a couple of steps back from their glory days of a little while back, but getting them back in the mix is another. And those are teams that are playing, teams with lesser records. So it looks like the odds of them joining the field are pretty good. But can't take anyone for granted right now because you never know what's going to happen.
Steve, jumping in on Burlington Central. They're a team that I pay attention to, down here in Kane County, and we talked about that on our podcast this week. Josh Welge and I do. That was a team that, the last 3, 4, 5 years, it's just been kind of down and missing the playoffs. But they elevated their offensive coordinator, Brian Iosi, to head coach when Brian Melvin went over to Judson. And, to see that bit of resurgence is interesting just because I remember talking with Brian so many, years, and he's like, Jake, we're so close. I'm repeating myself in the podcast, but every single year is like, we're right there. So, that's a team that I as well would agree with you. To be at this spot at this stage was not expected.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of teams that are like that. I mean, there are teams that have an opportunity to kind of break through and find themselves in the mix. From the 4-4 group, there are some teams out there that I think are fully capable of pulling off the upset against a team with a better record. And some of them, you look at that list and you're like, I'm surprised they're on that list. For me, it's like teams like Rock Island is a team that I didn't expect to find on this list at this time of the year. Breeze Mater Dei is another that need a win tonight against a challenging opponent. Hinsdale Central tomorrow, that's another one that I didn't expect to find here. That's just the way that it is. And then there are some games that I think teams can potentially do it. Chicago Christian, I talked about them a little bit before. I think they could potentially pull off that win. Deer Creek Mackinac, even though they have a very tough game tonight, they're a really interesting team. They started the season with a very difficult schedule. They started 0-4. They've now ripped off 4 wins in impressive fashion. They've got a tough game tonight. I don't know if they can pull it off, but they would be one of the few small schools in the state that would actually have enough firepower on their schedule to at least be in the conversation for an at-large berth with 4 wins if they do lose tonight. But if they win, I'm telling you right now, nobody wants to see that team on the opposite side of their bracket down in their classification, because that's a good football team that had unfortunately a super strong schedule that they may or may not be able to overcome.
Zeus, Josh Welge is over at Yorkville covering that game for us tonight. Yorkville playing for seeding position. They're at 7-1. They're playing Oswego at 3-5, and it's odd to see Oswego at 3-5. It's kind of that Cary Grove situation. You're just not used to seeing that program out of the playoff picture. But they do have relatively high playoff points at 39 coming into tonight. where right now, like, let's say, do you expect teams have to get really close to 50 to even have a chance? Or are we looking at like 45, 46? Where are we at?
I think if you don't have 43 points by now, you're not going to be in the conversation. That's kind of where we're at, unless you have a really for a quirky schedule that's going to produce like 6 or 7 points tonight. I don't think that can happen. I had someone ask me about it earlier this week. They're a team that's sitting at 3-5 right now with 42 points. And they're like, do we have any chance of getting in? And I broke it down for them. And I essentially said, all of the teams on your schedule have to win this week that can. I mean, you need 7 to even get in the conversation. So, I mean, there were several teams on their schedule that were playing one another. So you're only going to get 1 point out of that situation. I mean, you need, if you were at 40 or below, I don't think you have any chance of getting you where you need to be. The projections that I have right now have a tiebreak at 49 to get those last few spots in the field. There might be a few more that open up, and that may trickle down a point or two. But the reality of the situation is I think it will probably – I think there will be less spots rather than more.
So we're 7 o'clock, guys. I mean,
I was just about to jump in there. Here we
go.
go.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Well, no, I was just kick off and now we wait. now really is when, things kind of fire up here, and we'll be seeing videos splattering all across Twitter. Just as a reminder to people, we'll be having reporters at certain games that are going to be jumping in this live stream here, checking in at halftime and elsewhere to kind of give us the pulse of things as we go. So I just saw Batavia had tweeted a video and they ran out from their helmets. So that game is now underway. So obviously that's like the one game that I'm super paying attention to in this area.
Looks like not Barrington. I'm sorry. Looking like Bolingbrook Soucie, no trouble with Stag here early, 21-0 lead.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well. I just looked at that and didn't expect them to be pressed too much tonight, but Bolingbrook hoping to get some momentum going to the playoffs. A few hiccups over the last couple of weeks for them. Puts them in a situation where even with that win, they're likely going to find themselves smack dab in the middle of the 8A draw. And that's not a great place to be, because you're going to have a rough first round matchup and probably a feed-in game to a very, very high seed if you win it. So tough place to be if that's where they end up landing.
Soucie, have you had a chance to see Jonas Williams in action, that freshman quarterback that I know a lot of people have talked about? He started off the season so well, 7 touchdowns in that opener. But have you seen him since?
He hasn't really stopped. Not quite to the level of 7 touchdowns a week, but I've seen him twice since then. Does nothing about him says freshman quarterback other than in the actual program. Kid has a poise and a confidence level that you often don't see from kids that have been playing for hundreds and hundreds, for years and years as a varsity starting quarterback. Just a really, really impressive kid. He's already starting to draw some Division I offers from schools already. I'm not surprised. He's blessed with a tremendous wide receiving core, but he is using them all to the best of their abilities. So. Really, really looking forward to seeing how he develops, and I guarantee whoever draws Bolingbrook tomorrow night is not going to enjoy the experience of prep. He's really special. That he's a special thrower.
I'm looking at it like I'm used to the Bolingbrook. I'm used to seeing a Bolingbrook score of like 21-10, 24-17, right? And every score here. They're averaging what looks like to be about 38, 39 points, maybe a little higher than that. The offense has been great all year. But the flip side of that is I'm not used to seeing them give up, 35 points, 42 points, 36, 34. 3 of those were the losses that they took this year. So the offense is definitely there. If they can get the defense back in order, closer to what we're used to seeing from the Raiders, they're going to be a tough team in the playoffs.
Well, one of the problems that they've had over the last few years is the last few games is they're scoring too fast. That sounds ridiculous, but The fact that they kind of haven't been able to really sustain a consistent running game. Their drives are quick. They I mean, they're going to hit, or they're going to hit for a big one, or they're going to punt, and then force the defense back out on the field. Either way, either they score and they're happy, and their defense has to go right back out on the field, or they punt and they're not happy, and the defense still has to go right back out on the field. I really felt that that issue for them when they played Lincoln Way East. They were scoring. They managed to put up some points against Lincoln Way East, and not a lot of people do that. But I just felt like by the end of the game, Bolingbrook's defense was just gassed, because Lincoln Way East likes to put together a 12-play drive on your butt and then just drive it down the field and make you work. So they were tired at the end of that game. That defensive unit was just straight up tired.
And Soucie, looking here at your projections again, we'll see as this plays out. But right now you have Bolingbrook and Marist at the top part of that bracket.
Yeah, and that's a really, really tough draw for both of those teams. I saw Marist once this year. It was very early in the year, but I was very impressed with that football team, and they do not match up well for Bolingbrook in that situation. I would, if Bolingbrook has an issue, it would be in the trenches, just being able to size up with a lot of the teams that they'd have to play in 8A. And Marist is absolutely enormous on the offensive line. So I don't know how well that matchup would go for Bolingbrook in that situation. Marist would have their own to deal with, but it would be one of those great 8A first round matchups that you're like, how is this a first round matchup?
Well, sure. And, with Marist, you mentioned that offensive line. I haven't seen them, obviously, but when you just kind of peruse over some stats and read, when you have a senior running back in Chris Lofgren that averages 7 yards a carry, and there's another kid that runs right behind him for 480, that obviously just speaks to exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. That's one of those things where you have to look at, all the factors, but it's, both teams in that situation have something the other team doesn't really want to have to deal with. For Marist, when I saw them in week 1, they did fine against the pass, but they are not dealing with what Bolingbrook brings to the table. Not only with Jonas Williams, but they also have, 2 Division I caliber wide receivers on the outside, and a couple of other guys that maybe don't have the level of prestige that those 2 guys do, but they can go and get it and make plays too. So just a lot of weapons on that Bolingbrook offense for Marist to try to keep in check, while Bolingbrook has to counter that by being able to try to maybe not get engulfed by that offensive line. So a fun matchup in the first round. I'm noticing some scores of some teams that we're needing to keep on top of tonight. All 4-4 ones right now. Johnsburg is off to a 7-0 lead right now in their game. Spring Valley Hall is out 6-0 in their game against Bureau Valley. And then we've got what was the other one that I saw? Yeah, but both of those teams that I just mentioned are in the blue down here. Both 4-4 teams playing teams with worse records. Kankakee is also on the board right now, just seeing that they just went in for a touchdown. That game is now 12-6.
Johnsburg took the early lead on an interception return by Ian Bull. Big playmaker for the Skyhawks so far this year.
Westville was the other one. Westville is leading 7-0 in their game. They're also a team that's in the blue down there. So, that's there we go. So that's all that I have right now for updated scores. Just watching this video here of the Kankakee touchdown. Looks like an enormous crowd in Crete tonight. Not surprising. Jair Hill, the heavily numerous D1 schools interested in him catching a pass out in the flat, going in for a touchdown for Kankakee on that one.
Yeah, I just jetted over to their Twitter account, and I think not seeing that video, unless it's the one from 6 hours ago. Is that what was that what you're referencing?
No,
or is that...
that's the video I saw is actually from a recruiting guy. That's how that was on my Twitter feed right now. So yeah, that's
got it.
That's where we're at. East St. Louis out to a 16-0 lead early in their game over Desmet Jesuit from St. Louis. And that appears to be the only score updates. I've got a lot of 0-0s on my board right now.
So, Souce, just maybe a bird's eye view on East St. Louis. I mean, I think people are pretty aware. They're high caliber, whether you go to Luther Burden, Tyler Macon, go down the list. Do they have those same type of guys that are heavily recruited, to SEC and more?
Well, I mean, they have some guys that are on the defensive side of the ball that are kind of growing into their pedigree right now. Last year, we got a little flashes of their freshman running back, who is now a sophomore and a very capable runner. The quarterback situation with Pop's battle is still, very easily under control for East St. Louis. I've only seen them on video this year. I've seen them about 3 times. When they played St. Francis out of Baltimore, I believe they're still second ranked nationally team, lost that game by less than a touchdown. They were in that the whole way, and Canton showed the kind of capabilities that they have. And then the following week they went to Georgia and played a team that wasn't very highly regarded at the time, and got beat in what looked to be not a great weather night. But you both have to play in it. And now we've discovered that maybe we misevaluated Creekside. They are now nationally ranked. So maybe that wasn't as bad a loss for East St. Louis as it appeared. And since they've gotten back into playing Illinois and Missouri teams, they have been steamrolling almost everyone that has gotten into their path. I think once again, they're the pretty heavy favorite in 6A. They will find themselves in the South bracket, probably somewhere in the neighborhood between a 5th and a 7th seed. And that's always something that I have to explain to people that don't know how the playoffs are put together, that it's not necessarily stacked on how good we think the teams are. I don't think anybody that East St. Louis plays is going to the teams that they've lost to. I don't think anybody else is going to fare any better against them than East St. Louis did. So that's always the confusing thing when you see St. Louis sitting around the 5th or 6th seed, and you're like, well, how can the overwhelming favorite be the 5th or the 6th seed? So, but they're very, very good. They don't have a Luther Burden, but they have a lot of guys capable of still breaking big plays. So I wouldn't worry about them being able to rip off big plays just because Luther isn't there anymore. But they're a very capable team and deserving of the label that they have right now, which is a clear favorite in 6A.
Right. So actually, there's a good point that Jimmy behind the scenes is saying. How does that work sometimes where you have teams that are a certain class that will move up or down from a 6A to a 5A? Sometimes IC Catholic will be a 4A or a 3A. Could you walk us through some of that stuff in a simple way? I realize there's probably a lot of variables.
Well, there are 4 teams right now that are basically voluntarily choosing to play above the classification that their enrollment says that they should be playing in. IC Catholic is the first of those. They are by enrollment, they could possibly fall as low as actually class 1A. But they determined, and when they do this, they're determining for a 2-year period that regardless of if we fall lower on the enrollment board than class 3A, we want to play up to class 3A. So if they ended up in 3A, they would not go up to 4. It's not like, oh, you're playing up a class from wherever your enrollment was. So they're saying if we're not in 3A, then we want to play into 3A. So they're going from where they're at right now, which if they didn't do this, they would be on the fence between 1 and 2A. They're saying, we don't care. We want to play in 3A. East St. Louis is doing the same thing. By enrollment, they would be a 5A school. They're saying we want to play up to 6. Loyola is playing up from 7A to 8A. So those are the 3 that are doing strict play-ups. Now, a little known addendum to this rule that I actually didn't know about until Joliet Catholic accessed it was they said, we don't want to play up per se, but if we don't land in 4A, which is where we want to play, we want to go back into 4A. So if our enrollment slipped us down into 3A, and they're fairly close to that line right now, we don't care. we want to go up to 4. We only want to stay at 4. We don't want to play up to 5, but we want to assure that we're going to play the postseason in 4A. If their enrollment made them go to 5, they'd go to 5. But since they were in 4, they wanted to stay in 4. They were like, hey, if our enrollment slides us down to 3, which is a possibility, we don't want to do that. We want to stay in 4.
So just a quick update for you at half. Kankakee, Cremoni tied at 6.
Okay. All right. So I must have gotten a bad token when they said they had 12. So that is okay. Fair enough. I'm checking now to see if I've got anything else interesting here other than zeros. I got a lot of zeros.
Here at Soucie, let's bring in Kyle real quickly.
Yeah, I got something for you. So Johnsburg took an early 7-0 lead on Harvard. Johnsburg at 4-4 needs a win to get in. Harvard came back down, scored 7-6. Harvard has had trouble putting points on the board all year, but went for the onside kick and got it. So they are driving again with a chance to take a lead on the Skyhawks here.
Interesting. This is what I was talking about. We can't, I'm not saying the game's far from over, but sometimes when you get these teams, especially a team like Harvard, let's just throw the kitchen sink out there and see what happens. There's nothing to deter them. It's not like it's not like they're playing for nothing, but they're like, hey, let's go have some fun with it and see what happens.
Hey, the Hornets are 0-8 on the year and have scored 57 total points. So, that's a hell of a start there to be giving Johnsburg a bit of a game here early.
And historically, there are spoilers on this night. I mean, we didn't have a lot of them last year. We just had guys that upset their way into the field. But there have been years where, 3 or 4 of those teams on that blue list down there do not win. And they essentially give away their spots to someone else who either, earned their way in or maybe was in danger of points that helped their way back into the field because of those losses. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes you just get some wild things that happen, and maybe this is one of them that we're working on. That Mount Vernon game that I mentioned earlier involving undefeated Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel's got an early 6-0 lead in that one. Here's a 4-4 team that hold on a second. Why is that can't be final? This is saying that it's final, and I don't believe them. I'm gonna have to check on that. The Illini West is indicating that no, that's not right. That's not even the team they're playing. That's wrong. So okay, let's find something else. Lockport takes a 7-0 lead over Andrew. So that's a game between two teams that are already in the field. Looking for updates on that IC Catholic St. Francis game. That's an interesting one from tonight as well. Wheaton North already out to a 13-0 lead in their game with St. Charles East. Okay. Bolingbrook's already got 4 touchdowns on the board. Can't say I'm all that surprised. It's a 6 o'clock start, so some of these games are going to be a little bit farther along.
So just a couple updates for you. Brother Rice up on Marist 7-0, 5 minutes left in that first quarter. And then we got another one here real quickly. Forreston up 8-0 up on that one.
Now it's 8-6, actually. Lee Wynn just scored. They ran back the kick and missed the 2. So Forreston up 8-6. Late first quarter in that one.
See, I keep scrolling through some of my games. I'm not seeing any quick updates yet.
Yeah. Nope. A lot of people are just getting going. Iroquois West off to a comfortable lead over Watsika. They're already in the field. Looks like we're always a joy on Friday night. It looks like a lot of games are starting a bit late this evening. Always fun.
Yeah, I'm actually just seeing a tweet come across here. I mean, they haven't even kicked off at Batavia yet, so. It was probably a lot of teams too have senior night. which might delay this a little bit, which always makes print deadlines a lot of fun.
Yeah, enjoy them.
Yeah.
Brother Rice over Marist. I mean, obviously a long way to go, but I really like how Brother Rice has been playing over the second half of the season. Kind of highlighted that by beating Joliet Catholic a couple of weeks ago. This is a team that lost a lot from a very talented team last year, but it looks like they are gelling at the absolute right time. That'd be a nice win for them if they're able to pull that off. I really like that Marist team a lot too. The counter effect of that would be a higher seed in the 8A draw if Marist were to lose that game is not going to like the 5-4 opponent that they get in the first round if Marist does indeed fall to 5-4 with that loss. So because right now I have them, like we talked about before, I have Marist sitting on a 16 seed line. If they were to lose that game, they'd tumble down to somewhere around the 23 or the 24 seed line. So that would not be great for whoever ended up drawing that in the first round. You figure as a high seed.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you got it, Jake.
I was just going to say a couple other quick score updates for our own JT Fidelity out at Streeter. They're up 8-0 in that one. And Dan Wusso, United Township 6-0 over Sterling early first quarter. So we'll see how these all go. See, now we're seeing all the tweets with kickoff and coin tosses. So a quick reminder to those that are watching, and this will continue throughout the night. Make sure if there is a score update that we're not getting to that you're aware, you can drop it in that chat for us, and we can reference it as we go. I realize games are getting started, but just another reminder on that. And again, if you have any other questions and comments for Soucie or Kyle or anybody as we go, that's the best way to participate. So with that, looks like Naz and Bennett is off and running as well. We've mentioned that a couple of times tonight.
Mount Vernon bouncing back. Now they're up 7-6 on Mount Carmel.
Yeah, so they'll continue to roll in, as we go. As scores continue to kind of roll in, Soucie, maybe just how long have you been doing this? I mean, give people a sense, maybe a history lesson of why the passion and how did it grow to this?
Well, I mean, it was. I'm going to date myself a little bit here. Back in the pre-internet days, where internet was not prominent, I was working as a high school. Yeah, I was working as a high school student. I was working as a part-timer at the Kankakee Daily Journal. And one of the coaches and I got friendly, a coach from Coal City who has since retired. And he'd call me at like 1:00 in the morning on Friday nights, and he would want to access my access to the wire services AP football score printout. And he was asking me for all of these weird scores of these schools that, to be frank, I had never even heard of. And I'm like, and finally I just asked him, like, why do you need to know these scores, coach? You got friends at these schools or what's going on? So, and I didn't really even know that much about the playoff situation that year. I didn't really know how it worked. I was a senior in high school when this happened. And so he explained to me what he was looking for, because he was trying to figure out whether or not he was going to be able to sneak into the Class 2A field back when we only had 6 playoff classes. And it was important to him because he thought he could win 2A if he got the right draw. And so I would feed them those scores, and they were doing, what a lot of people do now, doing their calculations, trying to figure out if they were going to sneak into 2A. They ended up sneaking into 2A, and he was right. They won the state championship. But in the process of it, I kind of fell in love with like trying to find out information that I could feed him in his process for doing this. And then in the off season, I'm kind of looking at it and I'm like, I can do this myself. I'm like, I'm going to do that. And my dog's got lots to say about that right now.
Who's our guest analyst? The dog.
That would be Winnie. I have 2 golden retrievers. That is the older of my 2 golden retrievers, who has now decided that something outside is interesting her. But,
well, it could also be, Winnie telling us that Johnsburg's up 14-6 with 2 minutes to go in that first quarter. It could have been that too.
Yeah, that could also be it. But yeah, so she's going to be a little chatty here for a minute. Well, I'm going to let her chill out. But so basically what it did was it happened to, it happened to interest me, and I started to, and I tend to be a little bit of an obsessive person. So when I start to get interested in something, I don't do it halfway. I started, Kyle likes to tease me about one of my old habits, which once again, pre-prominence of internet, I would get the old, they don't even make this anymore. They used to put out a handbook with all of the football schedules in the state of Illinois. This is pre-internet prominence. And I actually would take the book, make copies of it, and cut out each individual team and put them on an index card. And I had a shoebox full of every schedule in the state of Illinois that I used for reference in trying to put together the playoff field. I don't even know how I did that. Back looking at it now, I don't even know how I managed it the way that I am now, because without my spreadsheet, if you took my spreadsheet away from me, I'd be lost. Now, granted, it took me a long time to build the spreadsheet and make it work the way that it does, but it makes the life a whole lot easier. I used to print out an entire list of teams that I thought was going to qualify and divide the lines. It was sort of ridiculous. Kyle's enjoying me recanting this. He doesn't even know about the before I met Kyle, because Kyle and I worked at the Kankakee paper together for a while. He doesn't even know the prehistoric days of doing this. Some of the
Suze, we got 6 hours, so we might as well just to dive into it.
Yeah.
Real quickly here too. Just a couple of score updates. Stillman Valley up 14-0 against Genoa. 9 minutes left in that first quarter. And then our own Alex Kentucky is at Plano Marengo. They're scoreless with 6:11 the first. 2 punts for Marengo so far.
End of first quarter, Forreston leading Lena Winslow 8-6. So I had someone tell me earlier this week that they were saying that necessarily that Forreston would beat Lena Winslow, but they were basically saying, hey, I don't have any interest in playing Forreston. That is a sneaky team with a couple of losses this year by very, very narrow margins, and they didn't want anything to do with them.
I jumped on here because the second you said that, I started thinking back to week 9 last year. Didn't Lena Winslow get upset last year in week 9?
Correct.
Yeah.
That is when I was looking at the teams with the longest winning streak after a couple of the longer ones got snapped in the middle of the season. I discovered that Lena Winslow retain the title, but it's not that long of a winning streak. It's only 13 games because they lost in week 9 to Forest last year. So the longest reigning winning streak is under siege again by the same team that snapped it the last time. So so that's interesting because definitely that was something that when I was referencing it, I was trying to figure out, okay, where do we go back to in regards to that? I'm like, well, when did Lena lose last? And then I was like, oh yeah, they lost in week 9. So the streak is not very long. So, because that streak passed hands through Joliet Catholic to Wilmington. It only lasted a week when Reed Custer blew out Wilmington when they played. And then it passed down to Lena Winslow. So, because they were the only team that had continued winning after winning a state championship the year previous.
I haven't talked with Coach Rick Arand out there and at Lena Winslow, but I'm interested to see how they use that this week, because that's the game that they lost in week 9 last year, and then they went on and won the state championship and really were dominant in doing so. But I wonder if they, given the fact that they ended up going on that run anyway, or if Rick and the staff still use that as some motivation here going into a game that's always, it's always a fun game between these two teams, Souce.
Yeah, it is. And it's definitely one of those that when I'm doing this and I'm going through the situation, looking at, playoff situations and stuff like that, I always tend to give certain programs a lot more rope in terms of, hey, maybe they lost a couple games early in the season, but the potential to win games is definitely one that will work out. Forreston is one of those teams that I look at it and say, hey, they might have 2 or 3 losses, but looking at them at the potential at the bottom of the bracket with someone, a higher seed is not going to enjoy that first round matchup whatsoever.
All right, guys, we got another score update here. 7-0 Crystal Lake South over Huntley, 6 minutes to go in that first quarter.
That's interesting. South kind of flying under the radar here, has had a nice season, but picking off Huntley in week 9 would certainly be a nice feather in the cap for them, and that would also knock Huntley out of a 3-way tie atop the FEC. And I believe, Souce, that Huntley holds that tiebreaker, right, currently, in terms of the FEC, like the conference champion, right?
Who gets the automatic bid? Yes, it does go. It does go to Huntley.
Not that it really matters,
obvious.
But
it doesn't matter, but that's and it doesn't have any effect on seeding. It's just that's the way that they break it down. So some small school stuff that I've noticed: a battle of 4 and 4s. Nokomis and Dupo are tied at 6-all in the first quarter. Mount Vernon getting mad at me for saying they're going to drop to 4 and 5. They're up 13-6 after a 49-yard touchdown run at the end of the first quarter. And a game that is interesting because both of them are trying to get to 4 and 5. Glenbard North has a 7-0 lead over Wheaton Warrenville South early on. I'm not sure it's ultimately going to matter, but both of those two teams would at least put themselves in the conversation to possibly be a 4-win at-large team if we need them. But obviously, the winner of it has to. Got to get to 4 first.
Yeah, we're talking two Duquesne Conference teams, and that's why getting wins non-conference is so important, because that conference truly is a gauntlet. I've seen Wheaton South a couple different times this year. That was a situation where they had their starting quarterback leave the program pretty much right at the start of the season for an incident to matter. And so they had to insert a sophomore and really rely on that run game. I saw them to open the year against Simeon, and that's when Andre Cruz ran for 300, 200 yards rushing. And they've kind of stabilized since then. Glenbard North is another team that's kind of tough to project for me because they had a lot of seniors coming back. Justin Bland, the third-year starting quarterback. But then sometimes you just feel like they get in these ruts. So, that was one of those games, too, where you look at and that was a true coin toss for me.
Yeah, that's – when I looked at that game, it was like I was more looking at it the perspective of which one would be in the best position to possibly get one of those 4-win teams, because they're both a little off of the line right now. And they need to maximize as many points as they can get. So who is that of the two? But it really was. And, usually I don't spend a lot of time focusing on 2 5-loss teams, but in that situation, I did take a long look at it because I was like, well, if we get a few openings that are created here from a couple of upset losses tonight, they may be in that conversation. And depending on how the way that the 4 and 5 group breaks down, they may still be in that conversation. So there are some moves that could be made. For example, Nazareth and Bennett are playing tonight. If Bennett wins that game, they're in the playoffs with a 5 wins. Nazareth is actually probably going to be in second place on the list of 4 and 5 win teams. Bennett would be like 7th or 8th. So, you're going through that and you're looking at it. So that's kind of another layer of this when you're talking about 4 and 5 teams. Where do you fall on that list if you are one of those 4 and 5 teams? Are you up around 50 points or are you in the high 40s? It's probably going to be the difference of whether or not you get in.
Right. You mentioned Nazareth. We'll have Greg Voss, a Friday Night Drive contributor, should be FaceTiming in at halftime for that one. Nazareth is a team that Josh and I talk about in our podcast relatively frequently. It was a team that had started slow, 2 and 4, but they continued just to kind of grind stuff out every once in a while. Logan Malachek, their sophomore quarterback, more of a runner, I feel like, just reading the stories, 176 yards, rushing for that. So we'll see as that goes, but I'm keeping an eye on Greg's Twitter and trying to see, quick updates for that. As we're scrolling, Oswego East is trailing Plainfield North at the end of 1. and I just saw one, and Twitter keeps going too quickly. Mora Faiseth, if I say that correctly, sorry, 14-0 over Athens.
Yep.
So 14-0 over Athens.
I got a little bit, no score here, but an interesting development. Plainfield South had a punt blocked, and Joliet West recovered the football. Joliet West taking over at Plainfield South's 5-yard line, and you'll notice Joliet West is on the board over here in red. So they are a team that needs that win tonight. Challenge game with Plainfield South. Plainfield South is a 5-3 team, has been playing really good football in their conference after a little bit of a rough non-conference start. But 5-3, 4-4 game there, where maybe if Joliet West gets some early momentum, they might be able to press their way into the field as a 5-4 team. So,
and as you say that, Rob Austerley tweeting, Carl Bew sneaking in from a yard out, Joliet West taking that 7-0 lead, 8:58 first quarter.
Joliet West, he's Carl Bew, a transfer from Joliet Central, really, really effective player for them this year, accounted for combined passing and running about 23, I believe, closing in on 25 touchdowns this year. So a really nice year for that transfer there for them. And they're obviously lean heavily on him. It's good to see for them that he's gotten off to a good start.
A couple others, Souce, as we're going. Alex Kentucky tweeting, Marengo up 7-0 over Plano, a touchdown. Joseph Liebrandt with the 4-yard run. And one just popped up on my Twitter as well here. Maine West 7-0 over Highland Park so far at halftime.
That's a 4-4 against 4-4 game. Winner in, loser not. Loser obviously pretty much off the board. Highland Park started really well this season, was out of the gate fast, but has kind of tumbled a little bit in the second half. Maine West has played a lot better. It may look like on paper that Maine West was the favorite in this game, but with a 4-4 against a 4-4, how much of a favorite can you really be? But Maine West has played a lot better in the second half of the season. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up winning that football game.
A couple other score updates here. Johnsburg now up 21-6 on Harvard after a 3-yard touchdown. So 8:33 to go in that second quarter. And then also Crete-Monee, with the touchdown for 62 yards. They lead Kankakee 12-6, early third.
Okay. Here, and I just got an update on McHenry and Burlington Central, who we were talking about before. McHenry is in the end zone. They've got a 7-0 lead early in that game. So once again, that's a game where Burlington Central has to have the win to get to 5. So need to regroup there. So here's a big one tonight from the top group. IC Catholic now in the end zone after a long touchdown pass. They lead Wheaton St. Francis 6-0.
And without even reading the tweet, my guess was to KJ Parker.
It is JP Schmidt is the answer.
Okay. Right. Yep. Yeah. He's their second guy. So, Dennis Mandela, a nice quarterback for IC. I don't get to see them until playoff time, frankly.
Yeah.
But Josh and I do talk about them on our podcast quite often. And again, we've talked, that's a matchup between those two top teams in the Metro. St. Francis undefeated at 8-0 entering on that one. Quick update, Joe Stevenson, Hayden Jank it might be Janky, 7-7 Crystal Lake South Huntley tied a 10-yard run for Huntley there. So that's another one. Janky, yep. So again, a quick reminder, sometimes there'll be a little bit of a lull. If there is a score update and you're watching as a fan and you're aware of one and it's accurate, make sure you drop it in the comments as we can kind of reference this as we go. We'll try to keep an eye on things as they develop, but Twitter is kind of going nuts now, obviously, with games now 40 minutes in. A couple other quick ones. Let's see. Bryce Helms, 29-yard touchdown to Isaac Addig. Bureau Valley's up 13-12 over Hall with 7:55 left in that second quarter. And then we have another one. What game is Lynn at? Sometimes it's difficult because there's some people that factor in the actual school name, and then some of them use the mascot, and then it's like, well, which Cardinal is it? So I need a quick second on that one.
That what was I pop back on here, guys? That Bureau Valley up 13-12 on Hall is notable. Souce Hall at 4-4
Yes.
had a surprise win last week against St. Bede to get itself in position this week. Bureau Valley at 1-7 would definitely be a spoiler there to knock off Hall this week.
Yeah, like I said, that one of those teams down there on the blue group, Spring Valley Hall, last week picking up that upset win over Peru St. Bede to kind of get themselves into this conversation. Maybe they take a step back here and fall back out again if they end up not being able to finish that out. Not affecting the 4-4 group, but an interesting score that I just saw. Wakanda, who entered the game undefeated at 8-0, trails Grays Lake North 17-0 in the second quarter. So that's a bit surprising to me to see. Grays Lake North is a good team, but I did not expect that.
Yeah, Grays Lake North, I remember last year was a team that finished, I believe, 3-6, and I had expected the Knights to really be a playoff contender, even maybe be able to get to 6 or 7 wins. It didn't materialize, but they really have bounced back nicely this year. That'd be a really nice win, knocking off Wakanda here in the last week. If Wakanda was to lose, what kind of cascade effect would that have on? Would that be 6A?
Yeah, that's a 6A move. Let me open up a file here and take a look at what that would do. I think, yeah, they are right now at the top of the heap in the North bracket in 6A, but a loss would move them. Loss would move them likely down to the 3 seed position, behind the 2 8-1 projected schools that are in locked conferences, Prairie Ridge and Belvedere North. So they would slide in between Belvedere North and Lake Zurich on the board in the 3 seed if they were to lose. However, that would give them – actually, we'd have a 3-way tie there for that. And –
a 3-way tie for the 3rd spot?
No, there would be a 3-way tie for the number 1 seed.
Oh, for the number 1 seed. Okay.
That I'm looking at because Grays Lake North theoretically would go up to 8-1, but they have less points than that group. But Wakanda would add a point, so that would put Wakanda, Prairie Ridge, and Belvedere North all at 8-1-37 would be the projections, with Prairie Ridge having lost to 29, and then they lost. So then it would stack Belvedere North 1 coin flip for 2-3. That would be the scenario between Wakanda and Prairie Ridge.
Look at putting Souce on the spot, doing some math in his head there, just knocking it out of the park.
Well, Kyle, I mean, I kind of look at this like election night, but high school football edition. I mean, Souce is the guy in front of the electoral map, and if this candidate wins, they'll go there. I mean, that's how I view Souce.
Is it Jim Kornacki, John Kornacki, the guy from NBC?
Yeah, I was trying to think in the name.
Steve. Yes. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, you give me one of those touch boards, then we'll be doing something.
Yeah,
that's next level.
Yeah,
we'll fit that in the budget for next year.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if anyone in the leadership is grouping listening to us right now, but yeah, when you see the touch screen in the budget for next year, I apologize in advance.
But hey guys, real quick, Kentucky tweeting 7-0 end of the first. Marengo over Plano. Plano struggling right now. Negative 10 yards on the ground.
Marist has tied up the score with Brother Rice. They just scored on a 38-yard touchdown to Mike Donegan. So they are Marist and Brother Rice at 7 apiece. Homewood Flossmoor leads Lincoln Way West 14-0 midway through the first quarter. And we're not even at halftime yet, and Bolingbrook's already got 42 points on the board. So they lead Stagg 42-6.
Get another update here. Stillman Valley 21-6 over Genoa Kingston, end of the first. I'm paying attention to that St. Charles North Batavia game very closely. Still scoreless. Tyler Janzi 3-star linebacker for Batavia, who's going to go to Wisconsin, also runs the ball. Once they get farther into the regular season, had a fumble. North not able to do anything with it. So 0-0 score there. Bolingbrook 42-6 with 15 seconds to go in that first half. Nazareth on the board, 7-0 over Bennett. Malachek gets a 7-yard touchdown pass, and now all the scores are starting to totally flow. This is the fun stuff. McHenry 7-0 over Central, we talked about. So they continue to roll in. Soucie, can you think of what was the craziest Friday night, week 9 that you can think of in the last 10 years? Is there one that just will always forever stick out in your mind, and why?
Well, recency bias. Last year was pretty crazy because when we broke through last year, earlier this evening we were talking about red teams and blue teams up here on the board. Usually what will happen is we'll maybe get 3 to 5 teams that win from the red group. They pull off upsets, they get into the field. Last year that number was in double digits. So that was definitely one of them. That was definitely one of the crazier ones in terms of teams fighting their way into the bracket. Just nuts in regards to that. So, one of those things that is going on in regards to that. Okay, boss, hook me up then. I just saw the comment down there about getting me a smart board. I'm like,
start
I don't have
early.
I don't have the purse strings. I mean, I don't know who does, but I don't have them. So, so that's an interesting situation.
We got a college roommate, good friend of mine, Mike B. Husky, checking in here. I'm going to throw the question up for you, Soucie, here. Mike asking, any score update for Hersey? And assuming they win, Hersey is up early on Buffalo Grove. That's a game where Buffalo Grove at 4-4 could really use a win, although they do have a really good playoff point situation, Soucie. So what's their seed like, assuming they do win?
Well, Hersey is actually married with a Saturday afternoon game because Hersey right now sits on the 1 line, but Mount Carmel Loyola is on Saturday. So my projection has Loyola beating Mount Carmel tomorrow. If that result flips, Mount Carmel wins that game. Mount Carmel would leapfrog Hersey and move into the number 1 seed, dropping Hersey to number 2. So if they win tonight, they're either going to be a 1 or a 2. They can't move any farther down than that. So it's dependent on them winning and the result of the Mount Carmel Loyola game.
Soucie, Jake, before I toss this back to you, and Mike followed. Mike's second part of that was this team is a state title winner at least once in the next 3 years, including this year. Mike, with some high expectation for the Huskies. It's always tough when you get into those upper classes to project, but man, the Huskies have played as well as really any team in the state this year.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of one of those things. I was late to the party on them.
Yeah, me too.
But once they eventually got past Prospect in that game, in the conference showdown game, and did it in the fashion that they did, that kind of sold me. And I've been I'm not driving the train, but I'm pretty far up in the passenger compartment.
Soucie, we got a question from Twitter. If I could jump in here.
Yep.
Could you ask Soucie if Marengo can get a 14 seed if they beat Plano and get a maximum 41 points so they don't have to face a state power in the first round like last year, in parentheses, Joliet Catholic?
Okay, Marengo right now needs a little help to make that happen, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm going to pull it up right here. Okay. Marengo would need to make a really big point move tonight, but to be honest with you, right where they sit right now might be a great draw for them. No, actually, they're going to be a 15. Then I misplaced Noble Comer here. I forgot about that forfeit. So I just was talking out my behind a little bit there. Right now, they're in the 15 seed hole in the North bracket, which would pair them with Wheaton St. Francis in the first round if Wheaton St. Francis wins tonight. If they do not win, it would create a pretty good situation for Marengo. as Chicago Public League, Hyde Park would move into the 2 seed because they would be one of 2 teams that are undefeated in the north half of the bracket. So undefeated teams go first. Richmond Burton would be at the top of the pile. If Wheaton St. Francis loses, the other undefeated is Hyde Park. They'd move into the 2 seed. Marengo is currently slotted for the 15 seed in the north bracket. So, it also kind of depends a little bit on how the IHSA depends on mapping things. If Spring Valley Hall bounces back and wins that game against Bureau Valley tonight, they are going to be in the 4A field because of their co-op agreement with Putnam County, raise their enrollment to make them a 4A school. So what's interesting about that is if you look at Morris and Spring Valley Hall on a map and can tell me with absolute certainty which one of those 2 schools is north and south, if you had to divide the 2, I'll give you a cookie. They are that close. So it's really going to come down to determination on how the IHSA decides to break those 2 schools if these are the 32 teams that are in 4A. Which one will go north? Which one will go south? If Morris wins their football game tonight, then they're going to be in that top 3 type of seed conversation. If they don't win it, then they fall down towards the middle, and it's not as interesting to the Marengo question that we have in hand. But there's a lot of little layers here on how Marengo could end up be seeded, because if Hall goes back into the north bracket, it may change where Marengo is seated, because Hall may come in below Marengo. So it might push them up and then get them with the 3 seed, who, once again, if Wheaton St. Francis loses, it might be with Wheaton St. Francis. So a lot of little tiny moves in that 4A bracket based more on geography than, the actual teams in the bracket. So you've hit on an interesting little tidbit right there, because, I'll be honest with you, I can't tell. If you look at a map of Illinois and put dots on the map between Morris and Hall, I can't tell you which one the state is going to. They have precedence. They put Morris north before in the same situation. So maybe if they're going off of precedence, but however, there have been times where they've deviated from precedence. So you go on a strict north-south line, it's literally as close as flipping a coin.
A couple other score updates here for us, Souce. End of first, Oswego, Yorkville, 0-0. Twitter is now flying. Joe is telling us Crystal Lake South 14-7 Huntley, early second quarter on that one. And
Sycamore up 7-0 early on Morris.
Jake,
we talked about earlier.
Jake, I can jump in here for a second as you're trying to get that loaded in there to show the highlight. Souce, I just saw, so Lou Nunez is covering the game for the Daily Herald, partner here with Friday Night Drive. And Maine West, I believe, had 3 turnovers. They forced 3 turnovers, I should say, in the first half and took a 7-0 lead into halftime on Highland Park. They just forced a fumble and took over at Highland Park's 2-yard line, punched it in. Maine West, a battle of 4-4 teams there, now 14-0 early in the third quarter.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I saw that one shaping up. Once again, a 4-4 game there. One of several that we have to kind of keep an eye on in regards to, who gets in and who doesn't get in. McHenry now up 14-7 on Burlington Central. They just scored again. So early in the second quarter on that one, that's once again another one of the blue games that we're keeping an eye on tonight. So that's sitting up that situation. Kankakee just scored a touchdown and got the 2-point conversion. They lead Crete-Monee 14-12 early in the third quarter.
And Jake was sharing a tweet there from Brian Hoxie, who's covering the game for Friday Night Drive, or the Ottawa-Woodstock game. Ottawa needing a win tonight against Woodstock, taking a 7-0 lead there on that touchdown run.
Okay. After one quarter, Mahomet Seymour leads Bloomington 19-7. Mahomet is undefeated, but this was an interesting game if you looked at what Bloomington has going on. Bloomington is 3-5 currently, but if they were to win this game in upset fashion, they'd improve to 4-5, and they'd be very high on the list of 4 and 5 teams that would have a chance to get into the playoffs based on playoff points. So that was one that I was kind of keeping an eye on, but it looks like Muhammad has early control of that one. Didn't necessarily think Bloomington would win that game, but didn't dismiss it as a possibility.
Speaking of teams trying to get to 4 and 5 and have the potential with high playoff points, Barrington up 7-0 early on Fremd.
Yeah, they're definitely high on that list. They're one of the teams right now that I think would probably get in if we needed it. It needed the 4-win teams to fill the field. Barrington has quite a few of those points. Kind of kick-started their season a couple weeks ago with a win over Hoffman Estates. So good situation for them.
So a quick score update on this one. Chris Casey telling us St. Charles North up 7-0 on Batavia. Will Vasquez coming in at quarterback. He is a senior for the North Stars. Quick background. He had been kind of rotating in and out with Ethan Plum, a sophomore. Will hurt his shoulder earlier in the season, week 3, has since been slowly been getting back into action. And obviously North Stars striking first. Obviously big implications there for Batavia St. Charles North in that Duquesne conference. Again, if St. Charles North wins that game outright, they are the champions. And if not, then it is a 3-way tie in that Duquesne.
Sycamore up 14-0. I just saw that one now over Morris. So good start for the Spartans in that one.
Couple others. Nazareth 7-0 over Bennett. Looks like they were in scoring position towards that end, the first quarter. So that might be updated. Other ones, Joliet West 7-0 over Plainfield South. And Twitter is going nuts.
Richmond Burton 14-0 lead over Rochelle early on in that one. Rochelle with just one loss in that game, kind of a quiet 7-1 team that a lot of people aren't talking very much about.
Soucie, we referenced this one earlier. IC Catholic still leading St. Francis 6-0 the end of the first quarter. Looks like St. Francis was in the red zone deep in it at the 2. Turned it over on downs after a fumbled snap on 4th and goal. So a big pivotal play early there in that one.
Lockport and Andrew tied at 7. Second quarter in that one. 7-0. Byron all over Rockford Christian up 42-0. East St. Louis rolling. Lena Winslow 14-8 at halftime over Forreston. Game we talked about a little bit earlier. Late second quarter, Eureka leads Deer Creek Mackinac 7-0. Glenbard North still holding that 7-0 lead over Wheaton Warrenville South. Elmwood Brimfield leads Havana 22-6. Havana, one of the teams in red up here, needs a win to get in. Macomb 24-0 over Illini West. Illini West, another team in red that needs a win to get in. That's going to happen a lot tonight. The red teams are in position right now to be upset. They need upsets to get in. They're playing teams with better records. So here's a marginal one in that group. Mount Zion 14, Mater Dei 13. Mater Dei needs that win. That game is early in the second quarter. Mount Vernon still holding that 13-6 lead over Mount Carmel late second quarter. Starting to see a few more of these scores. O'Fallon is taking Cahokia to task. They're up 27-0. Cahokia, another team in red up here. So far, a rough night for the teams that seek upsets. Plainfield Central, their blue team down here, they lead Joliet Central 13-0 early in the second quarter. Joliet West still holding on to that 7-0 lead late first quarter. Prospect all over Rolling Meadows right now. It's 29-3. Seneca on their way to an undefeated season here. 28-0 lead over Dwight in the second quarter. Stark County leading Princeville 14-12 in a battle of 2 4-4 teams. Wheaton North now up 29-0 over St. Charles East. Villa Grove leads Arcola 7-6 at halftime. Arcola, one of those teams in red, but also one of those teams in red that I thought had the best chance of picking up one of those upsets. So that is holding true so far with such a close game. Okay. Pekin up 22-0 over East Peoria. Providence Catholic and St. Lawrence have entered the second quarter scoreless in that one. So Providence sits down there. They're one of the blue teams. They're in really good shape on playoff points, but I'm sure they don't want to rely on that as their only way into the field. A fifth win would lock them in quite easily. Rockford Guilford with a 14-0 lead over Belvedere North. We were talking about them a little bit earlier. Belvedere North obviously would fall out of that conversation for the top seed in the classification that we were talking about with a loss there. Ottawa Marquette rolling 26-0.
Just a reminder for people as you continue to roll in with views. Again, throw in score updates down in the comments. As I say that, here we go. 14-7 Rockford Lutheran over Winnebago at half. Nice Breaking Bad reference.
Yeah. Rockford Lutheran, one of those teams on the red board right here, sitting there. They're looking for that upset win that would get them their fifth win. So that is a pivotal game on the board. Rock Ridge with a 28-6 lead over Orion, who's also on the board as a red team. So once again, very few red teams so far making strong pushes. Rockford Lutheran, like we just saw, one of those teams. To recap, in case you weren't here, red teams on the board that are playing teams with records better than 4-4 heading into tonight. So they are the underdogs. None of those teams on the board, other than the one that I marked with the W, Hillcrest, are projected into the field right now. So we have 228 teams with 5 wins or more. We're trying to get to 256 with teams with 5 wins or more. We may not get there. And if we don't, that is when that opens the door for 4-win at-large teams. At the bottom of this list down here are a list of schools in blue. They are teams that are playing teams with records below 4-4. So they are the favorites to win their games tonight. All of those teams are projected into the most recent field. So when you're looking at that, you're looking for red teams to fight their way into the field from the top. The blue teams are trying to protect those spots that I already have them in there for. So that's the scenario on the board over here. As we start to get finals, the numbers up at the top, the first one up at the top is the one that we're watching, especially if you're a team that's going to finish 4-5, because the closer that gets to 256, the less chances there are that we're going to need 4-win teams to get to the field. We probably will not solve that tonight. There are too many elements going on Saturday that factor into whether or not we will reach that number. But we might get pretty close to it this evening, and that is what we're trying to watch right now. Along with everything else that's going on right now, there are nearly 200 games going on in the state of Illinois, and almost every one of them affects the playoff picture somehow. So that is what we're watching right now. We're watching some of the games the early starts are heading into the second half, and we'll be starting to get some finals here, probably sometime in the near future would be my guess. And then the work begins, and we'll start talking about how teams are moving up or moving down or moving out or moving in. And that's what we're here for this evening.
Glenbard North with the early lead, 7-3 over Wheaton South. Again, Soucie and I kind of talked about that one a while ago. A bit of a coin toss-up, if you will. But that's another one that I'll keep paying attention to as we go. So I'm curious, like, is your Twitter, like, so I have TweetDeck. I'm doing TweetDeck, and mine's going a million miles a minute. Like, is yours doing the same? Like, I just curious.
Pretty much. I finally, a few months ago, I finally cultivated one of my feeds to just exactly what I was looking for tonight. So I've done good work with that. I'm a big baseball fan, so I have to cultivate all my baseball stuff out. But I'm following about 4 different sites right now where I go to get in distance score updates. So Twitter is one of the places I go. Usually I'm trying to scan 3 different things at the same time. So that's where we're at right now. But all of them seem to have different scores available to me. That's why I got to use so many. But that's where we're at. Just looking for scores, games that are moved along pretty good, or numbers that are surprising me. I haven't seen a whole lot right now that I'm like completely floored by. That will change. It'll happen somewhere. I haven't seen an update on it. Has anyone seen an update on that Grays Lake North score? I'm just curious now, more so than anything else. Here comes my dog. Maybe my dog has an opinion on it. Okay. So,
quick score update for us, Seuss. Burlington Central with a touchdown. Jackson Alcorn to LJ Kerr for a 44-yard score. PAT no good, 14-13 McHenry. 5 minutes left to go in that 1 second quarter. Joe Stevenson coming in. Crystal Lake South still leading Huntley 19-14. 6 minutes to go on that one. Halftime in the Duquesne, Wheaton North 29 over East, St. Charles East 7. Not a surprise there. And then probably one of the later games that we have right now, Maine West 20-0 over Highland Park. We've talked about those.
Yeah, Seuss, Maine West now at the end of the third quarter up 20-0 there. I feel like I missed the boat here while putting together assets for the live stream this week. I feel like I needed to have a Seuss projection banner when we're able to make a new projection every time a game goes final.
Yeah, that would have been something else. But Joliet West and Plainfield South now tied at 7. Amari Ford hauls in a 60-yard touchdown reception for Plainfield South. Joliet West on the fence here at 4-4, need the win. So that's where we're at there. Kankakee is now trailing Crete-Monee 18-14 after a punt return touchdown for Crete-Monee. Maroa leads Athens 28-14 at halftime. So that's an end of the first quarter. IC Catholic 6-0 over Wheaton St. Francis. Wheaton St. Francis just drove to the IC Catholic 2-yard line, but fumbled the ball on a 4th down play. So did not get any points.
Now Scott Schmidt just tweeted out that St. Francis jumped in front 7-6 on a 6-yard touchdown catch by Brady Piper.
Okay.
So, Prairie Ridge having all kinds of trouble with Crystal Lake Central. Crystal Lake Central has been leading that game. Prairie Ridge keeps tying it, and then Central takes the lead back. It's 21-14 Tigers with 6:14 left in the first half. Surprising. That one's surprising to see.
Reed Custer takes a 14-0 lead early over Herscher. The Comets just scored 2 touchdowns in 16 seconds. I'd like to say that I'm surprised.
I'd say that sounds about right. Yeah. That's kind of what they do.
Yeah. Okay, Lockport 14-7 over Andrew. Both of those teams are in the playoffs. Spring Valley Hall has bounced back and now leads Bureau Valley 26-21 at halftime, and a wild one there. They just completed a touchdown pass as time expired in the first half.
Michael Drojak's covering the St. Rita Niles Notre Dame game for Friday Night Drive. St. Rita's up 14-0 in that one, Souce.
Wow, there's a score between two teams that are already easily in the playoffs. It surprises me. Mercer County is up 36-0 over Anawan Wethersfield at halftime. Maybe not surprised that Mercer County is winning the game, but by that margin, mercy.
Well, I missed that. What did you say the score was?
36-0 Mercer County at halftime.
Yeah, didn't see that margin coming.
Naz is now up 21-0 over Bennett in a 4-4 versus 4-4 showdown game. Mendon Unity leads Winchester West Central 22-12 at halftime. That is one that's on the board. Winchester as one of the teams that is in red on the board up there. Barrington has a 14-0 lead in the second quarter. Another 4-4 game at halftime. Morrison leads Erie Prophetstown 13-6. Winner gets in that one.
So, Steve, just kind of a general comment here. When can we start getting some? I mean, obviously games have to finish, but from a time perspective, is there a projection that you would think we're going to start getting some clarity pretty soon within the next hour and a half?
I would say that around 10 o'clock we'll start to see some things that, like, I'm starting to see things that are actually affecting that. So, that's kind of the time, like around 10 or 10:30 is when, like, I'll start going into mode where I'm getting finals and things that are actually will be a lot less speculative. So that's what you have to go through before you can really kind of dig in and find out what's going on. So it's kind of here nor there, because sometimes you'll get these late starts and stuff like that. But basically, that is when we'll be able to start, I think, really start zeroing in on what's going on.
Big one in the Duquesne. Batavia now ties St. Charles North 7-7 with 1:22 left in the half. Tyler Janzi running that in. So again, that will be a back and forth, late fourth quarter, one possession game.
All Sycamore right now in that Sycamore Morris game. It is 20-0 in the second quarter in favor of Sycamore.
And correct me if I'm wrong, off the top of my head, Sycamore is undefeated, yes?
Yes, 8-0 against 7-1 in that one. Let's see, so. Yeah, so that's my most recent updates.
Josh Welge from Oswego, 29-yard field goal attempt is wide. Still no score on that one. Sue's two big turnovers by Morris, interception and a fumble, 14 points off those turnovers.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you from a Duquesne perspective, I'm not seeing anything surprising. I figured North Batavia in particular would be close, if not tied at half.
And I just got some Friday afternoon scores in, so I'm going to start logging in some finals that I have. Most of these are public league scores.
Okay.
Sullivan over Schurz, 28-26. That was a battle of two teams that entered the game with 5 wins. That came out the way that I thought it would. Clark.
And just as a reminder, as we continue to go, Souce will be updating his brackets, live and throughout the night. So if you are a subscriber, in order to see the full bracket, you have to be. So if you haven't already, now would be a really good time. I believe we are running a sale on that for those brackets. But again, if you want to see those brackets, you got to be a subscriber for Souce. Real quickly, Plainfield North 21-0 over Oswego East at half via Josh.
starting to concern myself here because all of these public league scores are going exactly the way I thought so far, which never, ever happens. Plainfield Central up now 20-0 on Joliet Central, one of the blue teams on the board over here. Glenbard East up 27-0 over Bartlett. Not a big surprise there. Crystal Lake Central still up 21-14. Seneca has stretched its lead to 35-0 at halftime. Okay. All right, so a lot of teams have moved into halftime, it appears.
Yeah, now it's starting to slow down a little bit. The Twitter feed's going. I do see though Crete-Monee with a 75-yard touchdown run, now leading Kankakee 25-14, 9:24 on that one.
That's the way I had that one projected.
Yeah, so I was just about to take you there. I mean, no surprise on that one for you?
Not really. I mean, it was one of those that I definitely thought it was going to be a pretty close game, and it's turning out to be a pretty competitive one. But that was the way I was leaning. I really like the way they're playing right now. 14-7 Joliet Catholic over Montini late in the second quarter. Running clock in motion between Bolingbrook and Stagg. That game is now 49-6. Halftime in Central Illinois, a game that is kind of interesting. Morton, who is on the red side of the board right now, 0-0 game with Washington at halftime. Plainfield North up 21-0 over Oswego East. Okay.
And as a reminder for people that are still tuning in and we get closer to half, we are projected anyway to have some of our reporters that are there at certain games checking in via live stream. So we'll be able to talk to them and get a sense of where things are at half. So as those pop up on our screen, we'll hope to bring that to you as well. But in the meantime, again, we'll continue to rattle off some scores here as they come in. As they go. So another one here, Soucie. McHenry 14-13 over Burlington Central at half. So and then real quickly here too, St. Charles North gets a field goal from Hunter Liska, 47 yards out, 10-0 over Batavia. So it should be 10-7 because they scored. So that's 10-7. It should be 10-7 half on that score update. So another one, Hawks is telling us Ottawa 20-3 over Woodstock. And then Lockport here, 14-7 over Andrew. Lockport, of course, the 8A champion from a year ago. Sue's probably no big surprise here. Bolingbrook is really off and running, 49-6. Big punt return for a touchdown. So that game is slowly getting away from us.
My dog has opinions about that.
Is that still Winnie?
She's sitting here behind me. Yeah, Winnie has now tucked herself behind my chair here, so she's probably in for the long haul right now.
Totally fine with us. Plainfield South 14-7 over Joliet West. Rob is out there.
Zeus, I'll pop back on here. Crystal Lake Central now up 28-14 on Prairie Ridge. If Prairie Ridge loses, what does that do to 6A?
Okay, let's go take a look. All right. So then if they were to lose that game, they would tumble down to They would drop to a 5 seed in that scenario with no other surprises in the mist. Grades like North ends up winning, then they would drop to a 6. And that would be about as far as they could drop, because then they would be moving into where the 6-win teams are. So that would be the fall for them if they lost that game. They would go down to a 5 and then move into a different group of opponents for the opening game.
Soucie, I'm gonna cut you real quick here because Eddie is at halftime here covering Sycamore and Morris for us. Eddie, what's happening in your neck of the woods, man?
Yeah, I'm kind of going rogue from the Sycamore coaches box right now. It's the only place I can find a quiet spot here at halftime. So I'm doing this, like I said, rogue style. So yeah, no, it's Sycamore's up 21-0. They are just cruising on offense, running the ball, running hard. 2 Morris turnovers really costly, directly to 14 points for Sycamore, including a red zone turnover. You got to figure Morris was at least going to get 3 points out of it, probably 7, and then it was a 14-point swing. So 21-0, and Sycamore gets the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, well, that was a game, Soucie, that we were really kind of conflicted on. But Eddie, Sycamore really taking care of business. You've liked them all year, and give me a little impression. Like, best they've played all year. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, capitalizing, forcing turnovers and capitalizing off of them. You know, they've done that all year, but doing it against a team obviously of Morris's caliber is really impressive. I mean, yeah, I know I'm definitely all in on the Kool-Aid on this team. I think this is a dramatically improved team from a year ago, and they were pretty good. I mean, obviously last year making the semifinals, but I think this is an even better team. They've added the deep threat with Goucher's been an excellent receiver. In fact, he had a 36-yard game, and also the Morris defense left Addison Peck open, double guarding Goucher, and that led to a 33-yard game for him. And that was right after he dropped the screen, so it was a little bit of redemption for him that led to, I think it was the 3rd Sycamore touchdown right before the half.
All right, Eddie, well, we appreciate you jumping on, man, and enjoy hopefully a good second half, a quick second half.
Yeah.
All right, Jake, I'm going to let you pop
Can you hear us, Chris?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so you got the big one, Batavia, St. Charles North, Duquesne, 10-7 at half. What have you seen?
Honestly, it was kind of slow moving for a while for both teams, scoreless after 1, and then North put in Will Vasky, who was their starter, as you know, at the beginning of the year, and he kind of just came in slinging the ball around and led North down the field and for a touchdown. And then Batavia had real trouble moving the ball. Drew Gerke got injured on one of their first possessions, so he's been pretty much non-existent. It kind of shows offensively for them. But the big thing for Batavia is their stud linebacker, Tyler Jancy, has been in the backfield a lot. And he's I think he had like 15 carries total coming in to the season. He's got 9 carries, and he broke off a 93-yard touchdown run to pull Batavia even, and then North kicked a field goal right before halftime to take the lead.
Well, obviously the Drew Gerke injury is a big development for those that are familiar with the Duquesne. He's been one of the top players all year for them, has had multiple touchdown games. So a big development for Batavia. Their depth is going to be tested there. Second half, what's your gut feeling? One possession game as it's been for the last number of years?
Yeah, I mean, both teams, like I said, had trouble moving the ball a little, and then, North's been able to move it a little bit with Vasky through the air. It seems like, as most teams have tried to do with North, is take away Drew Sturgis, and it's been somewhat effective. North finding ways to get him the ball, but doesn't have a ton of yards in the first half, but they've been able to sling it around to Taramina and Medital through the air, and it's going to be interesting to see how Batavia moves the ball in the second half, I think, without Gerke in there. They've been relying a lot on Jancy and Whitwell in the backfield. I think Bo, their starters, only completed – he's only 2 for 4 passing, so, I mean, they haven't really attempted to throw much without Gerke in there. So
interesting developments. Anything else, Chris, before we sign you off?
No. Looking forward to a good second half. It's I know these games have been one possession pretty much every year the past few years. So I don't anticipate anything different. If I know Piron, even without Gerke, he'll find a way to keep this one interesting. So
that we will. All right, Chris Casey reporting live from Batavia for St. Charles North and that one in the Duquesne. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Take care.
All right, we'll bring Soucie and Kyle back in here. As more halftime scores continue to roll in. I think we already talked about this one. Lockport 14-7 over Andrew. Anything else? Did anything else pop up that you guys saw while Chris and I were talking?
Soucie, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed Randy Whalen, who's covering the game for us between Lockport and Andrew. Lockport is up in that game at halftime 14-7, but Giovanni Zaragoza and Aiden, I'm going to butcher his last name, but both of their running backs out with injuries.
Yeah, that's been a problem for them all year long. They have not been able to keep running backs healthy on the field. Zaragoza has been off and on all year long. Preciado has played sparingly at times too. They're most productive through the air. Their quarterback and tight end combination has been the main cog in their offense when they're effective. But Lockport, when they're at their best, obviously has a nice balanced offense, but they just have not been able to keep running backs healthy all season long. It has been a real problem for them. So finding out that they're struggling through that again is not a huge surprise. They just have not been able to get them fully healthy. Zaragoza has been in and out of the lineup all season long.
Another one, Marty Machezek covering McHenry in Burlington Central. Burlington Central actually had a touchdown before halftime, but missed the extra point. So they trail McHenry 14-13 at half. McHenry starting quarterback Dom Caruso left the game with a left leg injury and replaced by sophomore Kyle Manis in that game. So interesting development there.
Yeah, I'm just going through scores right now. It looks like St. Francis has taken a 14-6 lead now over IC Catholic. So kind of reestablished control of that game right now. What a surprise. Rochester has 42 points in the first half. Haven't seen that before.
That's kind of what the Rockets do.
Hey, guys, can I jump in here? I'll bring Greg Voss in from Nazareth Bennett.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Awesome. Hey,
Gentlemen,
Greg.
good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you fine. I hope you guys can hear me.
You sound great.
Nazareth 28, Bennett nothing. It's been all Nazareth, and it's been all Logan Malachuk. He's completed 13 of 20 passes for well over 100 yards and 3 touchdowns. Bennett not able to get much going. Nazareth had a block punt that led to a touchdown from Justin Taylor, the Wisconsin recruit. Not much more to say beyond that, gentlemen.
Well, Greg, coming into this one, that was something that I was paying attention to. You mentioned Logan. Bennett has really struggled this year. How have they been running the football effectively, or has it kind of been disjointed offensively?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you repeat that?
With Bennett, they've been kind of struggling this year. Just from your vantage point with the eye test, what's been disjointed about their offense, and what's been the struggle for them so far?
Well, the problem has been Nazareth's defense. They just put tons of pressure, on Bennett's quarterback, number 12, and his name escapes me right now. But, they just put so much pressure, and Bennett's not been able to run the ball either. I think they probably have about 50 yards of total offense right now.
So obviously a testament to that Nazareth defense. Greg, anything else to plug here in that second half before we let you go?
I just think that, Bennett gets the ball to start the second half. We'll see if they can get something moving, and, we'll just see what happens here.
Awesome. Greg, thanks so much for all the updates from Bennett Nazareth. We'll catch up with you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
All right. That was Greg Voss tweeting for us over at Bennett Nazareth. Chris. Soucie, is there any, as I'm kind of catching up here, Twitter feed, anything else immediately catching your eye here? I don't believe anyone else is going to be coming in here before the third quarter.
Not really. I just got an update from McHenry leading 14-13 at half of their game with Burlington Central. They just went to half. Here's an interesting score. 6-10 to the half. Bradley Bourbonnais just missed the extra point to trail Lincoln Way East 7-6. That is much closer than I thought that game would be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get to see Lincoln Way East, and they got to see Batavia week 2, but just anecdotally, that does surprise me.
Yeah.
Got another. Oh, we got Hawks here coming here.
Okay.
All right, we'll bring in Brian Hoxie. Hey, Hawks, how's it going? Can you hear us? All right, I think you're muted. How about now? Can you hear us okay? Up, and now he left. So we'll catch up with Brian here in a second once he gets situated, maybe a dead zone out there. But we'll check in with Hawks here soon. Let's see. Prairie Ridge, I believe, trailing 35-21 with just about 51 seconds left in the half. And see, sorry, my Twitter feed is going nuts. This is surprising. I'll touch on this. I know we just talked with Chris Casey out at St. Charles North Batavia, but this is notable, especially for me. Drew Surgis, who I'm sure you've read about and heard about, Soucie, 8 carries for 9 rushing yards. Really surprising. A guy that's been racking up a ton of yards for him. So Batavia's defense obviously doing a number.
Yeah, that's definitely surprising on the surface.
Okay. All right, Hawks. Looks like we got you.
Sorry, hit the wrong button. Technical difficulties, old guy, all that stuff.
Oh, no. It's totally fine. Just kind of give us a sense of what's been going on at your game and the atmosphere.
Okay. Ottawa leads 20-3 over Woodstock at halftime. They've scored on all 3 times they've had the ball. 9, 8, 10 drives. And it's I think a lot of talk, I saw some sweatshirts that said playoffs 2012, which would be the last time Ottawa made the playoffs. So I think people are excited, to have this opportunity. This would be a 5th win for Ottawa, and they've only won 5 games the last 6 years. So pretty exciting. A lot of upbeat people around right now.
For those that might not be super familiar with the Ottawa area, is there a player or two that is just a consistent standout that has been performing well tonight?
Ryder Miller has a couple touchdowns. He's already over 100 yards on 3 carries, and Dylan Quatrano had the other touchdown. Their offensive line of Ottawa is just doing a good job of, pushing them a yard back and letting the runners take the holes. And Woodstock's had the ball, made some progress, but, other than the field goal, just couldn't convert on 3rd down a couple times.
Hawks, what are you looking for in the second half?
Well, I imagine the running game's been going pretty well for Ottawa. I don't see them really going away from that. Obviously, you want to chew up clock and yardage. On the flip side, Woodstock, if that's going to be what Ottawa's got to do, you got to get a turnover here and there, fumbles, interception, something, just to kind of get everything. The momentum is really with Ottawa right now, and Woodstock just needs something to kind of flip the switch a little bit.
Got it. Hawks, anything else before we let you go?
No, just glad it's 60 degrees and not like last week where it was rain and in the 30s. So
I know we can't, Illinois can't make up her mind on what she wants to do, but we'll take the nice weather for at least one more week, right?
Exactly. I think people don't realize how close sports writers pay attention to the weather for sure, especially in Football Fridays.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're checking the weather report around the clock. All right. Brian Hoxie, Thanks so much for joining us on the live stream, and enjoy the second half.
No problem. Take care, guys.
Yep. All right. Brian Hoxie watching Ottawa for us out there. Let's see. See, now games are starting to get back into that in the second half here as my Twitter feed continues to fire up. We got some quick stats here we can throw up on the board here from Joe, who's out at Crystal Lake and Huntley. Just 1 second on that. So pretty evenly matched on this one, Seuss. 295 to 223 total yards. A couple fumble recoveries for Crystal Lake South. And the quarterback, Caden Casemino, doing quite well. He's pretty efficient, 13 to 19, 147 with that. Hayden Jenke, conversely for Huntley, 15 rushes for 118 yards there at the half. Again, Crystal Lake South, 19-14 over Huntley, which we've talked about at length earlier. So with that, a couple quick updates, I guess, for stat-wise, Batavia St. Charles North, as I go back to them. Tyler Janzi, Chris Casey was talking about it. 9 carries, 192 yards. So obviously he's got the hot hand there for Batavia. Ryan Whitwell, their starting running back, seems to be pretty limited, 7 carries for 33 yards. And with that, the only receiving stat of note, Luke Alwyn, 1 catch for 14 yards. But again, that Drew Gerke injury is huge. For those that aren't super familiar with St. Charles North, Batavia in particular, Drew Gerke is arguably in the conversation for one of the top players in the Duquesne Conference. He's had an interesting road. A guy that was one of the few guys to come back with starting experience at wide receiver due to some injuries in depth. He's had to play both ways at defensive back pretty consistently against some of the top wideouts opposite of him, trailing Talon Taylor at Geneva a couple of weeks ago. So whatever the extent of that, injury is, that's going to be huge to monitor, as we close the regular season, but certainly moving forward, because he's done a lot for them. Another quick one, Fenwick 15-6 over St. Ignatius. Our man Melvin tweeting the update on that one.
Providence up 21-0 on St. Lawrence at halftime. One of our blue teams over here, eyes on Providence. Rock Island's taking a 14-0 lead over Quincy. They are one of the red teams up here, so working their way towards possibly fighting their way back into the field. Last week's loss to Geneseo kind of knocked them off track, but still got a shot here, and looks like they're playing pretty well. Lincoln Way East has now extended its lead to 14-6 just before the half over Bradley Bourbonnais. Braden Tisher with a 41-yard touchdown pass right before the break. Let's see. St. Rita up on Niles Notre Dame 14-6 at the break. Our friends from Reed Custer up 38-0 after the first quarter. Not fooling around. Okay. That's about where I'm at right now. Some of the games that started. Oh, here's an interesting one just from the landscape of things down in 1A. Chicago Hope, who kind of plays an eclectic schedule because they have trouble getting games sometimes, are trailing Woodstock North 32-23 late in the first half. That's a situation where Hope would fall from the ranks of the undefeated 8-0 so far this season. But Hope, as far as school size goes, punching a little bit above their weight here in this non-conference game to close the season.
Yeah, I was just popping on to say the same thing, Seuss, that I just noticed that score. Woodstock North giving Chicago Hope a really good game there. Jake, I think I had sent you a video highlight there. You working on getting that set up still, I believe there. Now here it is here. Seuss, I don't know. Jake, can you make that full screen? If I think you come down in the bottom right corner of the video highlight, it's a little easier to see here. Watch this, Seuss. Boom, boom.
Oh, wow.
That is Niles Notre Dame getting a touchdown there to make it 14-6 right behind half. And watch it one more time here. Pretty awesome. Good view from Michael here getting this footage. Popped it up, and then, yeah. That's a pretty wild one.
That is a nice play.
There is an advantage to getting video from back there. I typically try not to go behind the end zone just because I'm usually running up and down sidelines. But, again, right there, a quick early, I guess we could call it a Friday night drive top 10 highlight right there.
Yeah, I love when I'm covering a game from a sideline, walking behind the end zone. Anytime someone is inside the 10-yard line, I'm probably standing behind the end zone just one, it's a cool view if you're trying to get highlights, but it's really nice. Just you can see so much more of the play developing there and have an idea of what teams are looking at or what the defense is looking at least.
Guys, I'm going to be throwing up another highlight here from Alex Kentucky in just a second from his contest.
He's over at Marengo Plano.
Yeah. So a quick score on that one. 17-0 Plano, or Marengo, excuse me, over Plano.
Marengo doing what it needs to do tonight, Souce. Up 17-0 there and punching its way into the 4A field, right?
Yeah, that's once again sitting there on the list of schools in blue. We've heard from a couple of those and now have the update there with Marengo. Marengo doing well. Ottawa doing well. That's another team that we know about. Plainfield Central winning comfortably. Hall has fought its way back. Beardstown winning comfortably. So the blue teams right now, Providence is up 3 touchdowns at halftime. The teams down here in blue, which are 4-4 teams that need to win to get to that 5th victory, but are playing teams with lesser records. So far, that group is doing pretty well. To my knowledge, the only team losing in that group currently by 1 point is Burlington Central. Everyone else that at least I know the score at this point in time is ahead. Mixed bag up in the red. There are a couple of red teams up there. Those are 4-4 teams playing teams with better records tonight. Morton was tied at half. I just saw Chicago Christian is leading Ridgewood 6-0 at halftime. As far as I could tell, the last one recently, Buffalo Grove is down considerably. Havana is down considerably. Illini West is down considerably. Cahokia is down considerably. Joliet West is losing by a touchdown, 21-14. Mater Dei was down 8 points last I saw. McLeansboro Hamilton County is losing by a comfortable margin. Rockford Lutheran was up early. I haven't heard from that in a while. Winchester was losing. Rock Island was up, I believe, 14-0 the last I saw. So a couple of red teams up there making a bid to pull off the upset win, but the large majority of them that are currently trailing.
Hey, Souce, I'm going to put you right on your toes and see how good your trivia is. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, has Plainfield North ever gone 9-0?
In the regular season, no.
In the regular season, no. I'll pass that along to the party that may.
Yep. That is
see, that's how good you are.
This is potentially the first time that they would be able to do that.
So
is now taking a 10-7 lead over Glenbard North, by the way, boys.
So Tom Gippert is at that shootout between Crystal Lake Central and Prairie Ridge for us. I just want to read a couple stats. That game, high-scoring game. Tyler Vasey for Prairie Ridge with 14 carries, 205 yards. Georgia, I'm going to screw up this last name. It's a Greek name. I'm going to do it. George Diomopoulos here with 6 catches, or Dimopoulos. 6 catches, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. The interesting thing here for Crystal Lake Central is Jason Penza here, listed at 10 of 14 for 213 yards and 2 touchdowns. Give a little context on that. Jason Penza was hurt in the season opener, had, I believe, a broken forearm. Missed about 6 or 7 weeks. I apologize if I'm not correct or completely correct on that timeline. I believe he played wide receiver at least last week that I know of. But back under center here, it was a team that Souce, like if you remember, Joe and I talking about Joe Stevenson and I, we had kind of high expectations for him, and then losing a solid quarterback like that in week 1 really hurt. But it kind of gives you that sense of what this offense could have looked like when they're putting up 35 points in the first half against Prairie Ridge.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely showing off what they can do. I'm changing the number up here. I just got a final Maine West 34. Highland Park 6. That was a battle of 4-4 teams. We now have 229 teams that have 5 wins on the season by putting that one up. So that's what I'm doing right there.
Just again, for a reminder for those that have been tuning in and out, you can participate in the conversation. If you're logged in on YouTube, you can drop a comment and we'll flash that up on the screen and try to answer any questions, any other score updates, that sort of thing. You saw Souce right there, with the updates as we go. later in the night, once 9:30, 10 o'clock hits, is when you're going to start wanting to take a look at those brackets. If you're not a subscriber, now would be the time to do so. Get signed up. That way you can take a look at the full bracket moving forward. Quick update from Alex Kantecki at Marengo. Looks like it's a pretty quick answer. Plano, 75-yard touchdowns. Armando Martinez finds Thomas Harding. So now 17-7 Marengo over Plano, 5:51 third quarter. Kyle, while we have a little bit of a lull here, maybe like what stands out as your earliest memory of covering football, or one of your favorite games that you've covered in your career?
You bring that up. And Soucie remember this game, and Joe Aguilar, who's sitting about 10 feet away from me, probably can hear me talking right now. We had talked about this, I believe, last night, the snowstorm of, I believe, Soucie, was it 2015?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
I believe it was the 2015 season. Libertyville came down to face Bradley Bourbonnais in a 7A state semifinal game. And if anyone remembers that 2015 semifinal Saturday, it snowed like absolute craziness that entire afternoon. It was pretty much whiteout conditions down in Bradley for that game. Riley Lees, who went on to play at Northwestern, had a couple long touchdown runs in that game. But it was one of those where I froze my ass off. That's just the best way I can put it. I was just soaked because it was a wet, heavy snow, and it's about the most fun I've ever had on a sideline. So sometimes the weather doesn't really matter when it's a game like that.
There's something about football and snow. Just something about it makes it better. I mean, I agree.
We don't get it very often in at the high school level, which I don't mind that. But
yeah, typically
when you do get it, it does make it kind of feel a little extra special.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I saw Batavia and Bennett in the 7A state semis 2017. That was a lot of snow in that first quarter. A little bit of a scuffle at midfield, actually, before that game started, but really cool pictures from that. Batavia went on to win the state title that year. The other snow game that stands out for me, at least in my career, St. Charles North, the next season against Mount Carmel in that semi. They were able to pull it out in double overtime. When I got there, the field was completely covered in snow, and you're wondering how effective is this game going to be, and it turned into a bit of a barn burner, so that was fun. We got a quick question here, guys, from Kyle Bauer. Thanks so much for joining in here, Kyle. What's the latest on the 2A, 3A cut line? What scores to watch that could impact that number?
Well, right now we're kind of still in a holding pattern, but I think the biggest one was the one that we talked about before. Chicago Christian taking that 6-0 lead over Ridgewood at halftime. Chicago Christian would factor in as a new team into the field and then would push whatever teams are on the bubble between 2 and 3 down one spot if that holds. So that's where we're at right now in regards to that. I think we're sitting on, let me check it to be sure before I say something wrong. The bottom of 2A right now is Durand, Pecatonica, and then Seneca. So two pretty heavy hitters that could potentially move into the 3A classification if some of these small schools continue to rise up and pick off these upset wins to earn themselves a spot in the field. So definitely worth monitoring. Like I said, Durand, Pecatonica right now is the team sitting as the largest 2A school. But if Chicago Christian were to figure out how to win that game over Ridgewood, they would push that team down one into that class and change that bubble spot. So that's the big one right now that at least we have going on in development. And then going the other way, smallest 3A school is Beardstown. Second smallest is St. Joe Ogden. So those are teams that could potentially move up into the 2A field if something were to happen where some small school did not win the games that they needed to win. So that's the situation that we're at right now as far as the 2A bubble.
Soucie, I'm going to jump in here. I got a quick highlight for our group. Batavia taking the lead 14-10 after recovering a muffed punt. I'm trying to see the number. That's Ryan Whitwell. You can tell because he's got the lime green cleats and he's able to run it in from about 12 yards. So big develop, 14-10. Batavia now leading St. Charles North. And again, for that one, St. Charles North wins. outright Duquesne Conference champions, if not three-way tie on that one. So that's a quick update from there. We got another one. Plainfield North going to be 9-0 for the first time in school history. And Kyle also coming back in here. Much appreciated. Been trying to keep an eye on scores. Love the intel and updates you all providing. Well, thanks, Kyle, for making us a part of your night. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we're going to be live streaming for the next 4 or 5 hours. So keep the questions coming and everything else. Looks like we do have Scott Schmidt here. I'm gonna throw Kyle up here real quick, just to stall for some time. Put you on the spot there, Kyle. Sorry.
That's all right. No, you're good. Go ahead and get Scott set up how you need to. Scott, about to check in here, covering the IC Catholic Wheaton St. Francis game for us. So Soucie and I can go ahead and chat, Jake, and let me know when you're ready to talk with Scott here.
Crete has finished off Kankakee, by the way. That is a 25-22 victory for Crete Monee over Kankakee.
So how did you have Crete projected to win that game tonight?
I did have Crete projected to win the game, so that doesn't do any effect to what I had projected before. There are no moves there to talk about. But here's one for you that you might find interesting. Just before the half, Neil May catches a 9-yard touchdown pass for Bradley Bourbonnais, and they are tied with Lincoln Way East at halftime.
Really?
Yep.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Bradley Bourbonnais pick off Lincoln Way East.
It wouldn't be the first time, and they also gave them a dogfight last year too before finally succumbing. So
yeah, there's something about the Boilermakers when they play Lincoln Way East.
Yep.
All right, guys, I think we're ready to throw Scott in here.
Yep.
Hey, Scott, how's it going? Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes, we can. Loud and clear. You got updates for us, IC and St. Francis. What do you got for us?
Yeah, just went to halftime a couple of minutes ago. St. Francis is up 14-12. IC actually scored first, went up 6-0, 22-yard pass. And then Francis scored a pair of touchdowns to go up 14-6 before actually IC scored maybe with about 30 seconds left on a 4-yard run by Denzel Gibson, but they went for 2 and didn't get it. So 14-12 at half.
Perhaps not a surprising score at the half, considering the pedigree of these two teams. What is something that maybe you expected going in that hasn't come to fruition yet or has surprised you?
Well, I would say the big thing is KJ Parker from IC. Obviously, St. Francis is double teaming him, triple teaming at times. He has not caught a pass yet. And obviously, I know he's a big time recruit. They've tried throwing a couple times to him, but I would say that's the big thing. And then St. Francis side, one of their running backs, I think Amari Head is his name.
Yes,
looked like he limped off. Brady Piper came in and he's actually scored both of Francis's touchdowns on a 6-yard catch and then a 10-yard run. So he's obviously been able to step up here. But yeah, I'd say the big story is KJ, who a couple games I've covered this year, I think he's had maybe 6 or 7 total touchdowns in the 2 games I've covered and does not have a catch in the first half. So give
that's a huge
defense.
That's a huge development. I totally agree with you. Real quickly before we sign you off here, I'm not sure how much time you have. What adjustments does either team need to make, loosely, other than obviously getting KJ Parker going if you're IC?
Honestly, as I said, to me, it's been a well-played game. A lot of holdings. It's funny that I don't think you'll see this very often, but actually when it was 14-6, there's an interception return. Francis guy was about to go in, and there was a block in the back at the 1-yard line. So instead of up 21-6, they backed him up. They started at the 11-yard line, followed by 2 holding penalties. So I think it was 1st and 39 from the 40-yard line. So there's been a lot of holdings. I would say 3 or 4 on each side, which has pushed both teams back. But the Francis quarterback, I would probably butcher his name.
We call him Alessio on the podcast. It's fine.
Okay, Alessio. He's good. I mean, I've been very impressed. I think he's 7 of 11, 91 yards. He's run a couple times. Dennis now, Mandela, is 8 of 23. So a couple of those where he spiked the ball there at the end, at kind of at the first half, but for 110 yards. So obviously, IC's having to try to throw to different people, and Francis seems to spread the ball around. I've been very impressed, and obviously with TJ up front, their line is huge. But no, you can't expect. I would say great game. I think looking at it, what Francis has won the last 3 times, which, you know, obviously it says a lot about where their program's at, considering how good IC has been the last how many years. But I guess you can't ask for a better Week 9 game heading into the playoffs.
No, you can't. Yeah, there's a lot of pedigree between those two teams. I've seen Francis a couple of years ago knocking off IC's 33-game winning streak, and that was without Tommy Rittenhouse. And so, yeah, you've seen some good ones here. Well, Scott, anything else just real quickly before we get you off to the third quarter?
Yeah, we got about 3 minutes left. No, honestly, as I said, 2 very good teams. I mean, obviously for quote unquote smaller schools, a heck of a lot of talent here, as you guys know. Some really, really high level football, which is fun. I got to cover York last night, which was another, see them.
Yeah, you've seen some good football the last number of weeks.
Yeah, so I guess on one hand, you could say that the football in Elmhurst is really good here, and at the same time, Francis, what Bob has done with that program in a quick few years has been pretty impressive. So hopefully it should be a great second half.
All right, Scott, thanks so much for all the updates. Continue having fun. And I was going to say stay warm, but it's probably like 70 degrees.
I was going to say it's not too bad. A little windy. As I said, there's been a couple of punts. We had a -2-yard punt into the wind that set up one of the Francis touchdown. But other than that, it's perfect weather out here.
All right, Scott, thanks so much for the time. And we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. Scott Schmid with updates from IC St. Francis. Kyle, no, you're good. I didn't know if you wanted to come back in. I was trying to read you.
No, that's all right. There's actually I'm looking through scores right now. Sure, Soucie was doing the same thing. Genoa Kingston Soucie now taking a 25-21 lead over Stillman Valley through 3 quarters. The other one, of course, McHenry up 21-13 now on Burlington Central. Two very impactful games there.
Yeah, definitely a situation where we're talking about potential seeds moving around if those games finish the way they are right now. So, yeah, I haven't seen a lot that have really earth-shattering me right now, but there are definitely some games out there that are tight right now that could go one way or another that definitely have a potential huge impact on this field. Rock Island has, however, kind of taken control of that game with Quincy. 4-4 Rock Island against 6-2 Quincy in this one. Rock Island obviously needing to have that win. So they look like they're on their way to possibly taking one of those bids that I did not have expected for them in the projection. But for the most part, all of the other teams in red up there are either down or, in a best case scenario, tied in their games. Oh, nope, that's not true. I'm looking at it right now. Marion Catholic currently has a 15-7 lead over Carmel, which is a little bit surprising.
Soucie, I might have missed this in just reading things, but we look like we do have a final. Maine West 34, Highland Park 6.
Yep, I put that one up on the board, changed the number of the 5-win teams because that's what Maine West is, but appreciate it.
We got another good Sangamo Conference game going on down there. So you got Maroa 31, Athens 28 with 11:04 left in the game, according to Derek Paris.
Yeah, that's definitely – I've been noticing that one. That has been a back-and-forth contest so far. So got another final here. Seneca going to 9-0 for the first time since, I believe, 2012. Defeated Dwight 48-0. Somebody just sent me that one. So starting to get a little trickle in of final scores in. I want to say I've probably got 10 to 15 that I've already keyed in. Nothing has really thrown me off so far in terms of a final score. There are some in progress that obviously are going differently than I thought they might. East St. Louis in with a 40-10 win over Desmet Jesuit of St. Louis. Typically a top 10 program in Missouri, so that's a decent enough win for them. Edwardsville was losing to Christian Brothers, who is the consensus top team in Missouri, last I saw, by a comfortable margin. Did you see Cary Grove is down to Hampshire in the fourth quarter?
I did. That is, you don't see that every day.
Yeah.
Gotta mute myself. Cary Grove, no, correct me if I'm wrong, misses the playoffs for the first time since 2003.
I believe that is correct. Or no, maybe 2002. Yeah, it's been a long time. The Trojans lost a ton off that 6A state championship team last year, and they've been really, really devastated by injuries this year. So it's just kind of you put a young team and then injuries on top of that in a tough conference like the FVC. It's just so weird to see. You're just not used to it out of the Trojans, though. So it's that program, though. We'll be right back talking about them, probably in a state quarterfinal, if not further next year. It's just kind of what they do.
I'm getting a text here. Seneca first undefeated season since 2000.
Okay.
If we want to throw that in there.
Yeah.
So thank you to people who are tweeting and texting me these things.
Yes, Soucie, knock on wood. But
we're knocking.
Yeah, we're knocking. I mean, there are not a lot of scores so far that really are surprising me much.
Shush it, Kyle. Oh, trust me, we'll have some. They'll get here. They're coming. I have full faith in it. Boy, Nazareth is just taking it to Bennett right now. I have it at 37-0 now.
Does this St. Ignatius Fenwick game have much of an impact on the field?
They're both in. Fenwick has 5 wins right now. So if Fenwick were to win the game, it would be a seed move.
Okay.
That's the situation right there. Piatone's barely fending off Lyle. It was a game that I thought it's 13-12 at the end of the third quarter. Lyle on the board here is a 4-4 team that needs to win to get in. So still hanging around there. Starting the fourth quarter at Plainfield South. Plainfield South holding off Joliet West right now, 21-14 in that one. Rochelle bouncing back. Okay, late third quarter. They're still down, but down 34-20 to Richmond Burton. So hanging around. Even though that was a game with a undefeated team against a one-loss team, I thought Richmond Burton would handle them pretty easily. Grays Lake North still up 24-7 over Wakanda.
What was the score on that one?
24-7.
Interesting. There was another one that I was just trying to find here again. I think we have a final from Lena Winslow and Forrest, and I lost it, though.
Okay. Got another team on the red side of the board. Lakes now has taken a 24-21 lead over Grays Lake Central. So they're trying to fight their way into the field here. Tight one. Mater Dei and Mount Zion now tied. Another team in the red board.
Got a 28-14 final Lena Winslow over Forreston.
Okay. That one on the board. Okay. All right. What else we got here?
Yeah, guys, I know we already kind of mentioned this, but Josh Wellgood timing in here, talking Nazareth again. He said it on our podcast time and time again. If you're a team, you don't want to see them, and obviously they're proving that here up big against Bennett. But props to Josh. He's been on that one all year.
He definitely has. Dang it, where did that go here? I was looking. We had Jake. Well, here's something kind of fun I want to bring up for a second here as we wait for more scores to come in. We used to like to play a game at the office where we would pitch town names to Soucie, or school names, I'm sorry, to Soucie, and have him identify, because that's one of the quirks with the IHSA database is you sometimes have to pick it by town name, not school name. So like I was just looking up the reason it comes to mind is because I was looking up Prairie Central, which is located in Fairbury, but we used to like to just throw the most obscure tiny schools at Soucie and see if he how often he could do it, and it was pretty sick how often he was correct.
Yeah, I mean, I assume you've been doing. How long have you been doing this, Soucie? You've been doing this for 20 plus years.
This is my 30th anniversary. I realized this the other day.
We need a banner 30th. Just for that. Happy 30th anniversary.
Yeah, this is the year 30 of me doing this.
See, next year when we have your smart board, we're going to be able to put it up in year 31.
There we go.
Final Johnsburg 48, Harvard 12. So Johnsburg punches its way into the playoff field.
Just underline them on the board and change the number to 230. Because of that reason. I just saw it. Punching in a few finals that I'm getting in here.
Prairie Ridge has come back to tie it up at 35 against Crystal Lake Central. Kind of the same thing as last week for PR. PR trailed a lot of that game last week and ended up pulling that out. Final score for you, Soucie, from Ty Reynolds. Dixon 49, Rock Falls 0.
Okay. All right, so still moving around trying to see some things here, but just got a few finals that I just put in, mostly between teams with a wide disparity in their records. Those are the ones that tend to get done quickest. I think Reed Custer already has 50 points, and I'm not kidding about that, by the way, Kyle.
You mean like when you originally said that, I thought you meant playoff points, but now I realize that you mean they have 50 actual points in a football game already.
Yeah.
Are they going to end up on the IHSA all-time list for points in a season?
Depending on how far they go. I mean, if they continue to score at the clip that they're scoring right now, I would think they've got to be close to being around that neighborhood. I think you need like 700 plus to be on that list in the 14-game setting. But they're exercising at a clip of about 50 points a game right now, a little over 50 points a game. So it wouldn't surprise me to find out they're in the neighborhood.
McHenry has opened up a 15-point lead now, 28-13 over Burlington Central. Burlington Central needs that win to punch its way into the field. Not looking good for the Rockets. Yeah, I wonder when I don't think since the FEC went to one division 10 teams, I don't believe they've had a scenario where they didn't have 5 playoff teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually the way that the math works, but there are a couple of conferences this year that in this situation do not have that ability to go. So Andrew and Lockport now tied 14 all with 4:49 to play.
So if you're a team that's going to finish 4-5 with high playoff points, I mean, you're rooting for sorry, Burlington Central, but like if you're a 4-5 team with high playoff points, you're rooting for the Rockets to lose this game, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You want as many 4-4 teams to lose as possible if you're in that situation, because you want as many spots available as there can be. Because like I was talking about before, like if you get somebody off this blue list, that's just an extra spot that wasn't expected in there to make up for whoever comes in off of this red list of teams right now. And it looks like right now, just in early returns, there might be 5 or 6 of them working at a possible win here. And that's not a good number if you're a 4-5 hoping for right now. What you'd need in that situation is you'd need a couple out of the blue. So back and forth. Wow, that's a surprise. I just got a note from someone saying that Alton beat Belleville East. I got to find out if that's true because that would be unexpected. That is a blue team. Okay. Alton beat Althoff. Okay. I wonder if is that final or are they beating them?
I haven't seen anything on that game.
I'm getting it. He's typing to me right now. He's going to tell me.
We got Yorkville, as Josh says, up 7-0 here.
Okay. That is a final score. Althoff defeats Belleville East. So that is one more spot that we were not anticipating. So Belleville East comes off the board. And that's good news for the 4 and 5s, just like we were talking about. So Althoff, excuse me, wrong team. I took the wrong team down. Sorry, Belleville East.
Looks like a nice touchdown run there, Jake. Jake, yeah, I see you down at the bottom. You gotta bring yourself on screen, buddy.
Yeah, I've been staying quiet back here, just trying to load all the highlights I can. Huntley up 20, was that 20-19?
Yeah, 20-19. Huntley picking up that one.
Alex tweeting in also Marengo, 25-7, late fourth quarter, early fourth quarter. I did see end of the third quarter, Batavia 14-10, and they had 3rd and 5 at the North 40. So I'm not sure what happened there, but that'll go down to the wire.
Villa Grove beats Arcola 20-6. That knocks Arcola off the red board. That's one more team that can't get to 5 wins. Okay, go ahead, Jake.
Well, I'm just seeing Rockford Lutheran wins 21-7 and gets to that 5 wins.
Okay, that's a bid stealer right there. So that's a red team that has come through with a win tonight. So that effectively just crosses off the 4 and 4 blue teams. So now we're in the same spot we were before. All right.
See, this is the fun part. We're not even completely to the madness yet, but we're starting to get into that territory where things are starting to get quite fluid.
Yeah, this is when we'll start to see, when these scores start to go final, I'll start to have impacts on exactly what they do. And I'm starting to see a few more. Boy, that Maroa Forsyth Athens game is wild. It's 38-36 with 4 minutes to play. That's going back and forth. All right, so I got Arthur and Argenta. So Arthur beats Argenta Oriana. That's not a big surprise. I'm just punching in some finals that I'm getting in here. Those are starting to come in now from all over the place. And like we've talked before, everything matters in some construct, whether it be for playoff points or for other reasons. So you see those finals start to come in, and they are starting to come in. Got another answer here from another 4 and 4 game. Morrison beats Erie 25-14. Morrison gets in. Erie drops to the 5-loss group.
Couple other quick updates. Yorkville leading Oswego at the end of the third quarter. From Josh. Yeah, Jesus, real quickly, while we have a little bit of a breaking point, for those that have been tuning in or aren't quite up to the speed of what we've been talking about, can you just again give us a refresher on the difference between your blue teams and your red teams and how those relate?
Yeah, so we're looking at the board right now. We've got teams at the top. These are the 27 teams that are playing teams. with a record better than 4-4. Those are 4-4 teams playing teams with a better record. A couple of them have already lost. I'll start to take them off the board when they have lost, because that puts them in the 5-loss group and puts them no longer eligible to get to the 5-win group. So as you can see, we've had one team already tonight, Rockford Lutheran, win out of this group. So they have fought their way into the field. A couple of other ones that are currently leading: Rock Island, Marian Catholic, Lakes, and I believe that's it of that group right now. A few of these do play Saturday, however. So any of those teams that are in red right now are teams that I did not project to make the field. If they win tonight, they will go into the field. So those are the bid stealers, as I like to call them. Down at the bottom, you have a smaller list of schools that are marked in blue. Those are teams that are playing teams with an inferior record. So the teams that are underlined are the ones that have already won. I have erased one team so far this evening because they lost that game. So basically what happened there is we had one team from the top group, one team from the bottom group. So we're in the same place that we were before, which means that there is still hope for 4 and 5 teams with large amounts of playoff points. So that's the breakdown on the board. There's one team in black down there. It is Quincy Notre Dame. They're playing a 4-4 team from out of state, so they qualify under neither of those situations. So just getting some finals in here. I'm trying to keep track of those as they come in. We've got about 200 games tonight, and all of them at least have some effect on how the playoff field is shaped, either whether it be for playoff points or other situations. So right now, the bigger storylines that have happened so far: Rockford Lutheran's victory over Winnebago gets them into the field. Belleville Althoff losing to Alton 17-14. They were a team that I believed would get their 5th win tonight. They did not. So 1-1 on each side of the ledger. So if you're a 4 and 5 that's hoping to get in, you want that number to stay as balanced as possible. Or if you're really lucky, more blues fall out than reds do. So that's that would be the way to go for them. So that's the breakdown of the board. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I'm a 4 and 5 team, what is the kind of general magic number for that playoff points that you talked about? You need a healthy amount of those.
I think to even be in the conversation, I think you're going to need about 48. That is kind of where it's floating right now. The projection has 2 4 and 5 teams in that I project to get to 49 points. But I think there might be a little wiggle there. We'll just have to see how these finals go. But if you're in the low 40s, I don't think you have any chance at all. If you're in the mid 40s, you're going to need some help. If you're in the high 40s, you got a chance.
Got it. So that'll be a situation we continue to develop all night. So for those that are just joining us, thanks so much for joining our Week 9 Friday Night Drive live stream. I almost called it a podcast. We've been going strong. We're going on nearly 3 hours, but we got a lot more football still to talk about. My name is Jake Bartelson. That's obviously a man that needs no introduction, Steve Soucie. Kyle Neighbors has been joining us here periodically throughout the evening. A couple other quick score updates here as we go. We have Dixon 49-0 over Rock Falls. Apparently a final score on that one. Potential upset alert. Genoa Kingston leading 32-28 over Stillman Valley late 4th quarter. And we've talked about this game quite a bit. St. Francis 14-12 over IC Catholic in that 3rd quarter. So interesting developments with games as we're getting closer and closer to 9:30, 9:45 before we start running around. Seneca, here's another one. Seneca 48-0 over Dwight. If you haven't seen that one yet, Seuss.
Yeah, I got that one. I'm moving at Redbud 14, Wood River 12. That was a game that I projected incorrectly, but just moving some seeds on that one. That is not a field shaker. (42-6) Camp Point Central over Hardin Calhoun. Both of those teams are in the field regardless.
Seuss, I'm popping in here because I just noticed that we have a final. Kewanee beats Sterling Newman 10-7. Now Newman had 5 wins, so they fall to 5-4. They're probably going to be in. The interesting thing there I wanted to ask you was that Kewanee that gets them to 4-5. They entered the night at 43 playoff points, trying to figure out quickly if there's any path for them to get up towards that 49 mark.
Well, I actually had a conversation with one of their coaches earlier this week, and he asked me, what happens if we win? Where are we at? And at the time, I figured it out, and I had him at team 257, which is the last team that I think you want to be in that scenario. But they're in the conversation, definitely. They have an opportunity to get themselves very, very close to where that line is, as long as things don't go haywire for them. They're going to be in. There's something to discuss right there. So yeah, they're in the mix now. Originally, that was not a team that I was thinking about, but they're definitely have a chance now that they've gotten that win. They had to have that win, obviously, to get to 4-5, but their point situation is pretty strong.
Soucie, I don't know if you can see there on the bottom. Do you have any quick thoughts, projections on Rich Township for 8A?
Well, I mean, it comes right down to making sure that they get that win, first of all, against Leo tomorrow afternoon. Provided that they get that, I would guesstimate that they're going to be somewhere near the bottom of the 8A field in the 28 to 30 seed range, which would put them against probably one of the undefeated teams in that draw. Depending on how that seed stack comes out and also how the Loyola Mount Carmel game fares. So that's kind of where, they fall. They'll finish 5-4. Their point total is relatively low. It's not as bad as it's been in the past. They got a little bit of help from scheduling a little bit better team from out of state, south of Vigo, that kind of pumped up their points a little bit. But playing in the Southland Conference is a detriment to playoff points in your situation. You see it with Kankakee. The only reason that Creeds is decent is because they seek out strong non-conference opposition. It was one of the storylines early in the year how poorly the Southland Conference performed in the non-conference part of their schedule. They just were not adding up very many wins. So that hurts right now for teams in the Southland Conference in terms of once they're in, they're going to be seated at the bottom of whatever win group that they're in because they just don't have a lot of playoff points.
Quick reminder as we get more and more people jumping in. Thanks so much for tuning in and following along on our live stream. We're going strong. A little bit of a deal here. You can get a full year of access to Friday Night Drive and our full array of products for as little as 77 cents per week. So as we get deeper into the night, we're going to be talking Steve's playoff bracket projections.
Sorry, Seuss is already yawning over there, though.
Yeah, hey, Steve,
I'll be fine.
No yawning.
You're gonna have to lean into the that refrigerator that's housing all the magnets behind you there, and maybe grab a Mountain Dew or something, buddy.
Trust me, I'm loaded. I'll be fine.
I'll pass a monster through the screen. How's that?
It's not even possible for me to feel like I need to sleep right now. That's insane. That is a false warning sign right there.
What do you think, guys? I think they're probably going to start to get pretty crazy here as these finals really start to ramp up here.
Yeah, they're starting to pop in now. I'm starting to go to various sources right now, and I'm seeing finals popping in. So as I get, a lot of them right now are from the early games, but some of them are starting to be 7 o'clock kickoff times that are starting to come in here. So once those really start flying in here, it will definitely make the picture a lot clearer. So I'm going to do a quick check on my numbers.
Steve, as you're doing that, just a quick update for those that are paying attention to the Duquesne Conference. St. Charles North taking a field goal lead over Batavia after Drew Surges catches a touchdown from Will Vasky. For those unfamiliar, if St. Charles North wins tonight, that's the Duquesne Conference title winner outright. if Batavia wins, 3-team share of that conference. So that'll go down to the wire as it typically does all year. For those that are jumping in, again, you can leave comments as we go. Questions for Steve. We'll be weaving these in. It'll probably become a little bit more prominent as we see more and more finals. But just make sure you're signed into YouTube so that way we can see those comments and then put them up on the screen.
Soucie, here's certainly one that's going to mess with the projection a little bit. Genoa Kingston 32-28 final over Stillman Valley.
Yep, that sure does. It'll move Genoa Kingston up into the 7-win group. I had them obviously in the 6-win group, and Stillman Valley drops from the ranks of the undefeated. They will move from the 9 to the 8. That's definitely going to have an interesting little wrinkle effect on that 3A bracket.
McHenry still with a 2-touchdown lead with only 4 minutes left there. Looking like Burlington Central not going to be able to get that 5th win.
Yeah, that sometimes happens. Sometimes you get that team that gets after it. So Stillman Valley cost them. Let's see how badly that's going to cost them. All right, so Stillman's going to drop down to – they beat Byron head-to-head, so that's going to move them there. It's really not going to drop them that far seed-wise. It's going to drop them, looks like, down to a 4. But if Wheaton St. Francis beats IC Catholic, that's going to make somebody unhappy. That's going to move the bracket around in a way that so Spring Valley Hall has lost, according to my information that I just received. So that is another team from the blue group that has lost.
Hold on, wait. Who did Spring Valley Hall play?
They played Bureau Valley.
Gotta double check. I swear I saw they were up.
I just got that from a really good source on that. So,
I mean, Kevin, I think that. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm flipping this around in my head as I'm doing too many things here. Who did you say won that game?
Bureau Valley.
No, Kevin Klum, covering that game for us, says Hall beats Bureau Valley 44-34.
Okay, so then my guy is wrong. Then I better tell him that. Okay. There it is. Yep, all wins. So put them back on the board. Sorry, Hall.
Trying to get rid of the Red Devils too quickly there, Soucie.
Well, they're a geography nightmare in 4A. We were talking about this earlier. So Okay, so Hall is in now. And that puts that up here. 233. Okay.
You can see some people that have been out watching football now jumping into the YouTube chat as the finals start to come in here quicker. I'm expecting Jake. I know you went back and watched Soucie's live stream last week when he was doing it by himself. Probably going to get pretty crazy here in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yes, no, I've been enjoying just seeing the comments kind of fly in as we go, and trying to keep an eye on what that Batavia St. Charles North final is doing, because Batavia was back deep in their own territory, and now they're driving with like 3 minutes left. So I'm watching that Twitter feed like a hawk. But yeah, they're starting to fly in for sure. Soucie doing okay over there?
Yeah, I'm just right now. I'm starting to go into final score mode, so I'm moving into my document now, and that's where I'll be. So if questions come up, best way to have me answer them, I won't be reading the comments off the screen. So just
I'll
read those out.
You.
I'll read those out to me, and I'll do the best I can to answer as I go along here. So because I'm starting to feed finals into my sheet right now. So. But and if I see interesting finals that are coming in, I'll be sure to let you all know.
I'm paying attention here. Bill Welt, sports reporter for the State Journal Register, is covering that Nokomis Dupo game. Zeus, Nokomis just took a 30-28 lead there with a minute 38 left. That is a matchup of 2 4-4 teams.
Correct. Richmond Burton finishing off that Rochelle game. 41-20 is your final in that one. So Richmond Burton will finish undefeated. Rochelle's second loss of the season. What's going on at Plano Marengo game? You got any idea?
You know, Suze, I just saw that flag across my screen here. It looks like Marengo 32-7. 43 seconds left, fourth quarter.
Okay. Must have been an earlier tweet that I saw. Okay, Buffalo Grove lost 49-6 to Hersey. But Buffalo Grove is still in the mix. Even though they are 4-5, they are one of the few teams in the state that is already over 50 points in playoff points. So they would be probably the leader in that total.
Plainfield North beat Oswego East 35-0.
Okay. 9-0 for the first time in school history, as we learned earlier. Oswego East still in the playoffs. They finished 5-4 on the season. Okay, Ottawa Marquette, a 40-7 winner over Sherrard. They finish 8-1.
Suze, I got something. Woodstock North 40, Chicago Hope 39, 2 minutes left in the third.
Okay.
We talked earlier on that.
All right.
Got a final with Ottawa beating Woodstock 34-9. So Ottawa playoff bound, Zeus.
Yeah, so for those of you just joining in, again, keep up with the comments as we go. We're monitoring Twitter as fast as we can, but if there's a score update or a question for Zeus as he gets deeper into his brackets, what is a certain loss mean for whatever team you're looking for? He is your resource. He is your guy, and we'll read those off as they come in. So thanks so much for making us a part of your nights and following along. We're really just kind of getting started. We got a long way to go. We got another 3-4 hours. So keep the comments coming, and we really enjoy all the interaction so far.
What's that Ottawa final?
34-9.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got a 34-9 final on that. Winnie's making her comments known about that too.
Yep. The neighbors are talking. I got the window open here, so.
Yeah. For those that are following along, a big Duquesne Conference battle, Batavia He's got 1st and 10 in the red zone. 54 seconds left. They're down. Big Ryan Bell completion to Luke Alwyn on 3rd and 17 for 25 yards. So that's going down to the wire. Soucie, another final. McHenry, 28. Burlington Central, 13.
Yep. So that ends Burlington Central's hopes of getting to 5 wins, and another blue team falls off the board. So, yeah, that's what you think.
Glenbar North 14-10 over Wheaton South. And I'm not super surprised by that score. Duquesne conference-wise. Soucie, I know you're kind of going through things, but anything just right off the cuff that's surprising at this hour as more people are starting to tune in and get a sense of what's been happening? Anything off cuff?
Well, I think for the most part, right now we've had a couple of blue teams already fall off the board, and that's surprising. I mean, usually you might get, 1 or 2 for the entire weekend. Usually those teams at 4-4, they're playing teams with lesser records, rarely lose. Maybe you might get 1, maybe 2. We've already got 2 so far this evening with quite a few still out. So that's opening up some things, some possibility options for those 4 and 5 teams. But like I said before, there are still some of those teams out there in the red board, teams that were playing teams with better records. We already have 1 that has an official win in the books, and 4 or 5 others that are trying to punch their way in. So right now we're kind of in a pocket right now where we're trying to find out which one of these groups is going to win out. Are we going to get an even break on it? Is one group going to, cash out the other one? So right now we're still kind of holding real firm on what I was saying before, that we still have eyes on getting a few 4 and 5 teams in the field. It hasn't broke one way or another yet. It might not break one way or another. It might just stay, right around the number that we have right now. So my dog is getting way too excited right now for no reason that I'm aware of. So
and correct me if I'm wrong, some of the Saturday games too still affect that as well. So even as we depart here Friday night, there's still more pieces to fall, so to speak.
Right. Absolutely. There's definitely some things right now that come into effect. So so we're going to go, there's definitely some things that are going to take care of things, but I got to take a break here right now for 1 second. I'll be right back.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
This is the joy of live streaming there. I sit back down and look over. I just see Winnie attacking a Winnie attacking Soucie there.
Yeah. So
trying to look through here and see if I can find a final or an update. I saw Lockport and Andrew were in double overtime.
I did see that too.
Yeah, Prairie Ridge now up 56-49 on Crystal Lake Central. An incredible game there. Tyler Vasey, seeing Tom Gippert tweet that out, has 385 yards rushing. He had over 300 yards last week. An incredible season there for Tyler Vasey. We got a final also now seeing it here. Naz beats Bennett 37-7.
Hey, Soucie, real quick, while we have a quick stopping point, I had somebody in my mentions maybe double check an Althoff Alton score. The person seems to believe he heard Althoff loss, but they're disputing that.
Okay.
So we'll get an update on that. Thank you, Kevin. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for the Chris Casey tweet to drop here because Batavia was facing 3rd and 10, and they're down by 3. They were in field goal range. So, I mean, that's huge. Here we go. North takes timeout. Batavia lines up for game-tying field goal. 32 seconds left. So that will be the game. We'll wait on that one.
You got a comment in here from Weather on the Go. Lyle beats Piatone 20-13. Seuss, I haven't seen that myself on Twitter anywhere yet, but
I haven't either.
Winnie's very excited about Lyle.
That one's Tucker, actually.
Oh, that's Tucker. Tucker's the Lyle Lion
fault.
fan.
Yeah. I just got that verified from somewhere else. That is correct. Lyle beat Piatone 20-13. So that is a bid stealer. Lyle is in the field.
Oh, there we go. A double overtime win. Andrew 27, Lockport 20. Oh, I'm sorry. Andrew 28, Lockport 27.
Wow.
That will change some things in the 8A draw for Lockport, Seuss.
That'll jump. Yeah, that'll jumble.
Lockport was in the low 20s. They'll fall to 27 or 28 off the top of my head right now.
Tinley Park 7A. I'm sorry, not Tinley Park. Andrew.
Andrew is a 7A school.
Yeah, 7A school.
Yeah, that sounded right to me. Again, as we have a little bit of a lull here for those that are just tuning in, if you have comments, questions for Steve as he is diving into his brackets, the best way to do that, log into YouTube and drop a comment. We'll get to it when we can. Also, jump into my mentions at Jake Bartelson. Steve's, I'm assuming your mentions are going nuts and it'd be difficult for you. So, maybe if you have something on Twitter, if you're following on Twitter, jump in my mentions and I'll be able to relay that to Soucie here. Kyle, you're getting close on getting ready for deadlines here.
Yeah,
for print.
I'm gonna jump off here pretty soon. I'll let you guys handle it. Jimmy's already on top of things behind the scenes, helping you guys keep up with scores. So, we got a final here of Marist beating Brother Rice 34-16. There's another Catholic League final I was trying to find here. Yeah, Michael Droljack covering that game for us between St. Rita and Niles Notre Dame. St. Rita winning that game 30-6. So St. Rita finishing its season 7-2 and winning the green title in that giant CCL ESCC.
Hey, can you say that 5 times fast, please?
That acronym kills me every time.
I can't. Real quick, guys, I'm going to jump in here because I'm paying attention to it. Alec Kroom, game tying 38-yard field goal, 27 seconds left. So, barring something unforeseen, we might be looking at overtime for the second year in a row for St. Charles North Batavia. So I'll continue to watch that as we go. But obviously a pretty big game in the Duquesne.
We got a 34-7 win for Barrington over Fremd.
Yeah, I was just going to bring you right there.
Yeah, which means Barrington at 4-5. If 4 win teams do get in the field, they will be in pretty good shape to snag one of those.
And that would be an 8A, correct?
Yes. 8A could we already got Lockport falling down the bracket a little bit. Lincoln Way East is down 21-14 to Bradley Bourbonnais in the second half here, Seuss.
Wow, that is, I got to be honest, that is shocking to me. I've seen both of those teams live, and I know they have a little bit of a history of giving Lincoln Way East a run, but yeah, that's really surprising to me.
So you any major changes to the 4A field yet?
Nothing as of yet. The one thing that I need to get confirmed is I need to find out whether or not that Althoff situation is correct, because that would be step one in moving teams down into 3A. So that's something that I need to get verified.
I'll work on that too.
Okay.
In another tab. Let's see another one quick here. Washington, Morton.
Soucie, you want a couple FVC finals?
Yes, I'll take them.
All right. You got Huntley, a 27-19 winner over Crystal Lake South.
Okay.
And then you got Jacobs, a 37-7 winner over Dundee Crown.
What was the Huntley score? What was the Huntley score? What was the Huntley score again? Right?
20. What did I say? Now I got to find Joe's. 27-19 Huntley.
Yeah.
We have a 7A final for you. I don't know if I missed it. Marist 34 over Brother Rice, 34-16.
Okay.
And St. Charles North Batavia is going to overtime for the second year in a row.
That's that would be a fun one to be at right now for that overtime.
Oh gosh, yeah, the crowd's probably besides itself, going nuts. I don't know why. I mean, so I've been doing this for 5 years full time, and I've been to every single regular season finale except obviously this year, and it's gone down to a final possession, one possession game, overtime, or a touchdown with a minute left. Without fail, the last 5 years.
Week 9, man. It just teams just kind of fall into it sometimes. You know what I mean? Like throw it all out the window. Looking here, Plainfield South 28-26 over Joliet West with 10-19 left in that one.
I just found a resource that told me that Althoff did win that game over Alton. I'm checking. I'm trying to get a third source now to confirm that my original source was wrong.
I just had somebody Alton Athletics Twitter account, final from Alton. Redbirds suffer a tough homecoming loss to Althoff 17-14.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Weather on the go here, chiming in, Seuss, with some of that will definitely interest you. Mount Vernon upsets Mount Carmel 34-33 in overtime.
Yeah, that's another undefeated that loses. We've had a few of those tonight that have fallen, but that one wasn't expecting that. So I made a lot of bluster about Mount Vernon not getting to 5 wins, and they did it anyway. So congratulations.
In a huge way.
So congratulations to them. They have had a fascinating season. They forfeited 2 games earlier in the year to use of an ineligible program. That's a team that has struggled for several years to even get into the 2-3 win category. So a really good year for them, considering not only did they win tonight, but 2 of the wins that they had gotten earlier had been taken off the board. So technically, almost could have been a 7-2 team with a win over an undefeated team in the record. So nice turnaround year for them. And keeps them away from a 1 seed, which I'm sure they appreciate as well.
We got a nope. Oh, I lost it there. What are we looking at here? We got a 28-7 final, Canelan over LaSalle Peru, Seuss.
Okay.
Jake, have you seen Canelan this year?
I haven't seen Canelan this year, but obviously I kind of see their stats from afar and whatever. And the one thing that I can tell you just anecdotally, their defense has been playing better of late. They've been pretty standout. Offensively, Troyer Carlson has been their starter since freshman year, and he's been pretty impressive. So from what I remember, even too, we were talking earlier in the week, that result doesn't seem too surprising. I mean, to the peanut gallery, I would say no, right?
No, I don't think so. I was expecting Canelan to win that game tonight.
Yeah. Let's see. Did we talk about this? IC Catholic 18-14 over St. Francis, early 4th.
Okay.
So that'll be down to the wire as expected. Seuss, I'm not sure if this affects your brackets or anything. Wheaton Academy 24 over Aurora Christian 3.
That's a final.
Final.
That does not. That's the way I had it projected.
Okay.
got.
Guys, another final here from Josh. Yorkville beating Oswego 17-0. It's their 5th shutout for that defense. Yorkville, 8 regular season wins for the first time since 1999. So congratulations to the Foxes out in Yorkville. Batavia North in overtime. Batavia elected to go to defense first. I'm not overly surprised by that.
Providence pulling away in its contest. Souce, what are some of the big ones right now that you're really waiting to see?
Chicago Christian Ridgewood, Morton and Washington, Lakes and Grays Lake Central.
Believe we have a Larry Larson had chimed in here. Larry saying Washington defeats Morton at 7-0.
Okay.
St. Charles North touchdown, 10-yard touchdown run by Will Vasky. So Batavia gets a chance now.
How do you feel? You said Batavia elected to go on defense first. If you're a coach, would you do that? Would you go on defense first in overtime?
We talked about this a little bit on our podcast a couple weeks ago with Josh, and I think it really depends on the energy of your sideline and how the game has progressed. Typically, I would argue that Batavia's defense is their strong suit. I'm not surprised the faith was placed there first, but obviously North able to take advantage. But I wouldn't second guess that decision in a vacuum, particularly if they've been struggling to score for the majority of the game.
Yeah, I get that. I always tend to want to be aggressive, so give me the ball, I guess, is what I would say in most situations.
Well, yeah, and then
I'd rather put the pressure on the other team. Like, I'd rather score and then make them feel like they have to answer.
Right. Well, and that's it's kind of a scenario that's popped up in the last couple of years, particularly with that one. St. Charles North able to tie it late in the fourth quarter last year. And instead of going on offense, they went for defense and it backfired. So yeah, those situations pop up. I think it really just depends on the feel. I mean, do you trust your quarterback to make a play like that? So
yeah.
Let's see. Did we talk Morton falling to Washington 7-0?
Yeah, I think we got that one.
Okay, we did.
Yeah.
Dupo wins 36-30 over Nokomis. That was a 4-4 game.
How about that final? 63-33. Sterling.
Sterling's playing really well. I believe they took the loss last week to Moline, right, Souce?
Yes.
I'd say that, yeah. But it's still playing pretty well. All right. Actually, as we get in here, guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump off for now. Start worrying about our print deadline as this stuff starts to come in. Jimmy, I know you're behind the scenes there. If you just help these guys out, tracking down scores like you've been doing, really appreciate it. I'll be back on a little later, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Kyle. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. See you guys in a bit.
All righty. So as we get more scores coming in again, more and more people are joining in. Thanks so much for making us a part of your night. You're watching the Friday Night Drive Week 9 podcast or live stream. I keep calling it a podcast. For those that are new jumping in, you can sign into YouTube and leave comments. And that'll be the best way, or get in my Twitter mentions at Jake Bartelson. Steve's going to be having his nose in his brackets. So as more and more finals come in, we're going to be talking about implications for his brackets. So that would be really helpful. And I will try to keep an eye on both my Twitter mentions and everything else. Souce, we got a question here. Do we think Morris will slide into the 4A South bracket?
Right now, that really comes down to actually who's in that field, and nothing has changed. We had a conversation about this before. in regards to how the IHSA decides to split Spring Valley Hall and Morris, because they're team number 16 and team number 17 in a north-south type of bracket. So which one goes north and which one goes south, you can fit a sheet of paper between the distance between those two schools on a north-south line. So it's really going to come down to how the IHSA interprets which one of those two schools is north and south, as long as the construction of the 32 teams that I have in that field stays the same. Now, what could happen hypothetically and change it all would be Macomb would get pushed into the 3A bracket and a northern team took their place in the 4A bracket, then that would push both of those teams south. Right now, I only have one of them going south. So that's really what it comes down to. That is quite possibly the biggest geographic question that the current bracket has to answer. Which one goes north and which one goes south in 4A based on the 32 teams that I have in that situation.
Got a quick update here. Batavia St. Charles North. Ryan Bowe scoring from 5 yards out. End of the first overtime, game tied at 24. So going to double overtime for the second consecutive year on that one. Let's see. Another final here. Baroa 38 over Athens. 36. Athens. Is it Athens or Athens? I don't.
It's Athens.
It is Athens. All right. My gut feeling was right on that. Okay.
Yep.
Athens.
And that was 38-36, you said, Jake?
That's correct. That's correct. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, and more and more again as people sign on. Soucie is going to be live updating his brackets. The best way to get the full bracket is if you are a subscriber to Friday Night Drive. Without it, you won't be able to see the full picture. So right now we're running a sale, 77 cents per week. Subscribe as you see the link down there, and that way you can jump in on all of that. Steve will be updating these religiously throughout tonight. Again, also just a quick side note, there are still going to be some questions that are left unanswered, even if we sign off here tonight at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's still going to be a fair number of finals on Saturday that still will affect certain areas of different brackets. So just kind of keep that in mind as we go.
Well, that's a nice win for Sycamore. Just seeing that went final 28-0, a shutout of Morris. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought that Sycamore could win that game, but I would not have thought they would have shut out Morris. Very nice win.
Here, Suze, this is of note. Bradley Bourbonnais tied Lincoln Way East less than a minute.
Okay.
And I know I've been talking a lot about that Batavia game. Batavia just took the lead on a 6-yard touchdown run as they elected to go offense that next overtime. So North will get a shot here. Another final here, Joliet Catholic 52 over Montini, 52-20. Carlisle 45-38 over Reed Hill or Red Hill, sorry.
What was that final again, Jake?
45-38 Carlisle over Red Hill.
Okay. Small upset. Affect seeds, though. So Rolling Meadows is off the board. They lost.
So Kevin, if you're following along in this live stream, I know you're in my mentions. Help me out a little bit, just with all the acronyms. SHG to 3A. Can you help me out on those acronyms, or Highland to 5A, so that way I can just relay to Soucie?
That's Sacred Heart Griffin that he's
Sacred Heart.
about.
Thank you. It popped mad. Yeah. So Soucie, what is more likely, Sacred Heart Griffin to 3A or Highland to 5A?
I would say right now that that's still kind of a toss-up, but I would guess that Highland more likely is a 5A squad rather than SHG being a 3A. But it's still very close. That's something that we still need some finals to get in that situation before we know for sure what we're looking at. I still think that there's one element to this, all of that talk about Sacred Heart Griffin in 3A that literally will not be decided until tomorrow because there's a public league game being played at 10 o'clock in the morning between 2, 4, and 4 teams. One is a 1A, one is a 4A. I have the 1A projected as winning the game. If the 4A does win that game, it pushes out the 1A and moves the line on 3, 2, and 1 as to who the biggest school would be. So there will still be an X factor with Sacred Heart Griffin unless there's a ton of movement and they get there tonight. And I don't think that's going to happen based on the finals that we've already received. So the mid-suburban scores are all in. All right, now we're going to go to the north suburban scores.
Soucie, as you're ad-libbing just real quick, St. Charles North scoring a touchdown. They're going for 2, which would be for the win, double overtime. So I am completely paying attention to that right now.
Okay, I got you.
A couple other score updates here from the Three Rivers Conference. Saint beat 39 over Mendota. Morrison over, am I reading this right? No, okay, I got you. Saint beat 39 over Mendota. Oh, there's a lot. I'm sorry. I'm going to actually pull this off. I apologize. We got another one. Olympia beat Porta 47-6.
Wakanda falls from the ranks of the undefeated. They lose to Grays Lake North 31-13 tonight. That's a bit surprising. Plainfield Central punches their ticket. They win 48-0 over Joliet Central tonight. They were one of our blue group teams that was playing a team with a lower record. So 48-0 for them. Okay.
And again, as we have some lulls of silence from time to time, for those just joining in, we're seeing more and more people tune in. Leave your comments in terms of bracket projections, what certain losses or wins mean for Soucie, and I will relay those as they come to him because he's going to be nose down deep into his brackets. Soucie won for you. Guilford 14 over Belvedere North, 14-7.
That will make a seed change. That's a win for Guilford there, and that'll move them up. It's going to drop Belvedere North down. Originally, they were kind of in the hunt for a very high seed, but that's going to drop them into the 2-loss group and knock them out of contention for that.
Another one here, Soucie. Lena Winslow 28-14 over Forreston.
Okay. Parties 49-0 winner there. Larkin wins 55-6 over West Chicago. Just working my way through some Chicagoland scores that I'm getting in now. Nothing really upsetting the apple cart. Got any update on that overtime play there, Jake?
I do, yeah. Oh my goodness. So double overtime. St. Charles North scores a touchdown. They're going for 2. Drew Surges, their all-world running back, gets stuffed out of the Wildcat. And so, hold on. Did I misread all of this? Hold on. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm reading. Drew Surges kept out a Wildcat. Oh, got it. He keeps it into the Wildcat. He gets the 2-point conversion. St. Charles North wins. They're outright conference champions. My mind was all jumbled. Wow, huge win for them. 32-31 final over Batavia. First win over Batavia since 2017. Congratulations to St. Charles North. Huge win for them. Soucie, I got a question on the screen here from our man Zane Bando. How you doing, Zane? If Downers Grove North finishes 7-2, what seed are we looking at here for 7A?
Okay, let's take a look real quick. In the 11 to 14 variety, I think closer to 11. I would say 11-12, somewhere in that neighborhood seems to be a pretty good guess. You're kind of in a point battle with St. Rita if you both end up finishing 7-2. So that goes back and forth. It kind of depended on actually the results on the rest of your schedule. But prior to this week, I had Downers Grove North winning that battle by 1 point. I haven't dug into opponent schedules yet to make sure that that is held up. But I would say 11-12, somewhere in that neighborhood is probably what we're looking at. Seen any updates on the IC Catholic Wheaton St. Francis game? I'm just curious.
I was just about to go there here. Might have to transition over my iPad for that. Couple others finals for you here. Here we go. Thank you. IC Catholic 25-14 over St. Francis. I'm not sure if that's a final, though.
Okay, I'm going to wait then.
I'll double check on that.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, we're getting confirmation from our man, Jimmy. Jimmy, thank you. That is a final. IC Catholic wins 25-14.
Okay.
So that's the first win for IC Catholic over St. Francis in 2 or 3 years. Yeah, you don't see him behind the scenes, but we do have our man, Jimmy. He's helping us watch scores and help things run smoothly. So you might not see his face, but he's been working hard with us all night long. So we want to thank our man, Jimmy, for helping us along here.
Okay. Just trying to piece together some more of these Chicagoland scores before I move on to another venue to try to get situations. I'll send the score hunters among you out for this one. I don't have it yet, and I think it'll be hard to find. UIC Prep at ITW Spear in the Public League. I don't think that'll be easy to find, but you guys have surprised me before. Do your worst.
I got a highlight here I'll show from that Batavia North final. Drew Surges able to run it in. Sorry. Real quick. It's the game winner. St. Charles North wins. Suze, we got a question. Who won the Nokomis versus Dupo game? Do you remember off cuff?
Yeah, Dupo did win that game. So that's just from the projection. That is a field swap. I had Nokomis winning that game. Both are 1A teams. So Dupo will simply take Nokomis's place in the 1A draw later on this evening when I get to that point. So that's a clear swap. So that works out that way.
We're seeing more and more people jump in. Again, thanks so much for tuning in as you guys are coming home, whether you're in the car from your games or you've been home for a while. Grab a cup of coffee and sit with us and talk football. We've been going on for 3.5 hours, and I think we have another 3.5 hours in us to go. If you haven't already, make sure you consider subscribing to Friday Night Drive. That way you'll get our full array of game stories, podcasts, analysis, and of course, the big draw you can't get anywhere else, Steve Sousie's playoff projections. The only way to see those full projections is by being a subscriber. So that will just encourage you to do that. Where do we see Geneva? So we're talking obviously Class 7A for that. Would now be a good time to talk about that, Suze?
Well, I mean, right now, I think the first thing that you have to discuss is that Geneva is kind of teetering between 6 and 7A. So there's a possibility that they could end up in either one of those two classes. So it's tough to kind of get a read on exactly like where they might be until we're sure what class they're in. And that might be something that comes down right to the wire in regards to, upset specials and all these other things that we'll have going on between here and there. So still not a real clear picture on what's going on with Geneva. So we have to figure that out moving forward. So
for those, I'll talk in Geneva because obviously they're in my coverage area. They are vying for their second consecutive playoff bid. With the win, they'd get their 6th win over Lake Park tonight. If they did, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But if anybody has a final from that Geneva game, that would be helpful. I know going in, they weren't able to run the football the last couple of weeks. It's been tough, but they should be able to sneak in there. And like as Sue said, whether it's 6A or 7A, it's still to be determined. A couple others here for you, Seuss. Moline over Geneseo, 42-13. And Rockford Guilford, 14-7 over Belvedere North. Oh, thank you. Okay, Geneva wins 28-21. Actually, a closer finish than I would have thought. But okay, so Geneva gets that 6th win. Okay. I just say Score Zone has Noble up 34-8 in the 4th a few minutes ago, says Ben. I'm seeing more and more people jump in. And so again, I'm repeating myself, but if you have a question for Steve in terms of playoff projections, where a certain team might fall in certain brackets, drop a comment in here or get in my Twitter mentions at Jake Bartelson. It'll just help kind of keep things a little bit cleaner as we get deeper into the night, because Steve's going to be keeping his nose in his brackets, and then that way I can kind of relay over to him. Another final, it looks like for us, Kenwood beating Phillips. That's a public league final there, 14-12. There's Steve for you.
That's an interesting result. That's the way I had it projected, but I wasn't sure I was right. So 14-12 win there for Kenwood. That's going to keep Phillips down on the bottom half of the 4A draw, which makes them a rough opening round draw. I think you were there, we were there together, Jake, that for the early game in the season with Batavia and Phillips. It looked like they had some talent, but it looked very young and inexperienced, at least to my untrained eye in that situation. So I'm not surprised they've pieced it back together a little bit.
Yeah, and that seemed to be kind of, I mean, just even remember talking to their coach post-game. I mean, that was kind of the thought. And, I mean, they really had a tough draw. I mean, they had Batavia to open the year, and then, if I'm not mistaken, I think they win Mount Carmel week 2. So right off the bat, that's tough here. Seuss, what team is the most nervous right now?
I think it's got to be the teams that are sitting there that I think are going to be in the field as 4 and 5 teams right now. Are they going to be able to stay there? Buffalo Grove, I think, would be pretty high on that list. A lot of playoff points, but if we don't need 4 and 5s, they won't be in the field. So I think that would be the team that I would say is that's probably watching these scores with the most interest in regards to whether or not they actually get into the playoffs. There are others, but they're farther off the line. So right now it's looking like we're pretty close to holding there. I've got 2 official scores of teams that were playing teams with better records than them as winning that I have official finals on. I have a couple others where they were winning before, and I have just one that has not won from the blue section. So that's 2-1, and if that gap gets to +3 on the red side, then we're probably looking at a situation where the 4 and 5 teams hoping to get into the playoff field are not going to have that happen. So that's kind of the thumb mark of looking at how we're going to get to that point. So like I said, we've had a little bit of action on both sides. It's been a relatively quiet evening so far. I haven't seen a lot that leads me to believe that we're going to have, issues here. So there are some factors tomorrow on Saturday, ultimately, that will play into this as well. But right now, pretty calm in regards to teams being upset or losing their way out of this situation. We've had a few more of these that are final now that I'm aware of. Marengo was a winner, so they go through. But there are a few more out there that I know Olympia won as well. Rich is tomorrow. So,
Soucie, real quickly, Lincoln Way East defeating Bradley Bourbonnais 28-21.
Okay.
For that.
Did that go into overtime out of curiosity? Did it say?
Not sure. I'd have to double check on that one. Also, real quickly before I forget, Jimmy, and talking about UIC prep, going back to that, they're leading 34-8 late in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Soucie, is now a good time maybe to go ISO on you and again explain kind of what your red and blue means and how your board is developing over time?
Yeah, we can talk about that a little. Yeah. Basically what we're looking at here, and I hope I got a good view on that for you. We're basically looking at the board right now. The top half of that board is teams that are marked in red. That was those are 4 and 4 teams that were playing a team with a better record than them heading into this evening. So all of those teams listed, excluding Hillcrest, who I had projected to win their game this week, were teams that basically needed to upset their way into the field. They were teams that I did not project into the field. Teams that have done that so far with official finals are Rockford Lutheran and Lisle. So those 2 teams, we need to create spots for them in the field. Below that, we've got teams in blue. Those were teams that came into the night with a 4 and 4 record, and we're playing teams with a lesser record. Those that you see that have been underlined, those are official finals of teams that have won. They've gotten to the 5-win level. They are in the field. Every one of these teams I had projected winning this evening. Any team that did not win from this group, and one of them has already fallen off this list, Burlington Central, they will not make the field because they did not reach 5 victories. There's one team in black over there. That is Quincy Notre Dame. They play a team from Missouri who is also 4 and 4 on Saturday afternoon. So they didn't fit in either one of these categories. There are 8 games around the state featuring 4 and 4 teams playing one another. The winner gets in, the loser does not. Some of those have gone final already. We've got a couple of those teams in. But as far as the count for teams that are hoping to get into the field as 4-win teams, starting the evening, I had that number as I believed we would need 3. Since there are 2 in red and 1 in blue, that number has now dropped to 2. So there is one team that I had listed as a potential 4 and 5 team getting into the field now that will no longer be in the field because of the additions of Lisle and Rockford Lutheran. So that's where we're at right now. What I do know from scores around the state was the last time I'd heard on the following 3 teams were leading their games. I do not know how those games went out. Those were Rock Island, Marian Catholic, and Chicago Christian, but I have not gotten updates on those in quite some time. So if anybody has those finals out there, that would be very helpful in terms of putting things together.
So just going back to our earlier conversation, that was a overtime final for Lincoln Way East. Bradley Bourbonnais, 28-21. Lincoln Way East, the winner on that one.
That was an interesting result, no doubt about that. Bradley Bourbonnais giving him a fight another time. So that's 2021. Okay. So then we're going to go here. All right. So once again, now I'm kind of punching in these scores. I've got about half of tonight's scores processed through my system right now. That's where we're at. I'm still missing a healthy handful, and that's normal. It's only 10:15. I'm way ahead of the pace that I would usually be in at this time of evening.
As more and more finals come in here, Souce, maybe is there any Saturday games beyond Loyola? That Loyola game that has big implications for affecting your brackets?
Well, the one that we talked about a few times tonight is that public league game at 10 o'clock in the morning between Agricultural Science and Chicago Richards. The reason that that's so compelling in terms of the field is Richards is a Class 1A team. Agricultural Science is a Class 4A team. If Richards projected to win the game, if that goes the other way, then we've got a situation where Richards is removed from the 1A field and the field has to shift down 3 classes to allow Agricultural Science to be placed in the Class 4A field. So the team on the bubble between 3 and 4A, the 4A team would move into 3, the 3A team would move into 2. And that's why we've been having conversations about Sacred Heart Griffin, because currently they're 2 off the line. That may have changed. I honestly think that they're probably 3 off the line now based on this evening's results. I haven't checked the enrollments of the schools in question, but I think that that's the case. So that's it. What that means when they're 3 off the line, it means it's less likely that they're going to slide into 3A. And I know that's what a lot of people have been asking questions about. So the construction of not only who these teams are, the size of the teams that are moving in. I'm guessing off the top of my head at the enrollment numbers of the schools in question. I don't have that right in front of me right now. I'm on a different part of my sheet, but I believe Lyle goes in the 3A field. I believe that Rockford also goes in the 3A field, but I'm not sure of their number. So I'm looking that up right now. They're very close to the 1A, 2A borderline. So that's interesting as well. Their enrollment is much lower than I thought it was. It is at 315. So they're hovering on the 1, 2A line. So that's 2 small schools that are going in, 1 big. So I would actually factor right now that, yes, that the likelihood of Sacred Heart Griffin moving into the 3A field is disappearing by the minute. That is where we're at there.
Souce, a 4-4 team coming into tonight's New Trier falling in overtime to Maine South 28-21 in overtime.
Okay, that was one that I had on the board in the Reds. New Trier will come off now. So we can take them off the board here. So that's okay. So New Trier, I'm going to put that score in there right now. Okay. So okay, so now I'm going to go check another score site for information. See what I can find there that I'm missing. I'm missing quite a few things right now, but that is to be expected. It's in the grand scheme of things, it's still relatively early.
Quick score on this one: Hampshire over Cary Grove, 24-10. And then I know you're doing a couple other things, but Jimmy chiming in, the UIC prep winning 42-14, and that's a final.
That will help me. That's one I won't have to check. Also a confusing score, but that's for other reasons.
How about this for a final? It's not popping up on your screen that you'll see, but Antioch beating Round Lake 76-3.
Yikes.
That's a rough night for Round Lake. So, Soucie, I know scores are still coming in, and our playoff field is at obviously you need 256. Where is it at about ballpark right now?
Well, right now we're looking at, I can do a real quick search on that. Based on the finals that I have in right now, we have 237 teams that have reached the 5-win group. So that's slowly starting to tighten up here. I think, I'm just guesstimating here, but the maximum number of teams that can reach 5 wins is slowly tightening up here. Yeah, it definitely is. So we got 237 in, and there are still okay, so that number now is the maximum number that we can have that will get to 5 victories is 271. So that's with, if all of the 4-4s remaining that aren't playing a fellow 4-4, that's the maximum number of 5-win teams that we could possibly have. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but that's where we're at. So, in a nutshell, that's where we're sitting now. But we still have, by last check, I believe I'm still missing 112 scores from this evening. So that is about where I would expect to be based on where we're at, but I'm quickly finding the ones that I'm missing. So at some point here in the near future, I'll start hollering out scores that I haven't been able to find that I think others might be able to find faster than I will.
Marist, a 5-3 team entering, defeats Brother Rice 34-16. So they're in. Couple others for you here, Steve. Eureka over Deer Creek, Mackinac 21-0.
Okay.
And then the Duquesne Conference, Glenbard North over Wheaton Warrenville South, 14-10. So for those that are watching, is there something that Steve has not addressed yet, or we haven't talked about that you would like to know, or you think is important? As we have more and more people joining in, as finals are coming in, and you'll be paying attention to finals and where your favorite teams fall. If you guys have questions, again, continue to ask Steve a bunch of questions. I'll relay them to him. Also get onto pretty much get into my Twitter mentions, I'd say, at Jake Bartelson, just so it would help. Because, Steve, I'm sure you're not paying attention to your Twitter mentions right now, other than for scores.
Well, we just had a blue team lose, which is interesting. Sullivan from Central Illinois lost 28-20 to Clinton. So then now evens us out. We've got 2 teams from the blue, 2 teams from the red. So now we're right back where we started before the evening started. We've got 3, 4, and 5 teams in my projected field. But once again, I strongly believe Rock Island won this evening. I have not seen a final of Rock Island and Quincy yet. But based on how that game was going early, I'd be very surprised to learn that game turned around. I think I would have seen updates if it would have turned around that quickly.
We got a question here. What are seeds looking like for the 4A North bracket?
Well, right now it's, one of the things that happened earlier this evening was, we're sitting there, we're looking at, 4A North is Wheaton St. Francis will fall down my projection after a loss tonight. So it looks like we're only going to have 2 undefeated teams in that bracket. Morris will also fall down that bracket after losing, because I had them projected as beating Sycamore. I was wrong about that one. So what it looks like in the North is you're going to have 2 undefeated teams, 2 8-win teams. So your top 4 seeds, likely in order, will be Richmond, Burton, Hyde Park, Wheaton St. Francis, and Wheaton Academy. So those are your top 4 in order. It kind of depends on geography now where Morris goes. If Morris stays north, you're looking at them at a likely 5, and then Joliet Catholic would be your 6. That's just based on the information that I have right now when I'm looking at the group. Once again, it hinges heavily on what they decide to do map-wise with Morris and Spring Valley Hall, because it is just a microscopic difference. However, the important thing to remember is it might not be the same 32 teams that I have projected into the field yet. That's something that we'll hopefully find out later this evening. So, we're looking at it, and I just got information that Ridgewood lost to Chicago Christian. So that is another red team that has confirmed victory. So Chicago Christian is now in the field, and that is another small school. So we are looking at, I'm going to call it right now. I don't think there's any way that Sacred Heart Griffin ends up in the 3A field at this point. There's just too many things that have been fighting against that so far this evening. So that is something that I know a lot of people are very interested in. I think that is out of play right now, unless something very strange happens tomorrow. I just don't see that as something that's going to happen. So that is where I'm at on that.
Here's a score update for you. Quincy trailing by 8 with 9 minutes. 9 minutes left, and that one in Rock Island.
Okay, so that has tightened up. It was a 3-touchdown game earlier, from what I was hearing. So that has gotten definitely a little bit tighter than it was. So,
and then a final.
Just to put it out there,
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say a final. Your neck of the woods, Plainfield South, 28-26 over Joliet West.
Okay. So that puts Joliet West out of the mix. Just want to put something out there for those of you that are there that might be messaging me right now. I apologize, but there is just way too much stuff going on, guys. So if you're looking for a specific answer from me, you might be better served to try to put it up here. I'm not going to be responding to any messages pretty much for the remainder of the evening at this point in time. So the best way to get a question answered that you might have would be to do it right here through Jake, so Jake can get it to me, because I'm not actually looking at the questions on screen. I'm having Jake read them to me because I'm working on about 6 different things right now. So personal questions right now about like where you fit in the mix and stuff like that. I'm sorry, as much as I'd love to answer them, I really can't. So that would be just taken away from what I'm trying to get more complete answers here, and I just won't be able to do that. So just letting you know. So no offense to any of you. I know you all want answers, but I can't. Unfortunately, I can't clone myself. So
my phone's blowing up here. Real quickly here. Quincy just scored.
He did.
35-33. 35-33. Looks like a 2-point conversion mess. Yeah, my phone's blowing up.
Okay.
9:37 left on that one. Zachary just says, just want to give you guys a shout out for working hard and making this a great night for all of us. No, Zachary, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We're glad that you guys are jumping in and enjoying. Another final here, Josh. I'm going to do that one more time by the end of the night. Providence Catholic 49 over St. Lawrence, 49-20.
Okay. Providence is in the group.
Providence for them.
No doubt. Providence has got a bunch of playoff points. So even if something went crazy haywire, they are perfectly fine. Okay. All right. Chatham Glenwood.
We're seeing our numbers continue to jump up. Thank you so much for making us a part of your night. Steve and I and Kyle, who's been off screen for a little bit, we've been streaming for 4 hours, and we got another 3-4 hours to go. So again, just thank you so much for making us a part of your night. You can follow Steve on Twitter at the Souce, myself at Jake Bartelson, and all of us at FridayNightDrive.com. Steve, I got another CPL score for you if you've got time. Looks like Morgan Park 38-14 over Taft.
Okay, I had that one, but thank you.
And so for those just joining in, yeah, Steve, that's actually a good question. What scores do you need that are most pressing right this second?
Basically, the ones that I'm looking for Cesar Valier and McLeansboro, Hamilton County, Marion Catholic and Carmel.
I thought I saw the Marion.
Lakes and Grays Lake Central, and Casey Westfield and only East Richland are the four that I'm looking for right now predominantly.
I'm pretty sure I saw that Marion Catholic one fly by.
It's possible.
Go over to the iPad here. I've got a Marion Catholic final from Max Preps, Carmel winning that one 38-17.
Okay, they came back. So that was one that was trending the other way. So 38-17, you said?
Correct, yeah, Carmel on top of that one.
Okay. So that wipes Marion Catholic off the board. That was one of the teams that I had leading earlier, so still 3-2.
Another one, Grays Lake Central over Lakes 40-39.
Wow, okay. Okay, 40-39. That goes down here. Suburban.
Hamilton County falling in that one 39-7.
Okay. If anybody has the Black Diamond Conference results from this evening, I am missing a ton of those. So I know someone came through with all of them last week. So if you're out there, I'd appreciate any Black Diamond scores from this evening. I don't have any of them.
So as Steve continues to live update his brackets, a great reminder for all of you, if you are a subscriber, you can take a look at those in real time. If you're not going to be able to see the entire full bracket. So if you haven't subscribed to FND, now is the time. So that way you can get the full picture on that, including all the game stories, podcasts, analysis, and of course, everything that Steve does. It's amazing. You're a madman. You're the only one that I know that could do this. Let's see. A couple other scores coming in here. Only 34-6 over Casey Westfield.
Okay.
Ask and you shall receive some Black Diamond scores. El Dorado 48-15 over Edwards County.
Hold on one sec. 48-15, you said?
That's correct.
Okay.
I got a text in. Flora over Carmi White 30-24.
Okay. That is a bid stealer, so that's a big one.
So I'm going to ISO Steve here, actually, so you guys can see what he's doing. He's got his bracket there behind him.
So now to just follow along, I've got 4 in the red, 2 in the blue. So that puts us -2 off of what I had heading into the projection. So now we are down to just one team that is a 4-5 record that would be in the field as an at-large. So as opposed to we started the night with 3, now the numbers are saying there will just be 1. That can change, but it would require teams from the blue group losing.
Hey, Zeus, do you need any certain scores from the 618 area code? A Twitter?
Modern day is one that I'm looking for.
Couple other texts I'm getting here as well. Johnson City winning 65-0 over Christopher Flora. And Maycomb defeating Illini West 46-0.
One that wipes off Illini West.
Another one here for you, Steve. Mount Zion over Mater Dei 38-35.
Okay. Knocks off Mater Dei. Looking for Lincoln and Triad, if anyone has that one. Okay.
Zeus, I got a Triad for you. 28-0 over Lincoln.
Okay.
Weather on the go has been fantastic all night. So whoever is running that and sending us, we really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Has been clutch all year. I don't know who he is, but he's the guy.
Well,
Super helpful.
We really appreciate Weather on the go. And all of you that are tuning in, thanks so much for, again, sending all the scores. Quincy update, now up 41-35.
Quincy is up now? Okay.
According to the comments here.
Okay.
He says, keep them coming, Soucie. I'll be your workhorse tonight.
There we go.
You have been all night, so we really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's been very, very helpful.
Making progress. I'm down to 89 scores now that I'm looking for from Friday night. And then the real fun begins. Madison and Westland is a score that I need.
I find this pretty interesting. I didn't know this, Triad knocking off Lincoln. Apparently it's been a playoff drought for nearly 40 years. Did not know that.
Yeah. I think it was a couple years ago. They started so well, and then they were unable to finish it off then either, too. I can't remember the exact year. They all blur now, but yeah, I was aware of that fact.
I gave you Mater Dei, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We do have a Madison final. It appears 22-19. Madison winning that one.
Okay. Wasn't sure about that one, so that's a blue team down there, so they're in.
Soucie, if you need this one, Pekin over East Aurora, 50-6.
East Peoria?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Just put in Madison's final score, and I looked at their playoff points for the season. They have 23 right now, which is incredibly low.
Okay, hold the phone. We might have gotten some inaccurate info on that, so I'll try to do better to double check
Madison,
before I give. I'll get back
win?
to you. I'll double check on that for you.
I'll strip it off. And Metamore 38-6 over Dunlap. I have that Villa Grove score. Wow, Hope Academy ended up winning that game 61-40. Is that right? That was a wild one. Hope Academy goes 9-0. All right, so looking for Marion Central Catholic and DePaul Prep, if anyone has that one.
Yeah, no, I'm quiet here, Sue. So I'm looking for you in a couple of these.
Also looking for Charleston and Salem. Okay.
Marion Central 47-20 over DePaul.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Okay. And I'm looking for Jacksonville Normal University.
Okay, I do have a final on that, Madison. 47-0. Yeah.
In favor of Madison?
Correct.
Okay. I'm also in search of a couple of Peoria-based games. Peoria, Notre Dame, and Normal Community and Peoria Manual.
Soucie, I'm getting Jacksonville 70-40 or 70 win over U High 49. So Jacksonville won.
70-49 in the final.
70-49 the final.
Okay. I know we had this earlier. I must have just skipped right over it. What was the Plainfield Central Joliet Central final? Does anyone know?
According to Plainfield Central's Max Preps, 48-0 the final over Joliet Central.
Okay.
Jimmy coming through for us here. 49-8 the final. Normal over Manual.
All right, 74 more games to go, guys. Getting there quickly. Looking for a Deerfield Niles North score. Any updates from Quincy while we're at it? Just out of curiosity more than anything else.
You know, I stopped looking at my phone, so I should check into that. Not right now that I don't have.
Okay.
Soucie, we're being told 42-0 Deerfield over Niles North.
Okay.
And apparently Quincy just scored again. Do we have a score on that? Okay, 47-35, extra point pending. Thank you, Clint. We appreciate it. So, Soucie, we got Jimmy just for a handful of time left. Is there anything else pressing from him?
Oh, I think we're where we're going to be.
Okay, so we're good.
Yep.
Good. Hey, Jimmy, I know you're off screen. Can we flash you real quick up on the screen? Are you comfortable with that? Cool. All right, guys, we're going to welcome in Jimmy. He's been working behind the scenes with us all evening. So we just wanted to say, Jimmy, thank you so much for all your hard work. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Yep. No problem, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Working really hard.
Yeah, no worries.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck with the Twins. All right. Yeah, we think we're busy, and then Jimmy's got Twins to worry about. So it's a little bit of a different world. Let's see. What else do we need? I gave you the Deerfield one, right? So we're good. Yeah.
Do we have a Reed Custer Hersher final?
Reed Custer
somewhere out there.
I don't see one right now. I'm looking for you.
All right.
Oh, we're being told 58-7 Reed Custer.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. What was the Wheaton, Warrenville, Glenbard North score? I didn't put it in for some reason.
14-10 off the top of my head. Glenbard North winning that. I'll triple check that for you.
For a Ridgeview Leroy score as well.
Yeah, we'll get into some of the recaps of the 8A and 7A games. We're just in score finding mode right now because that's obviously affecting what Steve is doing right now is live updating his brackets. So once we get a chance, we will. I know this might not be the most exciting thing right now, but this is really super helpful for us. And then eventually we'll go over some of the big games and finishes. We're being told Ridgeview 41-7 on that over Leroy.
Just a general comment as I put these in. Just based on what I'm seeing tonight, I expect we're going to see quite a significant movement in the smaller classifications 1 through 4A when we start talking about reshaping the brackets. A lot less in the larger classes based on tonight's results that I've been just kind of, as I've watched them come in, that's what I believe we're going to find when I actually get to the point where I'm starting to recraft brackets on tonight's results. So that's where we're at right now, just on what we've had found out. Like I've mentioned before, I've got 4 teams so far tonight that I did not have projected into the field earning spots. I think that's going to be all based on what I know about the other games. There might be one more that could possibly pop in there, but so that's lower than last year. We're having less instability than we had last year, which was, quite frankly, last year was out of control. So it's been a fairly soft night in terms of upsets, and we have 2 teams from the Blues. So right now I'm in -2 in regards to the 4 and 5s. So unless something else changes in the remaining games, we are looking at 1 at-large 4 and 5 team heading into what we know right now, and I know quite a bit. I'm down to about 60 scores right now that I'm missing, and once we get all those in, that will confirm that information, but I really don't think that's going to change that much, just based on what the games that I know that are out there. Obviously, the one that we've been watching carefully is the Quincy Rock Island game. It seems, at least from our last update, that Quincy has kind of established control in that game. That's pivotal.
Well, actually, we're just seeing it. I'm seeing the comment now. 47-42 Rock Island just returned the kickoff. So
So maybe not. Maybe I'm a little shooting over the bar a little bit there.
We got a non-related question about all the baseballs behind you. I mean, I can, unless you want to take that, I can kind of just ad lib for a little bit.
You can go ahead. You can ad lib if you like. That's fine. I told you the
Okay.
story, and I'm happy to tell you. You can go ahead and share that story if you like.
Yeah. So Steve, avid baseball fan growing up. He told us, growing up, he had 3 million baseball cards. Eventually that you ended up trading in. So all the baseballs behind you are autograph balls from the top 10 in home run hitters, correct?
It's the top 100, actually.
The top 100, yeah. Top 100 home run hitters, all in MLB history. And then over your left shoulder is pitching related.
Yeah, it's sorted by career pitching victories.
So, yeah, and then above that, you can't see it on his screen right now, but I believe that there's a ton from the 2005 World Series champions from the White Sox.
Yep, that is correct.
So we're starting to get some questions about what is the certain fields looking like. We will eventually get to those questions. Just right now, we're in score finding mode as Steve is updating his brackets as we go. So we'll get to your questions, and we'll certainly Steve will about how the field projects over time. But right now is fact finding time for all those scores, so that way we can give you a pretty accurate picture. But we appreciate it. Thank you so much. So again, for all the people that are tuning in, we really do appreciate with all the scores.
Pittsfield and Riverton is a score that I'm looking for right now.
We're being told Quincy recovered an onside kick, so they got the ball. Do you still need that UIC score?
No, I got that one now.
Okay. I think I forgot to tell you, that Glenbard North Wheaton South final is correct. 14-10 Glenbard North wins.
I'm sure I saw this, but I got lost in the shuffle. I'm looking for a Princeton score from tonight.
Okay. I just got a text, Pittsfield 34-12 final.
Okay.
Over Riverton. Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate all your help. Thank you. This is quite helpful.
All right, we're down to about 50 now, guys, so that this should start coming together fairly quickly. Looking for a Sacred Heart Griffin score from tonight. Pretty sure I know the outcome. I just need the score for posterity's sake.
On Sacred Hearts Max Preps, I got 56-12 over Springfield Southeast.
Okay. And I'm looking for a St. Joe Ogden Paxton score.
On that one, I got them on their Max Preps 34-20 win over Paxton Buckley.
What was that score again? I'm sorry, Jake.
34-20 over Paxton Buckley.
Okay. Gibson City, Melvin Sibley, and Hayworth.
Yes, we have more and more people tuning in. Again, thank you so much for your questions about how certain fields are shaping out in different classes. We'll get to all of that in a little bit. I understand right now might not be the most fun just hearing us go back and forth on scores, but it's really helping Steve as he's updating his brackets live. That way he'll have a better opportunity to answer some of those questions a little bit later in the night. So we just appreciate your patience. Thank you so much. And again, for all the people that are tuning in and giving us scores, we really do appreciate it.
It's a situation right now where if I don't have all the finals, I'm really just guessing. So this is why we have to get all of them in, or all that we can get in terms of figuring out all of this stuff. So that's where we're at.
Anybody in the chat have a Quincy update? And as we're continuing to do some fact finding on scores, John, you have a good idea here. Which school has the best playoff atmosphere? I'm sure that'll be getting some interesting answers. Looks like we got Gibson City 33-7 over Hayworth. On that, I'll double check that for you. We already have a quick answer here. Weather on the Go says Mount Carmel as our first answer. And that, which school has the best playoff atmosphere? I'll throw a question in there. What's the best football game you've ever seen in person and why? How about that? Best high school football game you've ever seen in person and why? Got another one here. Class 2A, Panthers, fireworks, train horn, and smoke. That sounds pretty fun. I like that. Chip says Mount Carmel is hard to top, but Red Hill is my favorite playoff atmosphere. We're still looking for Gibson City right there, Souce.
I had one that you gave me. You were looking. You said you were going to confirm it for me.
Okay. I'm still looking. How about that? Rockford Lutheran, best football game you've ever seen in person. Rockford Lutheran, 95-28 over Dixon. James Robinson, who's a running back now for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That had to be fun. John, happy birthday to the little one, by the way. Tim Brasic and Richmond Burton, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied, versus Joliet Catholic Academy, 2001. Ben Hoffman, Wilmington has one of the best playoff atmospheres. Why? I've never been to Wilmington. Tell me about it.
He's a smart guy. I can tell him that because that's a good call. Wilmington rules.
Got another one. Kiwani in the first round last year, 40-yard field goal to win, and his time expired. Another one, Mount Carmel versus Greenville. Go ahead.
Looking for a Schaumburg-Conant score from tonight.
I'm pretty sure I saw that one. Hold on. Mount Carmel versus Greenville playoff game back in 2013. Carmel was up 70-49 with 3 minutes left, and Greenville came back to win 71-70 in the quarterfinals. Wow. Yeah, that'd be hard to top. Wow.
I remember following that game on a message board. Message board updates was how I was following that particular game.
Okay, we're getting a couple people saying that Rock Island has lost 47-42. And yep, someone's tweeting me right now, 47-42 Quincy.
Okay.
Yep, and then that's confirmed final from a writer there as well. So 47-42 is your final on that one.
Okay. Takes Quincy.
I'll throw another question out there for people as we continue to get scores. What is the most impressive high school football player you've seen? Maybe not in one individual game, but you'll never forget seeing him play when he was a sophomore, junior, senior in high school. Most impressive high school football player you've seen and why? Ashton chiming in, Micah Hyde or David Montgomery. Yeah, in Illinois or wherever. Good choices. In Illinois, Connor says Shakardia Wright, St. Teresa, and he went to Kansas State. Hey, Ben, how are you? How are we doing tonight? I'm assuming you mean PJ, right? PJ Fleck in 1999?
Well, that's a good one.
Soucie, I gave you Marion Central already over to Paul Pratt, 47-20, right? Yep.
Yep.
Tony says Junior Seau playing for Oceanside High School when you were stationed in San Diego, something special even as a sophomore. Yeah, Junior obviously going on to have a heck of a career with the San Diego Chargers as a linebacker. All right, Sue, as we're doing some more fact finding and whatnot, I'll bring in Eddie here, and he can kind of talk us through some things. So do you want me to pull you off screen for a little bit?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to be bringing in one of our Shaw Media colleagues, Eddie Carifio. He's burning the midnight oil with us. Hey, Eddie, how we doing?
Oh, not nearly as hard as you guys are. I mean, man alive. This is...
You're back in the office, it looks like?
Yes. As you can see, it's all a bustle with one person in here.
Sounds good. So, anything surprising out in your neck of the woods? For those who don't know, Eddie is the sports editor for DeKalb Daily Chronicle, covers a lot of the teams out west for us. Eddie, as you just kind of take a bird's eye view of scores tonight, anything immediately jump out to you?
Yeah, I mean, the big one, I think, well, obviously Sycamore finishing the season undefeated was a game I was at, but one not to sleep on is Genoa Kingston against Stillman Valley. Stillman Valley 8-0 needed a win to clinch the Big Northern Conference outright, and GK goes in 2 losses and comes away with the win. They were down 14-0 early and just fought back and got a late touchdown, or 3 touchdowns from Traven Atterbury, including the late one for the win. The defense, Stillman Valley had to go 97 yards in 2 minutes. They got down to about the 30, or I think the 25. They got pretty close, but the GK defense, bend but don't break is what their coach has been saying all year. And I think he said after the game to the reporter we had there, they bent, but they didn't break. So that was a pretty big win for them, getting number 7 going into the playoffs against a team that had been undefeated. Sure, Steve had fun with that one on the big board.
Yeah, that we've been having a lot of fun the last couple hours with that. Eddie, a team that you and I both cover in our coverage areas is Caneland. They're able to pull away from LaSalle Peru for that 28-7 win. Troy Carlson continues just to have a standout year. Caneland, just reading that story and putting that together, what'd you think?
Yeah, no, Caneland definitely, like you said, we knew what Troyer was. We knew what Carlson was coming in. Yep. But that defense, man, this year, that they just seem to be getting better and better every week. I mean, obviously that was a big Achilles heel for them last year. And they have just really come on strong. Trying to think, it was a shutout last week. I don't have my notes up right now, but they had a really strong performance last week. You mentioned only 7 points this week against a solid playoff-bound LaSalle team. That team defensively is just really grown by leaps and bounds.
Is there a team, as the regular season wraps up and looking ahead, maybe you had high expectations for at the beginning of the year and they went a little bit differently, or vice versa?
I mean, the closest one we had for that, the 5 teams we cover, all 5 are in the playoffs. The closest one you could have for that is Genoa, and that should just show you where their standards were. They finished 7-2 and just beat an undefeated team. That was probably the closest one. I think that loss to Dixon, maybe it wasn't a whole season, but I mean, that loss to Dixon, if they could have one back, that would have, left them with 1 loss in a tri-championship situation with them and Brian and Stillman. But no, I mean, Sycamore goes through undefeated. DeKalb comes back after a 2-7 year last year, and they bounce back, win 6 games, make the playoffs. Hiawatha in their second year in 8, man, they finish with, I want to say 6 wins, depending on, that's the one I haven't seen for tonight, but they probably should have won tonight. And like you said, Caneland, they 6 wins, right? They finished at, but they definitely said defense is way better, and that offense, Eric Johnson's a hell of a him and Carlson is just a heck of a receiver quarterback combo, and that defense doing things. So it was a pretty solid year.
Absolutely. Some of the questions that I've asked, either most impressive high school football player you've ever seen or the most fun game you've covered.
I remember the most impressive football player I've ever seen. You have to go way back early on in my career. When I was in Texas, we covered a school that had Robert Griffin III for it in Coppers Cove, and in Central Texas in the Killeen area. I believe it was Coppers Cove. I'm trying to remember. It was like 20 freaking years ago. But explosive player. He wasn't on my beat, but I did cover him the one game he played the team that was on my beat. And he lit him up. Because he lit everybody up because he was an amazing player. And that's not something you forget.
Yeah, that's kind of what I get with like J.J. McCarthy now at Michigan. I only got to see him 2 or 3 games. 3 games total. Beat Batavia twice and St. Charles North in that state final in 2018. So, sometimes you just get those generational 5-star talents and only get them for a handful of games.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it was like you say, you remember the games you see him at.
Oh, totally. So what is your opinion on covering football in the snow?
No. My whole opinion on the snow, I know it's a weird move coming up here then, but no, thank you.
Got a lot more to go.
Weather. If we could have this weather for, I don't know, 4 more weeks.
Yeah, let's just we can send that order out. Real quick here, I'm gonna put in Steve just to see if he needs anything, and then we'll go from there. Hey, Steve, you with us?
On mute there. I was on mute there for a second.
No problem. Real quickly, just before I don't want to forget about you. Is there anything you need score wise or anything?
I'm still digging here. I'm down to about 40 scores that I'm looking for from tonight. So once we get those knocked out, I'm at 38 right now. We can start talking about brackets and how they look. But till I find them, I got to get those finished out first. So Decatur St. Teresa, I'm looking for that score. I pretty much know the outcome, but I just want to finalize it, and looking for both Peoria and Peoria Notre Dame scores from tonight. So those are some that could help me if people have them out there.
Sure. All right, we'll check back in with you in a couple minutes. Eddie, I know this is a high school football stream that we're doing, but I know that you actively watch the NIU Huskies. That's a pretty local poll for a lot of people. How has their season been going, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think it's been going as anyone expected, coming off a MAC championship and now going into Ohio next week, 2-5. They did tie it in locally. They face, I know, a former Prairie Ridge standout in Samson Evans last week, who was either first or second in the MAC. I think he was leading the MAC in rushing, and they shut him down in a win. So that was a strong performance. Obviously, a lot of Chicago area and suburb players playing for him. I know Michael Kennedy, I think he's out of I have my roster on me right now, but of course I brought it home to do some stuff last night. But Michael Kennedy had a huge game against them, and he's out of Chicago area school. So it's maybe they can make a bowl game. They'd have to go 4-1 down the stretch, but
well, you never know. Go 4-1, and then you can hopefully make the Bahamas Bowl, and then send down the Shaw Media private jet to go cover that one. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll allow that. I mean, we know all the travel we've been doing. I know the one game they would like back. You probably are familiar with it. I don't know how much of it you watched, but the Ball State NIU game. That's one that definitely I think NIU would like to have back if they could. They were up in that one that your alma mater, correct?
It is, yeah. It was a 21-point deficit they came back from, correct?
Yeah, it was 21, and then it was like 17 in the second half. It was 21 in the first half, and then 17 in the second half, and Ball State just stormed on back in that one. That's, if that one goes a little different, they're sitting at 3-4 and only one MAC loss. So.
A name that popped in my head, Ethan Hampton, the quarterback. He went to Aurora Central Catholic, I want to say. He's been starting or has been in and out with Rocky?
He had been starting. Rocky Lombardi had been their starter. He got hurt. Hampton came in, and he did okay. I mean, he's not the prolific as a passer, but he was managing stuff, keeping them in games, games like that. And but he ended up getting hurt. So now it's actually another local one that I'm sure people know is Justin Lynch has been playing a lot for them. He actually had been coming in when Hampton was starting as kind of like a running quarterback. He's thrown like one pass in the four, not like one pass. He has thrown one pass in the 4 games he's been in, including one start. They were actually Rocky. They were just bringing him in passing situations like a reliever in the win against Eastern. But Justin Lynch is been kind of exciting to watch him. Obviously, NIU fans are big fans, given what his brother was able to accomplish with that team.
Are there any NFL hopefuls, do you think, maybe undrafted?
I think it's always tricky saying, man, because last year I would have said Clint Rakovich for sure.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, then he ends up just with the freakiest freak injuries you're ever gonna see at a camp for the Packers, and he was probably gonna end up drafted. I mean, late, the 6th or 7th round, definitely was gonna go unsigned if he didn't. But you never know a freak thing like that. It's hard as a quarterback. Lombardi's obviously really talented, but he's one of their most talented seniors. It's just they're so young too. There's only like 8 or 9 seniors on the team. They're still so young. This is like the 3rd year of us saying they're so young. The COVID year will do that. The free year everyone gets, they're still loaded with sophomores.
Yeah, a little bit of a logjam still there.
Yeah, definitely. You probably got scores to go get. I feel like I've taken up enough of your time.
No, this is actually helpful. We've been doing this for almost 5 hours, so anything I can do to kill some time is great.
Oh, I feel like it's okay as long as I'm not stealing the.
No. Please do. I will check it back in with Steve. Eddie, we'll let you go. I don't know if you have more stuff to edit, but thanks so much for jumping on our live stream. And for those that don't already, you can follow Eddie on Twitter. Let me make sure because you changed
At
your
DDC Eddie Carifio.
There you go. Because sometimes
Spelling's
you change
right there.
your
Screenshot it for you.
There you go. Awesome. All right, Eddie Carifio out of the DeKalb Daily Chronicle. Thanks so much for joining, and have a great rest of your night, sir.
Hey, thanks. You too. Hang tough.
I got another monster ready, so we'll be fine.
How many? Because I just had the one tonight. How many are you
this is the one. I'm trying hard to avoid the two, but it kind of depends on how things play out.
Is that a big boy or a normal size?
Oh, normal size. Yeah, I don't usually I don't mess with the big boys as much.
Yeah, no, I can't. Anyway,
all right.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
Have a good night, man. All right, Eddie Carifio. Soucie, we are going to bring you back in here. I know you're probably on mute. Any quick scores that you need for us?
Right now, I'm down to about 30 of them. I'm just going to run through a quick list here and see if anybody can help with them. Taylorville, Civic Memorial, Peoria, Notre Dame, Roxana, Alton, Marquette, St. Teresa, Warrensburg, Latham.
Oh, as you say that, sorry. Peoria 48 over Notre Dame 7.
And Fieldcrest, Tremont. We'll start with those and see where that takes us.
Fieldcrest and Tremont. You needed Taylorville, correct?
Yes.
A couple people are saying 34-14 over Civic Memorial.
Okay.
Going back to the earlier question that I had posed, most impressive high school football player you've seen. Mike Allstott from Joliet Catholic was probably the best I saw in person. Pretty young, 91. From Wheaton South, saw them torch my Falcons when I was a sophomore. Yeah, good memories. Roxana, you needed, Soucie?
Yes.
We're being told 68-0 on that final.
Okay.
I'll pose another question. Go ahead.
Mercer County, Anawan Weathersfield score out there. I saw a halftime score and it was pretty lopsided, but I never saw a final.
Another one we're being told, St. Teresa with the 53-6 win over Warrensburg, Latham.
56-3?
53-6. I'm sorry. I flipped those. 53-6. I'll pose another question to the gallery for the time being. Do you prefer to watch the state finals in Champaign or DeKalb? That might be kind of polarizing, depending. Tremont 20-6 over Fieldcrest.
Okay. Okay. For a Knoxville score, looking for a Cumberland score, and looking for a Tri-County Sangamon Valley score.
I've got if I'm reading this correctly, do you need Cumberland versus, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher this, but Cerro Gordo Bement?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
34 to 15 Cumberland final.
Still looking for that Schaumburg score too, against
sorry,
Conan.
I
I'm not
forgot
able to
about
find
that.
that one. That one's kind of important. Got 28 to go, guys. Getting there.
IHSA does not have Schaumburg's up yet.
Yeah, I can't find it anywhere. I've checked
nothing
all of my
nothing
sources.
on Twitter. Yeah,
I've checked all of my sources. I can't find it.
One guy is saying 48-0 Conant. All right, now I have a couple of people saying that 48-0 over Schaumburg.
Okay. All right. I need a Pana Carlinville score. I need a Gillespie Southwestern score. I need a North Max Staunton score. I'm missing pretty much everything out of the South Central Conference. So if anybody's got a hook up there, I could take it.
So, Soucie, I got one for Carlinville. They lost to Pana 21-7.
Okay.
North Mac 32 to sorry, it's moving a lot. 32-6 over Staunton.
Okay. Also looking for Murfreesboro, DuQuoin, and Benton, Anna Jonesboro.
Hillsboro 48-36 over Litchfield.
Okay.
And did I tell you Vandalia?
I think so. But let me check. Nope, I need that one.
According to this one, 41-21 Vandalia over Greenville. And then a couple people are also chiming in. Murfreesboro 47-13 on that. Jeremy's asking a question. What's the plus minus on the red and blue teams? Are we at a point where you want to talk about that, or do you want to wait a bit?
I think we can talk about it a little bit while I'm looking. We're at 4-2, so
I'm going to ISO you.
+2 to the Reds right now. So that means we started the evening with me believing that there were going to be 3, 4, and 5 teams getting into the field. Now that's down to 1 since it's a +2 on the red side. I've gotten most of the finals on the red side. I'm missing 2 of them, I think, that are playing today. That comes down because that was last night. So then we have I'm missing a final on Havana. I'm missing a final on Winchester West Central, and missing a final on Cahokia. Those are the only 3 that can change the red. So we could be as high as 7, as low as, or stick with 4. In the Blues, there's a couple of teams down here that I don't have finals for. We did get Conant. That's in. Rich Township is tomorrow. Belleville East is in. Okay, that's good. Westinghouse is tomorrow. So we're all good on the Blues other than Westville. I don't have a score on Westville yet. So those are all locked in stone. We lost 2 of those tonight. So it's +2 to the Red, which means it goes from 3 to 1. So as of this moment, I only believe 1 4 and 5 at-large team is going to get into the field. So that is how that has worked out so far tonight. We have, like I said, a few others out there. All 3 of those games, the last I saw, those 2 teams were down considerably. So I don't think any of them won. Maybe, possibly West Central rallied. I'm not sure about that. But that's where we're at on the board. So that puts us at 1 team right now that is going to make the field as a 4 and 5. So
just a couple for you I'm going to throw, and then I'm going to step away from the stream for just a second.
Okay.
I got a couple people are saying Elmwood Burnfield 58-12 over Havana.
Okay.
Mendon Unity 42-26 over West Central.
Okay.
Westville won 59-7. I'm not sure what that opposing team was.
Yeah, I got it. No problem.
Okay. And then O'Fallon 49-20 over Cuyahoga.
Okay. So
with that, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. I'll just keep talking through. That wipes off all of the missing Reds from tonight. So that's going to leave us at +2 to the Red. So right now, it looks like a grand total of 1 4 and 5 is going to get in. What can change that? If any of the Blues lose tomorrow, Rich Township is playing Chicago Leo, and Westinghouse, I'm not sure. I believe they're playing Chicago Brooks. Those are both Saturday at 1 p.m. The black game down there is Quincy Notre Dame, who is 4 and 4 and playing an out-of-state John Burroughs team from Missouri. I'm going to step away here and close the window. Someone is insanely revving their car at 11:30 at night in my neighborhood. So, all right. So I can't see the scores if you guys are posting them because I'm working in my spreadsheet. So if you're posting them, I appreciate it, but I'll wait until Jake gets back to kind of feed those to me. Right now, I am down to...
I'm back, buddy. I just wrapping up some of the print stuff, and I can jump back on here and help with whatever you need me to find.
Okay, I'm down. Did AP ever send their score file?
No, it was not. Let me double check to see if it came across yet, but it was not there the last I had looked.
Okay, because that's where I get a lot of the ones that I'm missing right now, and the file is not there, so that's slowing me down. I'll run through a quick list of scores that I'm looking for right now. Walter Christian and Christ the King, Rockford Auburn and Rockton Hononegah, Harlem and Belvedere, East Moline and Sterling, and Galesburg and Rock Island Alleman. So let's work on those. And then we're down to 20 scores right now, guys, and then I can really start digging into brackets. So if we can find those, we'll be in there. And there are actually a few of them that I don't necessarily need. I just need the ones involving playoff teams. So
did you say Harlem was one that you were looking for?
Yes, correct.
Looks like, according to their Twitter, the Harlem Twitter account, 43-6
win.
Yeah, they won 43-6. Who were they playing tonight?
Belvedere.
Okay,
that's expected. They were winners.
Okay,
that margin doesn't surprise me. Okay. All right. So where's my Edwardsville score? So I don't know if you heard or how long you've been around, Kyle, but just to update you, since you've been around a while, I believe we're now down to 1 4 and 5.
Just one hanging on, huh?
just one hanging on, and that the identity of that team, I believe, is Buffalo Grove. So, but we're also very, very low on the list of things that can change that. So,
do you know right now if Buffalo Grove is that team? Who are the two teams behind them?
Those are Oak Park, River Forest, and Barrington. Those are the two teams directly behind them.
Okay, so anyone rooting for Oak Park, River Forest, or Barrington to make the playoffs, you're going to need some help here. Is there any games, Soucie?
There are Saturday games. The three
Okay.
teams and the three teams in question that can help the 4 and 5 teams are by losing are Westinghouse, Rich Township, and Quincy Notre Dame. The team that can hurt them by winning is Hinsdale Central.
Okay.
Hinsdale Central could knock all of the 4 and 5s out.
I'm pretty certain
that is our scenario.
I'm pretty certain Hinsdale Central, knowing that those guys typically do pay attention to the Friday Night Drives content. I'm sure they're listening to this right now and saying, "Yeah, we can take care of that for you."
Yeah, so that's where we're at right now. There are, like I said, very few situations that can change this on Saturday. There are some. More so tomorrow, the things that can change are like who's in what classification. There are teams that are already in the playoffs, but they can move some things around in terms of what class, and because there are a couple of 4 and 4 games tomorrow. So those are the ones that can primarily be found. So Edwardsville lost 44-17. The board is pretty clean right now. Like I said, we've got 4 upstarts tonight that have fought their way into the field and 2 that fell out. So that was +2 to the upset guys. And we were at 3 to start the night, so then it dropped to 1. So that's where I believe we're at right now.
I just realized I clicked over to YouTube to check something here. Or no, that is brand new. Weather on the go. Do you need 8-man? Do you need 8-man scores, Soucie? That's not. I'm not laughing because I'm being mean to 8-man football. That's not why I'm laughing. I'm laughing just because this is complicated enough without worrying about the 8-man scores. So,
yeah, that's pretty much my stance on that. Is that there's too many factors right now for me to try to involve myself in that. So. Right now, we're moving the list down a little bit more. I'm finding a few more of these scores. Still looking for that Benton Anna Jonesboro score. So if anybody has that one for me.
Soucie, we had a quick question. What were the 2 teams that fell out of your projections tonight?
The 2 teams were Burlington Central, and I'm forgetting who the other one was right now. I'm drawing a blank. Whoever was underneath that.
Yeah, Burlington Central lost to McHenry 28-13. They needed a win to get to 5 and 4.
I'll figure that out in a second, Jake. I'll remember here in a minute.
Soucie, do you need the Sterling and Galesburg scores?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Galesburg, we had 58-8.
Okay.
And Sterling, 63-33. Thank you to everyone for those 2 scores there. And then I think if you needed Benton, that's on the screen now.
I'm not looking at the screen. So
sorry. Benton, 55-14.
Okay. Did anybody ever get a Princeton score for me? I don't have that one for some reason. Usually I don't have any trouble finding that one, but I am having a problem tonight.
Well, let's see. I'd be very surprised if Kevin Hieronymus, our guy out in Bureau County, had not provided us with a Princeton score at least.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm surprised I haven't found it, but I haven't.
I don't know. Maybe Kevin. Let's see now.
A couple people are chiming in here. 48-0 on Princeton.
What was that again? I'm sorry, I missed that.
We have 3 people saying 48-0 Princeton.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to run down my entire list of games that I'm missing right now. It's about, I believe it's 12 games. Oblong and South Fulton, Tri-County and Sangamon Valley, Abingdon and Monmouth United, Mercer County and Anawan Weathersfield, Knoxville and Rova, or Mid-County, Abingdon and Monmouth United, Rockford Boylan and Freeport, Rockford East and Rockford Jefferson, Farmington and Lewistown, Rushville and West Hancock, Lincoln Park and Crane, Ononega, Rockford Auburn, Christ the King, and Walther Lutheran. Those are the 12 scores.
Soucie, do you have that like in a text file or something currently?
I do not.
Okay.
I have it just here. Here, I'm going to go to the.
We got okay. Zachary saying Mercer County won 43-0, causing a 3-way tie for first in the LTC.
Okay. Had someone ask me to recount what my situation was with 4 and 5 teams. So I'm going to summarize that pretty quickly. Right now I'm down to 1 4 and 5 at-large team getting into the field. I believe the identity of that team currently is Buffalo Grove. I'm pretty sure that's going to hold. They had a pretty substantial lead. The 2 schools that I have as next in, if they manage to find a way in, are Barrington and Oak Park River Forest. Right now they are out. They would need help from Saturday games and outcomes of the Saturday games involving Westinghouse, Rich Township, and Quincy Notre Dame. If any of those teams were to lose, a spot would open up for one of those 2 teams that I just mentioned. The team that can hurt that cause is Hinsdale Central. If they win, they would take the last spot, and all 4 and 5 teams would be out of the field. We would be locked in at 256 teams exactly, with 5 wins or more. So that is the situation at hand regarding the 4-win teams. Hopefully that helps.
Zeus, got some scores that are coming in here from the crowd. Rushville, 66-0.
Okay.
Let's see. You need Monmouth United, right?
Yes, I do.
Monmouth United wins that game 28-7.
Okay. All right.
Did you need? I got some more in here. Did you need Sangamon Valley still?
Yes.
Yes. There you go. That's 26-6 Sangamon Valley.
Okay.
Yeah. Boylan 41-20 over Freeport.
Okay.
You guys are doing an absolutely incredible job helping us out here. The quicker we can get these games knocked out, Zeus can get cracking on reworking the projections, and then we can start kind of answering the question. I know Jack had a question about Macomb and Sacred Heart Griffin, which way they're leaning in 4A, or if they're leaning into 4A. We'll be able to answer those questions here pretty soon. Let's see. So Ononega 44-12 over Rockford Auburn.
Yep.
All right. Farmington, got that score for you. Farmington 57-8 over Lewiston.
Okay.
Let's see. Back up north here now. We got Harlem. I think we got the Harlem score, didn't we? Yeah. Yep, got that one. All right. Did you need Fulton?
Oh, I'm down to South Fulton. South Fulton and Oblong.
This was Fulton. Okay.
That's South Fulton that I'm looking for.
Okay. Did we say Farmington? Yeah, we got.
Yep.
I think we got Farmington. Rushville Industries. Need that?
Yep, got that one. Yep.
Okay, that looks like we're
caught
up there.
I'm down to 5 now. It's Knoxville, Oneida Mid County, Oblong, South Fulton, Rockford East, Rockford Jefferson, Lincoln Park and Crane, Walther Christian, and Christ the King.
Okay. You got Rockford Jefferson here for you from Weather on the Go. He says Rockford Jefferson 38-32 over Rockford East.
Okay. All right. And we're down to 4.
You said Knoxville, that one?
Yes.
Knoxville. Okay. Robert Hahn checking in here. It says Knoxville 55-20.
Okay. We're down to 3.
So we're looking for Oblong and South Fulton, right? Crane and Lincoln Park, and Christ the King and Walther Lutheran. Those are the 3. The crowd is getting desperate now. They're asking who to call to get a Oblong South Fulton score here.
Now I just discovered that one of those games has been moved to Saturday. So now we're down to 2 games, and I don't need those 2 games to do this. So let's take the enrollment sheet off the screen right now if we can.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and then I will disappear for about 5 minutes and I'll be right back.
Okay, we can make do with that. Jake and I can talk some game from tonight.
If you're talking, I can add in there. I can still, but as far as like I don't want to see, I don't want to throw all the stuff up there right now.
Okay.
So, all right, I'll be back in a few to.
Steve is pounding away.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the guy does on a weekly basis, typing in these scores. It's how he keeps up with it. I know he was talking about earlier the old days. He literally did. He had a black, and I want to say it was kind of black and white speckled shoebox that he carried around with the note card of every team in the state throughout the season, and then it's advanced from there, of course. But it's a process to behold, watching him try and figure all this out on the fly.
Yeah, I feel like I can multitask, but I don't know if I could multitask to Steve Soucie's level, where he's got 10 people telling him scores and entering this and being able to be like, he know what exact class he's talking about. It's a skill. It is a skill.
Yeah. Jake, I just saw that your message on here. Whenever you got to cut out, man, sorry to do this right on air, but I don't want to try and figure it out. Whatever you got to cut out to go let the dogs out, man, go ahead. Souce and I can finish this up, and Souce is no stranger. Once he gets this cracking, at some point I'm going to want to take a nap for about 8 or 10 hours myself, but he'll stick up with the crowd all night long, like he did last week. So
it'll be like instead of didn't Winston Churchill do the fireside chat? No, that's FDR. It'll be Steve Soucie's fireside chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Steve Soucie after dark. Friday Night Drive after dark. Go ahead.
No, I'm see a K1 stand up here. It said, "Are you able to project an opponent for Belleville East, the seed they have?" That's what we're in the process of doing. It shouldn't be long. We'll start being able to answer some of these questions for you here. We'll start trying to get stuff into working order. Actually, you know, really for where we are, it's only midnight here. I know that's kind of late for a lot of people, but we're actually in pretty good shape in terms of trying to get all these scores in so we can get this projection rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we said maybe, you know, last week it'd be midnight and pretty close to where this is at, I think we'd all take that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Brad, do you think Athens will be in 1A or 2A? We can get to that question here pretty quickly for you once Zeus jumps back on. Jake, I'll ask you while we kill some time here. Seeing some of the scores in your area, what stood out to you tonight?
By far, I mean, I know I've talked about it a lot, but St. Charles North defeating Batavia in double overtime, 32-31. Drew Surges getting that 2-point conversion to win. I talked a lot about it already, but St. Charles North, if they won, they'd become outright conference champs. They had not done that officially. You know, if you add in what I call the COVID season in 2020, you know, whether it was an official conference champion, but that's a huge, you know, development for them. Just considering at the start of the year, they lost to Palatine, took some time to get their offense figured out, and then they rattle off 8 straight. So that one for sure. Geneva, a little bit closer against Lake Park than I would have thought. 28-21 final on that one. I think they're able to get a rushing touchdown with a couple minutes left. A little bit closer than I had thought. And then Glenbard North, ensuring Wheaton South is officially out at 3-6 with the 14-10. So I know those are all Duquesne teams, but obviously that's my main wheelhouse. Paying attention on a weekly basis. The other one too, Burlington Central, you know, falling out at that 4-5.
Yeah, that I think Zeus and I had hit on it earlier. It's not very often where the FVC is only represented by 4 teams in the postseason, so that definitely was a little odd. Yeah, you're throwing up that question for Tyson there. Does it look like any 4-win teams get in, or leaning more towards 5-win teams not getting in? Right now, Zeus had talked about it looks like 1 4-win team will get into the field. It's it's not completely concrete, but it's looking that way right now. I
think you mentioned Buffalo Grove.
Yeah, Buffalo Grove is in that top position there to get in, and then I believe it was Oak Park, River Forest, and
then Barrington.
Barrington are the next 2 teams that are 4 and 5 and trying to crack into those 256 spots. Let's see here. Weather on the Go had said here, I'll throw this one up here. 3A and 4A are super confusing to predict the brackets. Do you mean like just constructing the brackets, or do you mean like trying to figure out who's going to win the state title? Because I've been looking at both of those all season long and just scratching my head. See if we get an answer on that. Athens lost to Moreau, Forsyth 38-36. Tough game. Yeah. Another one of those Sangamo games. That conference, that small school conference is so much fun down there. I've had a chance to cover some postseason games involving them over the years. I always enjoy seeing Williamsville. A lot of fun, a fast-paced team. A lot of fun, a good offense to watch. I saw a really, really good state title game between them and Wilmington, I believe in 2014. That was down in Champaign, ended on a Wilmington field goal, if I remember right.
We've got a question here from John Gleick. St. Charles North, Wheaton North, Batavia are so close. Who's the most dangerous from the Duquesne? Well, I think entering this week, I would have put Batavia, but I heard through the grapevine that Drew Gerke suffering an injury. To what extent, I'm not totally sure. Obviously, a huge playmaker for them. And does so much for them, not only defensively, but special teams wise as well, and offensively. So that's a huge piece for them. Drew Surges, for my money, so to speak, he's got to be the conference player of the year. Just the way that he performs on both sides of the ball, running back, 10 tackles a game as a linebacker, and then Wheaton North there as well. So you're exactly right, John. There is so little margin between those 3 teams. Obviously, North getting the best of both of them. So the answer has to be St. Charles North, just considering what they were able to just pull off in the regular season.
the following up on from Weather on the Go here. He said 3A for the state champion. I absolutely understand that. That is going to be a fierce battle in 3A there with the way it's shaping up, really on both sides, particularly if Sacred Heart Griffin does end up there. And then 4A, the construction, Morris, Spring Valley, Hall being on either of the north-south side of the bracket, changing the construction. And Zachary in the same vein there. How big of a shakeup can 4A possibly get from Spring Valley Hall winning tonight? I'm sure Soucie have some more. I know he's hit on this a little bit, but with the way where they fall on the dividing line, I believe would have a pretty high, or when I say dividing line, I mean north-south. I'm pretty sure that's going to have a pretty high impact there. Let's see here.
How are things going on in the office over there?
It's, you know what? That's kind of the funny part. To get a little inside baseball here is, I'm not going to lie, like the first week of high school football is complete panic around here because it's just those muscles aren't used. It's such a tight turnaround between the end of games when we start hitting our deadlines that it's scary. But by right now, like it would seem like as any other night on deadline. Like when you get into that flow. So
you're totally right. I mean, I think back to like, you know, the first game story that you're writing in the car, like it's slower and you're like, you just don't have that groove. And now it's just instant. And I mean, we have that Slack channel and we're talking and we're posting. And I think the first night we finished was like 2 and we felt good about it. And then it's became 145, then 130. So we got a little bit better.
That's actually one of my least favorite parts of like regular season ending. Is, you know, outside the fact that Friday nights are a lot of fun, it's the fact that we start losing that muscle memory. Like if I could bottle that up so we were ready to go again next August, I feel like the stress would be a lot less for us. But you know, that's part of the charm of covering high school football, right?
Yes, and you know, I got an email from a reader earlier this week, and a little off topic, but I think it ties in. She was curious to know how I personally decided on certain angles for game stories and why I would choose one play over another and how that all worked. And obviously everybody's a little bit different, you know, depending on their approach. But again, for me, at least, I told her, you know, swing plays, momentum plays, you know, maybe sometimes there's an athlete that doesn't get as much attention in headlines as some others. And so it really just depends. Everyone's a little bit different though, but just for background purposes, generally speaking, we have an hour from game's end to interview, right in the car, count up stats. So that's how quick of a turnaround this stuff is. And so it's a lot of fun, but sometimes you just got to make those quick judgment calls.
Yeah, it was Rob Oshley was covering Joliet West and Plainfield South, an important game for playoff construction, and Joliet's one of our earlier deadlines, and that game was dragging. So I felt bad for Rob, able to get us something to get into the paper for our Joliet market. But yeah, it's football is it's a different beast than other high school sports. So we had a question here from there you go. Any Thursday night playoff games?
It's a great question.
Shortage of refs in Illinois in future years. I don't think we're to that point of a ref shortage. I think we should have enough to cover postseason games. I mean, when you're eliminating pretty much half the teams in the state, that should be fine. I don't think we're ever going to have that. I mean, the more interesting discussion is just what are our regular seasons going to look like in a couple of years? I mean, you saw teams preemptively this year experimenting with Thursday games. The Southwest Prairie did weeks 3 and 4. I want to say the Three Rivers had a week, you know, and that's going to be more commonplace. You're going to see that more and more. You're going to see more Saturday games as well as teams really try and spread this out.
I completely agree. I know a couple of people that do ref high school games, and, you know, they tell me it's getting a little bit less and less every year, and it's harder to find people just by different constraints of schedule and the physical limitations. And sometimes, you know, you got to drive 45 minutes or an hour to a certain assignment, you know, give or take. So I think it's a really interesting question. to forecast moving forward. But Kyle, I do agree with you. I don't think we're quite at that point yet. But if we start seeing a little bit more downward trend over the next couple of years, I think that's more forefront on that discussion.
I'll give my pitch for officiating here and why you should do it. Is one, I mean, it's a good way to help out your community to begin with. If you're an adult looking for a way to give back. But another thing, if you are a parent and maybe you have a kid that's in that like 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old range, we have seen the IHSA start to target that age range more and try and get those kids more involved with the officiating. It's really a great job for someone who's young, who some of the lessons that job can teach you. Not for everyone, as Jake said, but I thought that's a really good idea by the IHSA to start looking more at young officials or targeting that age group.
Well, I think that, honestly, I think it's out of necessity too, just by virtue of, on average, I would argue most games are kind of officiated by people who are a little bit older. And you got to target that age range to kind of make up for some of the people that eventually do retire. But yeah, Kyle, like you said, my sales pitch on the whole officiating thing is, look, you're going to experience some bad calls. It just happens in the course of the game. But if you do think you can do better from 30, 40 yards away, they're looking for people to help you. So, but I think it's interesting.
There's nothing.
See, look at this weather on the go. Honestly, have you been here for all 5.5 hours? I think you have, which is a credit to you. Thank you so much. I'm turning 22 in November, looking to ref football and basketball in Illinois. So there you go, right there.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Definitely should get into it. It's
do you
really
know how?
rewarding.
Because I've had people ask me, how do I get involved with that? Do you know like a very general process or at least application type stuff?
So a lot of it is, I don't know about in season. Maybe there's someone in the chat who can tell me a little bit more. Like I know a lot of officiating groups do clinics over the summer months. I'm not sure if those are year round or if they just try and hit their numbers during that summertime. I'm sure, I don't know exactly where it's at on the IHSA website, but if you go to ihsa.org, I'm sure somewhere within there's some information for you in terms of how to start that process.
Well, honestly, I think, and I don't know if I'm volunteering myself for this or not, Kyle, but I think this might be a potential story idea. How do I become a ref, and what is the process in order to do that? I don't know if we would maybe tackle that story right now, but an off-season story, as we're looking for content, might be an option.
Yeah, always looking for interesting stories when it comes to larger picture stuff in high school football. And that's one thing here. That's a pitch I'll make to anyone listening to us here. Always reach out to Soucie or I or any of our writers. If you guys think there's an issue within the high school football community that deserves to be talked about, please do let us know. That's what the type of stuff we're looking for. We want to know what people like to read and what they want to hear about. So.
Yeah, I get feedback pretty frequently, either via email or Twitter DM about, the projections and different story angles and all that. So, the more that we have and the things that interest you, we can try to direct those resources to it. I know we've been getting a lot of positive feedback on podcasts, which has been good too. I know we spend a lot of time on those.
Yeah, it's great to see people tuning into the Friday Night Drive podcast. If you don't know how to do that, go to FridayNightDrive.com. You can find yourself a subscription there. Soucie and I do that twice a week. Jake and Josh Welke also do one each week, looking at the western suburbs. Particularly, we're looking at our Kane County, Kendall County, and what we call our My Suburban Life, which is mostly DuPage and Western Cook County. They do a great job with that, and it's fun. It's a good half an hour I get to spend with Soucie a couple times a week talking football, and anytime I can get paid to sit there and talk football with Soucie is a good day in my book.
Yeah, and I think Seuss is such a valuable resource that I don't think other people realize just how valuable he is. I mean, the people that are watching probably do, but just on the outside, he does so much for us, and we couldn't do this without him. So I know Steve is working right now, but we owe him a big thank you and a lot of gratitude for all the work that he does. I know we were thrilled to get him, when we did, and we're hoping to keep him for a long time.
I can see him down here, as Jake, you can as well, in what we call the green room at the bottom of our screen here. And he's got a look on his face right now, a very focused look here as he tries to hammer this out.
Yeah, it's like me looking at a math equation, in ninth grade algebra. We got a comment here. I reside in Peoria. I've listened to the pod the last 3 years, and I love it. So, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's one thing that I've really loved is with Friday Night Drive and bringing all of our publications under one banner and seeing it expand from there was starting to see like the subscription data, right? Like I see someone subscribe from Peoria or people subscribing from East St. Louis, and it's just cool to see the passion that comes in high school football because. I mean, a little more inside baseball here. Like, it's not been great for media across high, and you've seen a lot of places cut back on coverage of high school sports, and so to see people embrace and say, "Hey, we'll give you our hard-earned dollars to subscribe to Friday Night Drive," it's been awesome, and it's helped us expand. It's helped us cover more teams, and we hope to keep doing it for everyone. And it's and nights like this and seeing the response to this, that just makes us want to do it more.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that there are, at least from what I see, upwards of 60, 70 people, maybe more, watching at 12:10 after, listening to Seuss and you and I talk for almost going on 6 hours. It means a lot. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I like this comment. Hire the weather on the go, man, for the scores. Yeah, he does. So
yeah.
Quite funny. Yeah, see, look at this. He's already pitching. So with that being said, Seuss, I think you're listening to us. I know your mic is muted. Are you ready for us to kind of bring you back in? All right, we're getting the thumbs up here. So we'll bring Seuss back in here. What do you got for us?
Well, we're gonna be throwing up the magnet board here in a minute, boys. I'm gonna start with 8A.
All right, you say the word no, and I'll ISO you. Oh, sorry, hold on.
Can we see it there? We there? All right, let me move this up a little bit. So what we're looking at right now is the 8A board. I don't know. The magnets might be a little too small to read. I don't know how well we're doing this. I just tried to move it out of frill screen there and it wouldn't let me. So hang on a second. Trying to get a better perception on what you guys are seeing. Is there anybody there audio-wise? I'm not hearing anything right now.
I'm here. I'm just off to the side and letting you talk.
Okay. Can you see the board at this point in time? Because I'm having many page problems right now.
I can try to make you a little bit bigger, full screen wise, but that probably is as close to as what we're going to get. But again, I'll ISO you here.
Okay, hang on a sec. I'm going to turn away for 1 second here. I'm trying to attack this from an angle, and it's not working very well.
Yeah, people are saying it's a little blurry and the magnets are a little small, but we'll make do.
Okay. I'll try to read names as best I can to help people out.
Sounds good. All right, I'll remove myself from the screen and off you go.
Yeah. All right, so basically we're settling in right now with the bracket right now. We have, based on the results of this evening, the number 1 line is projected to go to Lincoln Way East. We'll put Loyola over here on the opposite side at number 2. I got to go back into another document. There we go. Okay. That's better. All right. Give me 1 sec, and I'm going to pull this up on my other screen over here. So the whole overview that we're going to find out over the course of this evening is the line moved pretty violently. I was right in my early assumptions this evening. The Sacred Heart Griffin is not going to 3A. That's just simply not going to happen. So just letting you know right now, they have moved pretty violently. They are now 5 off the line. I don't believe there's a mathematical possibility for them to move. So we're moving it now in that situation. There were some big jumps involving some other schools. While I pull this up, of course, we have to do double verification to allow me to get into my email account. But the lines have moved in almost every class, somewhat substantially. There are some teams that I thought were going to be locked in. So the number 2, we got Loyola. The number 3 line is going to go right now to York. So we're going to put them right there. The number 4 belongs to Plainfield North. That's already up. And the number 5 goes to the last of the undefeated teams in this bracket, South Elgin. All right. So then those are their undefeated teams around the bracket in those positions. The number 6 spot is going to go to Glenbard West at this point in time. Now, you're saying right now, probably wondering what the differences are, like where these things can change. One of the things that can change is Hinsdale Central defeating Glenbard West tomorrow on Saturday. If that happens, Glenbard West would tumble down the bracket. Hinsdale Central would go into this bracket, and the smallest enrollment school in A, which I believe is Andrew, yes, it is Andrew, would move into 7A. So that's one thing that can happen tomorrow that would be a change for you. So now we're going to keep looking down here at the bottom of the bracket, and I'll give you an example of some of the other potential situations. Okay, so we talked about Glenbard West and what their situation is. Let's go through the rest of the top 8 seeds. Palatine goes up here on the 7 line. The 8 line would be Huntley. So I'm going to take these down. Some of these were up already from where I had them projected. A lot of it has changed. It's primarily due to the construction of the field and why this happened. So what we had yesterday at this point in time was we had 2, 4, and 5 teams in this bracket, and they were sitting on the 31 and 32 lines. They're gone now because I don't see them making the field. So Huntley goes on the 8 line, put them right there. And then at the bottom, I'll create some pairings for you here at the top and bottom. So the 32 seed and the 31 seed are exactly the same in points. So we're just going to randomly select. I'm going to put Conant up there on the 32 line. And then I'm going to drop Oswego East on the 31 line. Okay? So that's two matchups right there. You got opening round matchups potentially between Lincoln Way East and Conant, Loyola and Oswego East. So those are the two situations there. Let's look in the middle of the bracket because I always find that to be kind of interesting. Setting up right now in the 16 position is Neuqua Valley. The 17th spot is Marist. So I think that's a pretty interesting potential first round matchup right there. Let's go to the other side. On this side, we've got Lane, resurgent year for the newly christened Lane Tech champions. And the 18 seed would be Naperville Central. So they're going to go right there. So there's your top quad. Lincoln Way East 1, Conant 32. Neuqua Valley is your 16. Marist is your 17. Lane Tech, Naperville Central 15-18 game. 231 Loyola Oswego East. York is the 3 seed. Glenbard West the 6 seed. Plainfield North the 4. The South Elgin is the 5. So that's the way I kind of see roughly what 8A is going on with them. So I'm going to zero out of this and see what's going on. Do we have any other? Yeah.
Yeah, Zeus, I just wanted to quickly let Jake jump on here. Jake has to get going, but I didn't want to let him head out of here before saying thank you, Jake, for guiding the ship all night long, man. We really appreciate it. You did a great job. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Everybody that participated, got in the Twitter mentions and more, thank you so much. A lot of fun. Steve, you're the best. Kyle, thank you. And I got to let some dogs out. Their legs are crossed. So take care, guys.
All right, later.
Jake.
So now that we've kind of went through 8A, Kyle, do you have any questions, or does anyone out there have any questions about what's going on with 8A?
Yeah, let's see. Let's try and go here with Stan had, or K1 Stan said, projected seed for Belleville East in 8A.
So right now they have the second most points of the teams with 5 wins that are in the bracket. There are 5 of those. So that would put Belleville East in a 29 seed position, and the 29 pairs with the 4. So you're looking likely at something like York, Plainfield North, South Elgin. Those would be my primary guesses right now for someone with a seed of 29. Like I said, second among points among the teams that are projected to finish 5 and 4. And when I say projected, most of these records are finalized now. There are 3 games, I believe, where the 8A records can shift a little bit. But unless the field changes, I think you're looking at 29 with a possibility of maybe moving to 28. So I think that's where you're at right there.
All right. Everyone, if you have questions for Zeus, go ahead and throw them in the chat. We'll try and get to as many of them as possible. Let's see. We got a question on Bolingbrook's seed here.
So Bolingbrook has good points, but the problem there is they dropped to a 6-3 record. I'm looking at them right now, and that looks like a 19 for Bolingbrook right now. A point ahead of Homewood Flossmoor. If they somehow ended up tied, there might be a Saturday game that ended up tying them. If that happens, then it would go to a head-to-head result to split that tie. So it looks like Bolingbrook's going to stay in the vicinity of a 19 line. Potential pairing for them looks like it might be Naperville North at Naperville North.
I had a question about the 7A field here, Zeus.
Okay, we're going there next.
Okay.
That will take I'm taking the magnets off. I got different magnets for 7A. But yeah, so 7A is the other one where it's a little bit easier to play this because it's a 1-32 field. Obviously, we've had a lot of discussions about 1-16, brackets in the 1-6 classes, and eventually, hopefully, going to 1-32. It is a lot easier to do that in the 1-32 setup because once we get to the smaller classes, I have to remap everything. So this will not be as quick on the other classes. We can do some guessing, but it will not be as fast.
Okay. Well, I mean, so while we won't know specific pairings, are you able to kind of give us an idea of where the break lines are in terms of?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we'll focus on that for the most part here, because outside of that, that's where you have to really kind of jump off air here at that point and rework the maps and get everything online to FridayNightDrive.com.
Yeah, we can talk about that, but like 8 and 7 are easy. Like I can set these seeds literally, and it takes me 5 minutes to set these fields. But the other ones take a lot longer, especially since there have been field changes tonight. So,
okay, I'm going to try and get this one. Brad has been asking about this one for a while. Athens in 1A or 2A?
Athens is in 2 now. That was one of the things that came out of the teams that got in earlier today. So yeah, they have moved into the 2A field. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they are the smallest school in 2A, but I'm going to check that for you before I say something dumb. Yes, that is correct. The smallest school in 2A is Athens.
Do they have any chance of getting pushed back down?
There would be that Saturday game between Ag Science and Richards tomorrow. If that were to go in the direction of Richards, then Richards would leave the 1A field. Athens would go up. Ag Science would go into the 4A field. Whoever the big 3 or whoever the small 3 is would go into 2. Whoever the small 4A is would go into 3. So that's the situation there. So I'm going to go through a little bit here with 7A. I'm going to throw some of these up. I'll talk through it as I do it. The top seed in 7A is going to be Hersey. And the only other undefeated team projected that has been projected in 6A almost the entire season, they have moved up into 7A. The only other undefeated team on the draw, Pekin, in the number 2 spot. So that is the top 2 seeds. Moving on from there, we have got Mount Carmel as your number 3. They'll go there.
I'm gonna put this up full screen, but before I do that, can you position your camera down a little bit more, and if you can bring it just a little bit closer for people. There we go. Maybe, yeah, there you go. Just like that. Now I'm going to throw that up full screen and remove myself here.
Yeah. The St. Charles North is your 4 in this situation. Let's look at the bottom, create a couple of pairings here. The only team currently that I have projected at 4 and 5 making the field, that is Buffalo Grove. So there's a matchup of teams not familiar with each other at all. Hersey and Buffalo Grove would be a potential first round pairing. On the other side, you would have Argo traveling to Pekin. And then let's go down here and put the rest of these in here. Maine West is your 29 seed against St. Charles North. And your 30 seed is, where are you, friend? I know I put you up here. I saw you. I can't find you. Well, that's Plainfield Central. I guess I'll find it in a little bit. So let's put some other random seeds up there on the board. Your 16-17 game. Here's Plainfield Central, right on the top, dum-dum. So Mount Carmel and Plainfield Central. That's a first-round matchup. Let's just throw up a random pairing here. In the 11-22 game down here, we've got DeKalb on the 22 line. And then they've got a trip to Moline in their future, according to the projection. That's one there. And then let's throw another one up here. Over on this side, St. Rita and Hoffman Estates. So we had some questions earlier this evening about a couple of teams in particular. Geneva is now in the 7A bracket. So we were talking about them between 6 and 7A. So they have factored in there. Lake Zurich is back in the 7A bracket. We talked about them a little bit earlier this week about factoring towards 6A. So there are some interesting matchups in regards to that. So, that is where we're at in the 7A bracket. Are there any questions about 7A right now that people would like to discuss?
Yeah, we got Lou Nunez, a projected seed for Hoffman Estates in 7A with their loss at Palatine on Friday night. Zeus?
That puts them at the 20 seed. We have them on the board right now against traveling to St. Rita in the opening round based on the projection right now.
Let's see. Other question. You had mentioned Moline in there already, I believe. Yes. We had Batavia, possible seed and matchup.
Okay, so then Batavia, with tonight's loss, moves down a couple of notches. They were in the 16-17 game. I'll put them up there right now. Batavia is in the 18 hole right now, according to their projection. And their opponent in the opening round is projected to be Rockford-Guilford. So that's that matchup in that side. So that bracket, we've kind of got it right there broken down. And then I'll throw another one up there and just run out the quad for you. So then we're projecting Yorkville hosting Geneva. And then the bottom of the bracket in that 18 quad, I'll fill it out just for giggles. Lake Zurich is on the 10 line. And a dangerous 23 seed, Brother Rice.
That is certainly a dangerous 23 seed there. Yeah.
Yep. So that's kind of a look at the bottom half of the projected bracket now after tonight's action. So anything else on 7A?
No, I think we should move on from there. We got quite a bit up there already for the crowd. Brad had followed up about Athens. He said, could Athens go north or are they for sure south?
That's something that I have to do a little bit more picking on to be sure to answer that question effectively.
Okay.
So let's I'll hold that one off. Okay. So 6A, talk about that a little bit. I'm not sure how well I'll be able to map this, but I do intend to at least give her a look. Because there are a lot of different teams in this bracket than there were at this time yesterday. So, and they're in a lot different places than I thought they were going to be. So, just from the frame of that perspective, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so I'm going to try to see if I can figure this out on the fly. Because I'm interested. All right, Antioch, Belvedere North, Eisenhower, Centennial, Glenwood, Munson, Kenwood. Perspective. Wow, there's a lot of public league schools in 6A. Simeon, St. Ignatius, Creekmoney.
How you're doing this here? Ask this question. I think you should be able to. It's 7-2, a good enough record for a home game in 6A.
It looks like it. It depends on what side of the bracket you're on, but it does look pretty solid for that.
Okay. Robert was asking about Glenwood, so it's south side of the bracket.
South side of the bracket, I think that's okay. I think that'll get it done. So the funny thing about the geography of 6A is you have a lot of matchups of teams in the south suburbs of Chicago that are falling into the south bracket because you don't have enough northern teams. So there's a very weird geographic break in this class, which I'm trying to sort through right now with the different teams that are in. But there's not a ton of different teams in here.
I don't want to break your concentration too much here, but can we maybe readjust your camera right now? We got you.
Oh, okay. I'm double using computers right now, so
that's it. We just got your leaning in, just see your mouth moving there. So
yeah, nobody needs that. I totally understand. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Okay, that I can live with. Okay, I've got an 18-14 split here, so 2 of these teams need to go south. Should be able to figure out what that is pretty quickly.
Still with a lot of people. We're 6 hours into this now. Still a lot of people sitting here watching with us, which is great. We really appreciate it. It's awesome to see.
Okay. So I'm going to break 6 up here real quick. I'm kind of guessing right now. I will not guess later when I do a check on this, but I'm trying to do it fast. I will check the map later on this, but I'm doing an eyeball test right now.
You're going to have to break out a ruler here. Make sure you got it. 90-degree angle.
Okay. So I have the 6A field set now. And doggy, that's interesting. I have Crete and East St. Louis with the same records and same point total. So ignore the seeds on this one, on the sides, because I don't even know if you can read them, to be honest with you. But I'm going to put them north and south.
Did you make magnets for all 8 classes?
I tried to. My program bombed out on me today. So okay. I only have magnets through class 4A.
Oh, only through 4A.
There's about 150 magnets on the front of my refrigerator here.
How are you keeping those organized to where you know like which ones are in which class there? Because I feel like that would pretty quickly.
They're in long columns. So I have them all the 6A are in a long column, all the 5A are in a long column. And then the ones that have moved in class tonight are in different places. All right, so let's look at the north bracket for 6A. Let's start there. Okay, the top seed in the north bracket after tonight's chaos, of course, they probably are used to this, but still. Who do you think it is, Kyle?
I'm going to go ahead and say it's the Prairie Ridge Wolves.
You are correct.
They had to really hold on to one tonight with Crystal Lake Central, 56-49.
Right. So right now I have Prairie Ridge on the 1 line. And their projected opponent in the first round. Now this may change because I'm not exactly perfect in my knowledge of exactly where CPS schools are. So sometimes I have to look these up. And let's find them. So we are going with the 16th seed in this bracket being the Bulldogs of Schurz High School. All right, so then let's just pick one at random. Let's see the 8-9 game. Just put them right there in that bracket. So Antioch. And, boy, this is a doozy for a 5A first rounder. Antioch and Niles Notre Dame is your 8-9 game. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is an interesting matchup there. Niles Notre Dame. a loss tonight to St. Rita, but definitely a team to keep an eye on here in the 6A field.
Okay, so let's look at the bottom down here. I'm going to put these guys down here. This is your 3 seed, in the bracket right here. So that's Grays Lake North. Big win tonight over Wakanda. Kind of moved them up the chart. They were not in that position. And they'll be paired with the current state of affairs with Crystal Lake South as a 14 seed in that bracket. So, and then let's round out the bottom of that one. And let's find you. Munson is your 6 seed. And Harlem is your 11. So that's the north side. All right. So let's take a look at the south side, the top seed, as it has been pretty much all season. We'll find Lamont on the number 1 line. And I was telling this coach last night, this is what I thought it would be, and it still holds. Blue Island Eisenhower. So crossover game from the South Suburban Conference. The team that everyone talks about here in regards to this bracket is where is East St. Louis likely to fall, and it has consistently fallen on the 6 line. So that's down here. And the team that would have to play them, according to the projection, is Oaklawn Richards. So that is where we're at with a little bit look at 6A. Does anyone have anything about 6A they'd like to discuss?
Don't have any specific questions in here for 6A right now. Let's give it a second, though, and see if anyone pops in. Looks like you got the crowd here pretty much set on 6A, Souce.
Okay.
Nope. The second I said that, then I believe you said here. Well, here now we got the questions coming in. I would assume Washington is 6A or 5A.
Washington is in the. Let's look and see. Washington is in 6A.
Okay.
Yep.
6A is there, Alex. Brian O'Connor, where would Wakanda fall in 6A?
Okay, so Wakanda with the loss tonight has moved down to a 3 seed on the north side of the bracket. So, or not the 3 seed, I'm sorry. They're the 4 seed now. So they would basically be right here, right underneath where Niles Notre Dame is on the draw. So that's what the situation is with them. So they moved from potentially being a 1 seed dropping down to a 4 seed with the loss tonight.
Anthony asks, is Simeon in 6A?
Yes, Simeon is in 6A. They would be the 2 seed on the south side of the bracket. They're currently 1 point behind Lamont. But I do believe, well, actually, I projected all those games out. So those are accurate numbers. They are 1 point behind Lamont. So they are the number 2 seed on the south side of the bracket. Doesn't sound like it makes sense to have Simeon in the south bracket. But that's one of multiple teams in the Chicagolands in the south suburbs that have to go to the south side for this bracket.
All right. You want to move on to 5A then, Souce?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Starting the conversation with 5A, the thing about 5A that you have to be aware of now is the field changed rather significantly. This is where it really started to see big differences. The one that stood out to me almost immediately was I was pretty sure Morris was going to end up in the 4A field all along, and I kept saying that. I don't believe that anymore. I believe they're the smallest school in 5A. So that's kind of a big move right there in regards to some of the people that were in the field. Highland was flirting with 4A. I think they're secure in 5A. Jacksonville had actually spent a little time in 4A. They're in 5A. Metamora's in 5A now. And you might be wondering why this is happening. It's because of the teams that fought into the field tonight. You have a 1A team. You have a 2A team. You have a 2A team. You have a 3A team. They're all small. So the small schools had to slot in. It pushed the line up and pushed all of these teams that were on the bubble in a smaller classification into the larger one above it. So that's what ended up happening. And that's why we had the things that we had. So those are basically the reasons that we had the 5A set up as it was. Now, the other thing that you have to consider right here with 5A is that one of the teams that we had projected in to this bracket was a team that didn't win tonight when they were 4-4, and we thought they would. So that created yet another spot for a team to come in and take that spot. That was Burlington Central. So they left the draw. They did not get to 5 victories tonight. So you're looking at a situation now where we have to, go through and kind of figure out, okay, who left and who are they replacing? So Burlington Central was clearly a northern bracket team. So now we have to start thinking about, well, okay, of these teams that came in, where do they go? So that's where we're at right now. I'm kind of picking through that. Most of the schools that left and then most of the schools that replaced them are the South. So it should be fairly clean break, but I'm still interested to see how this goes. I'm running through these right now. Shouldn't take me no more than a minute. And then once we get there, I'll have to see if I have to resplit it. Most of this, I feel fairly confident that I'm right about, but I'm drawing on memory of where all these schools are at this point. I'm not looking at my map. I'm trying to do it as fast as possible. I also can't look. Yeah.
No, Lou had a question. If St. Viator were to win over St. Patrick later today, does that impact any? Does that have any impact on the brackets 5A or elsewhere?
Yes, it does, because where St. Patrick is in the field, and where St. Viator figures into the field, it would change, because I believe, I don't have their enrollment right in front of me, I believe St. Viator might slide into the 4A field. And if that happened, then the high-end 4A team would have to be pushed up. So that would change some things if that happened, in terms of, who got into this field and who didn't. I think, I'm not sure of St. Viator's enrollment number right now off the top of my head. But if they fall into the 4A bracket, then they could push a different team into the 5A bracket. So that would be the only thing that I could think of. But I'm also I'm not completely sold that I'm right on that topic either. So possibly that's my answer right now. So we have to move one team from the south suburbs, and I'm going to say that is going to be Hillcrest.
Nope. So I'm gonna go ahead and just let you kind of have your stream of consciousness for a few minutes. I got to jump out and talk to Joe here, so
okay,
I take myself out and just go right ahead, man.
Okay. All right, guys. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of dividing the bracket north and south. This is one of the things that I have to do repeatedly in the smaller classes. So I am breaking some points, and then I'll figure out what we're going to do here. So all right, we might get interrupted by one of my dogs here. I'm just being let out. So okay, so let's look at the north bracket for 5A. The top seed here is the only undefeated team in the north bracket. That is Sycamore. Then we're going on to the other side, which features the other undefeated team in this classification, which is Muhammad Seymour. So they go on the top up here. They go on the top there. So, okay, here's the next one. This one's somewhat interesting. Westinghouse has to win tomorrow to get into the field. They are 4-4 currently. They're playing Brooks tomorrow, who I believe is 2-6. So in order to get that game, they have to win tomorrow. So they are probably one of the few teams that isn't totally locked in. So let's just say, for example, that if Westinghouse lost, what would happen? Well, that would mean that someone would probably have to take a spot in the field with 4 wins. And we talked about that before. Oak Park, River Forest, and Barrington would have to go through a tiebreaker situation to become the next 4-win team. And the largest current 6A school would push up into the 5A field and kind of jumble things around. So that's what we're looking at right there. I'll take a few more matchups here. Let's just, I was talking about them before. Morris was a team that I thought was going to be in the 4A field. They are now in the 5A field, and let's put them down here on the bracket where they would be, which is right here. And their projected opponent for the first round would be St. Patrick. So a Morris St. Patrick first round game would be 1. And then let's do one more bracket in this pod. Chicago Good is your 4 seed in this bracket. And the 13 is, in my opinion, an extremely dangerous 13. Nazareth. So here's an interesting pod right there. Good Nazareth for 13. So let's take a look over here at the South bracket. Figure out what we got going on over here. All right, so I'm going to go start at the top here, Morris, and then Muhammad Seymour. Let's put who they would host. Ottawa making a return to the playoffs. So we're going to pair them with the top seed, Muhammad Seymour. So then let's look down here a little bit farther. Check out some of these other potential games in here. Let's go with the 5 seed, team that I think is pretty interesting. 2 quality losses this season. Finished with a 7-2. Got nipped by Crete Moni this week. So that is Kankakee. Let's put them on the bracket. Let's take a look at who we have them with. It's a team I've had them paired with for several weeks, and that is Decatur MacArthur. All right, on the bottom half of the bracket, let's take a look and see what we got down there that might be interesting. Highland, a team that I thought was going to be in the mix for a potential 4A spot. They are in 5A, and they go right here on the 2 line. So Highland is in that situation. So they are the 2 line, and they are projected to face Dunlap. So let's take a look at those. Can I answer any questions about 5A right now? I'm coming back to the screen. I'm checking to see what's going on.
I got you, Souce.
Okay.
Let's see here. We had where is Sterling in 5A?
All right. Sterling right now is, let's take a look at her. It's going up here. So Sterling is projected to be a 6 seed in the draw. So that doesn't seem right. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yep, I got it. Okay. 6 seed for them. Potential pairing for them would be public league team ITW Spear. I know that's one of Kyle's favorites.
Yeah, yes, I'm a big ITW Spear fan.
So
I don't mean to disparage. It's just one of those, like, I can't tell you I know a lot about ITW Spear.
All right. So anything else popping up on 5A right now?
Yeah, Alex asked about Metamora.
Okay, so Metamora is sitting right now right there at the, let's see, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They look like a 6 seed as well. So we're hitting on the 6 seeds right now. And right now the potential pairing would be Mount Vernon. So the team that we had talked about earlier tonight about possibly being a 4 and 5 team, they beat undefeated Mount Carmel. So Mount Vernon went right to the top of the pile in 5 and 4 teams. So that also could pair up with Centralia. Those are 2 teams right now that I haven't done second stage tiebreaker on yet. So either one of those two teams looks like a potential draw for Metamora.
All right, I got this isn't a 5A question, but Ryan Pass said, any way Plainfield North drops to 7A?
I don't really see it. There would have to be several things tomorrow that would allow both Oak Park River Forest and Barrington into the field as 4-win teams. That would be the only way that I could see that being a potential conversation point. What was keeping Plainfield North in 7A was those two teams being in the field. And now that they're not, that pushed Plainfield North down into the 8A group.
Okay. We're heading towards 1 o'clock here, Souce. I do need to get myself home and let my own dog out. My wife is not home tonight. You feel you want to keep going through stuff with people like you did last week for now?
Yeah, I can go for a little while longer. I think I'll try to do 4 and 3 and see where we're at time-wise with 2. And I still intend to go in tonight and update those brackets as I see them correctly. So I still got a little more gas in the tank. So,
okay, well that's a good thing you point that out. I do want to, before I get out of here, make sure we do point people. Yeah, Souce will, after we get done with this, we'll be updating brackets tonight. I'm sure Souce, you'll be up bright and early tomorrow working on them again and throughout the day, right?
Yeah, that's most. I expect most of the work to get done tonight, but tomorrow I will be fine tuning a little bit as well, because there may be some second stage tiebreaker situations that I will leave for tomorrow morning while I monitor the 15 or 20 games that are going on tomorrow to see if any substantial changes are going to be made. So that's the game plan. So we'll pop on over to 4 and start zipping around those. But yeah, so if you need to go on and do yours, and then we'll start talking through there. So I will do my best to keep up with the comments. It's a little tricky when I'm trying to do all the screens here. So if you ask, be patient. I'll try to get to them as soon as I can.
All right, Souce, if you need anything, man, shoot me a message on Slack. I'll jump back on, okay?
All right. Thanks, man. Talk to you later.
All right. Later, guys.
All right. So I'm going to do some verbal just while I'm going through 4A here. Once again, it's another class where we had to substantially change the construct of the field just because we had those new teams breaking in, and they changed some things. So I'm going to go through real quick here and just kind of do a mock-up of where people are at. So like one of the things that I'm noticing right now, I'm looking at what I had in here last week, and one of the teams that I'm noticing right off the top, Centralia moved up to 5A. They were in 4A last week, so they have to take a different spot. I have to find the South team that goes in there. Excuse my arm. I'm going to move this over here so I can do it on the lap. So right now, the biggest challenge that I have is mapping. So I have to figure out the differences between the two fields. And since there's been such a big move in the middle classes, this is not the easiest thing in the history of the world. So I'll do the best I can to try to do it quickly for you and give you as much information as I can before I finally have to switch off and redraw some brackets. It's an interesting night. I'm hoping that you folks that hang around for most of the night enjoyed yourself. I did have fun doing it. Thank you to all of you that helped with scores. That made the process so much easier in the long term. So thank you very much for that. I'm seeing a question. I'm not going to pop it up on the screen right now. I'm going to talk my way through it. SHG 3A or 4A. I called it earlier this evening around 9:30 or 10 o'clock, just kind of noticing what had happened with the teams that fought their way into the field. What happened was they were all small schools. And what that meant for SHG was that the quest to get into 3A is now gone. That's not going to happen. There's really nothing that will allow that to happen. So SHG will be in the 4A bracket when announced tomorrow. So I'm always reluctant to guarantee things like this, but I just don't see enough logical things that could happen between here and there that there's just not that many outs. So in a nutshell, I think that's what we're looking at. Now, one of the things, just like off the cuff, Quincy Notre Dame not winning tomorrow would be something that might help. But I'm not even sure if that helps. Like the one game that I keep talking about is that Public League one, but that's only one team. I mean, they're 5 teams deep now in the 4A draw. So it's just not something that is logically going to happen. That's kind of where I'm at on that topic. So it was interesting to discuss. Like I said, tonight's upstart teams all came from the little classes. So we had to deal with that changing things. So that was where we're at in regards to that. What I'm looking now, I'm trying to figure out if I screwed this up before we go into 4A. Trying to figure out what we need to do. That's interesting. Looks like I'm moving Providence to the south. Didn't see that happening. Okay. So I've stacked that. Okay, where is Dixon in Class 4A? Right now, I have Dixon in the 9 seed hole on the road at Urban Prep Bronzeville. So we've talked about this before. I know about them being on the 9-8 line. So that is where they're at. So let's go to the wall one last time for the Magnets here. Talk about the 4A bracket here a little bit. Okay. On the north side, we have Richmond Burton as the top seed, comfortably as the top seed. And the number 2 seed is Hyde Park. So 4A a little different than 5A. Quite a few undefeated teams here. We got 2 on the top, 3 on the bottom. So mentioned them before. I'll put them up there in the 2 spot. Hyde Park. Okay. All right. So then let's pair those guys off. Ridgewood is now your 16 seed after they dropped their week 9 game. So they're going to go right in here with Richmond Burton. So then I'll put that 8-9 game up that I mentioned. Urban Prep Bronzeville. I'm actually not going to do that because I don't have an exciting magnet for UP Bronzeville. I didn't make it that far today. So we're not going to put that one up. So on the bottom down here, it's actually going to be a coin flip for the 2 and the 3 seeds between Macomb and Springfield Sacred Heart Griffin. So let's just go alphabetically. So Carterville is going to be your top seed on the bottom half of the bracket. So we'll put them guys up there on the 1 line. Your number 2 is Macomb, but keep in mind, this will be a coin flip between those 2 teams. In case you're unaware, second stage tiebreakers don't work on undefeated teams because it's the same number as playoff points. So that's why you don't have those. I'm seeing a question about Pekin. Pekin has slid into the 7A field. So they are one of 2 undefeated teams in that bracket. I have them as a number 2 seed overall. I cannot remember who I paired them with in regards to the draw. So going back to the 4A South, Carterville, your number 1. Macomb your number 2, which is a tiebreaker with Springfield, Sacred Heart Griffin. They could easily be the number 2 as well. The 4 seed on the opposite side of the bracket, Rochester. So you put them up there in the 4 hole, and that's where they go. I was talking about before moving Providence to the south, and that would be the first round opponent for Rochester. So you asked about Mount Zion. That's a question that I had as well. So the 5 seed in this bracket behind Rochester is Breeze Central. And let's just finish out the quad. You asked about Mount Zion. And we'll put them on the road against Breeze Central. So that's that little pod right there. 4 seed Rochester, 13 seed Providence, 5 seed Breeze Central, 12 seed Mount Zion. So, if there are any other questions about 4A, I'm happy to try to answer them right now before we move down the pile to 3A. All right. So, I'm going to go there. Sure, there's a chance that the 8-9 moves a little bit. Like I said before, there's a couple of things that could cause that to happen. The prospect of that game tomorrow, the Ag Science Richards game, is 1. If Ag Science factored into that bracket, it would change the landscape of that. So basically Quincy Notre Dame would potentially face Macomb in that situation if they won the random number generator with Sacred Heart Griffin, because Macomb could be the 2, Sacred Heart Griffin could be the 2. They both have the same number of points. They don't have a second stage tiebreaker that they can use as undefeated teams. So either one of them, and I mean, I don't know what the random number generator is going to say. So Macomb might be the 2. Sacred Heart Griffin might be the 2. So one of those 2 teams, you're right on that, Chuck. Macomb, Quincy Notre Dame is slotting in as the 15 seed on the south side of the bracket at 5-4 on the season with that win. So I'm projecting that win. If they don't get it, obviously they fall out of the field entirely. So someone will take their place, likely being a large school from 6A or from 5A moving in to take their spot. So, yeah, that's the situation with QND. So, as long as they win tomorrow and against John Burroughs, they're in the field, they would be likely the 15 seed in that bracket. Possible opponents, either Macomb or Sacred Heart Griffin. So, any other questions on 5? Pekin are they a lock for 7A then at this point? Not a lock. There are some things that could happen that could move them on Saturday in regards to teams losing, but there aren't a lot of situations where that is valid. One of them that is would be a Hinsdale Central upset over Glenbard West. That would put Hinsdale Central in the field in 8A and move Pekin up 1 slot. So that could be a possible situation for you. But like I said, it's just there aren't a lot of situations that move them. I'm uncomfortable saying lock, but I think they're pretty secure in 7A right now. All right, any other questions on 4? And we'll step down to 3. Okay, I'm going to step down to 3. This is when the magnet board ends. I can just do some verbalizing because I don't have magnets for Class 3A. So if you're here still for 3A, I can just verbally go through some of that stuff right now. All right. So once again, 3A is another class where things changed, primarily because this is where one of the new teams landed in the field. Lyle fought their way into the field tonight, but in fairness, most of the rest of it remained fairly consistent. So we had a Chicago Public League team leaving for Lyle, but pretty much everyone else is in this field. Okay. I just made a mistake here that I have to correct right now. So I got to take them out. This is what happens sometimes when I get going real fast. I forget to move the teams that are multiplied, or excuse me, playing up. So I didn't move IC Catholic up to their appropriate place. That was my mistake. So enrollment cutoffs in 3A. These changed a little bit. We got some teams moving up into the classification. So right now, the smallest school in 3A is Elmwood. The largest school in 3A is Stillman Valley. So those are your teams in that bracket. That's how that bracket's down for enrollment cutoffs. Now, give me a second here, and I will be able to pair them off fairly quickly. Because there's not a lot of mapping that needs to be done in 3A that hasn't already been done. There's mapping, but doesn't need to be done. Okay, so 3A looks like this. I'm going to go through real quick and pop these map labels on these guys. All right, south, south, north, north. So if anybody has any questions about this, pop them in there now, and I'll try to get to them as soon as I get this factored out. Shouldn't take me very long. DuPec 3A, yes. Currently they are in 3A. They moved back up. So I'm just about ready to answer that potential Byron Reed Custer IC Catholic question. That seems to be the one that people are most interested in at this time of night. So let's see what's going on. Okay. So Tobago's in north. This is the south. All right. Stanford Olympia south. St. Ogden south. Yes, the updated brackets will be released tonight. It might be very late, but they will be released tonight. And Adam, I'll start at the top with 8A because those are the easiest ones to do. So I'll get to you quickly. Okay. Trying to find the logical team to move to the south in this bracket right now. I'm going to move them in there. It may not be right, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. So let's look at 3A North right now. Sits in a situation where I have to look at this carefully later on to answer this question. Right now I have Prairie Central in the north bracket. You're asking Prairie Central south. I have them in the north. That is a close situation. We are looking at now Princeton being the top seed on this side of the bracket. It is a very undefeated heavy on the north side, where all 4 of the undefeated teams projected into 3A are all on the north side of the bracket. So to stack the seeds, things happened a little bit different here than originally anticipated. So it goes Princeton 1, Prairie Central 2, Reed Custer 3. Seneca has now moved from the 2A field to the 3A field. So they're in the 4 seed hole. IC Catholic 5, Byron 6. So if you just bracket those out, Durand Pecatonica is the 7, Genoa Kingston is the 8. So those are the top 8 teams on the top half of the bracket. If it played out seed heavy, then you are seeing IC Catholic on the top side of the bracket, Reed Custer and Byron on the bottom. So to answer that situation, those are the answers right there. So you're asking about Stanford Olympia. They come as the 15 seed on the south side of the bracket. They are right now, they are paired with, boy, this is, oh, there's the mistake that I made. Okay. So now I'm gonna change everything I just said. Prairie Central is going to the south now. So I made a mistake in keying up the brackets. So, yep, that's what happened. So we're going to put, so just ignore everything I just said. Scratch that. All right, so now on the north side, we got Princeton in the 1, Reed Custer in the 2, Seneca in the 3, IC Catholic in the 4. So that would put, and then Byron at the 5, Stillman at the 6, Durand Pecatonica at the 7, Genoa Kingston at the 8. So, in a nutshell, we would, wait a minute, hold on a minute. Stillman beat Byron head-to-head. So they're tied with the same number of points. Stillman goes ahead of them. So Stillman is a 5. Byron is the 6. So your bracket would kind of look like Princeton and IC Catholic on the top half, Reed Custer, Seneca on the bottom half. Your underseeds, Stillman Valley, would be paired with IC Catholic in the second round. Byron would be paired with Seneca in the second round, and Reed Custer would be a potential quarterfinal round game for Byron in that scenario. So Princeton is at the top of the bracket. In the South, Prairie Central has now moved to the number 1 seed position in the South, paired with conference rival Paxton in the opening round. Stanford Olympia holds at 15. Now their pairing would be Benton, Illinois. So that is the situation for Stanford Olympia. They are being projected to play Benton in the opening round of the 3A playoffs. Okay, so we have any more questions about 3A out there? And I'm looking right now to see if what we're talking about there. So Rochelle, what you were asking for, is now the 7. And they're paired with Chicago Sullivan in the opening round. So that's the breakdown there. So Phillips is down at the 12 weather. They lost tonight, so they dropped down to 5 and 4. Williamsville, 3A. Okay, let's see what we got going on with them. So Williamsville right now is slotted in the 4 seed position. That would pair them logistically with Monticello currently. IC Catholic, what do you want for the first round there? They are the 4. The 13 is Monmouth. So actually there's a 3-way tie right there that I would have to go through and break second team tie. Have not done that yet. So the 3 options for IC Catholic in the first round, Chicago King, Monmouth, and Winnebago are all possible options. So that's the situation there for those 3A teams. And I think, anyone else have any questions about those? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through 2A real quick and see how fast I can do that one. And then I'm going to switch her down. Eureka, 5 in 3A South. Eureka is 6 in 3A South. So 3A North, 8 to 16. I'll give you 9 to 16. Elmwood Catalyst Maria, Lyle King Monmouth, Winnebago Piatone, Chicago Carver. Those are the teams in that format. So Eureka, you asked about Eureka. They are the 6th seed behind Mount Carmel in that situation. So they are paired logically right now with what appears to be Beardstown in the opening round. So that is the 3A situation. I'm going to move down to 2A and try to do a quick sketch of that. And then I think I'm going to shift. Rockford Lutheran, where are they? Okay, I believe Rockford Lutheran is in... Rockford Lutheran is a 1A team, I think. Rockford Lutheran is the largest 1A school. Okay, Hillsboro. Okay. All right, let me go back to 3A for Hillsboro. Hillsboro sitting as an 8th seed, hosting Roxana in the first round. Okay. So, yeah, Rockford Lutheran snuck into the 1A, like I said, as the largest team. So that's somewhat interesting. That could be something. All right. All right, if you've got 2A questions, let me know now. And I'll try to filter them out as I sift through 2A. Once again, some of these map things might change. So if you're a subscriber, you might want to check in the morning to see if I've made any adjustments to those things. It's highly possible that I might. It's just a lot to process right now. So you have to just kind of take it as it goes. Right now, just trying to factor through those. Sterling Newman, okay, I'm on my way to getting there. That is a... North, Florida South. Yeah, so what got interesting about 2A is Flora is in the field. They weren't originally anticipating. I wasn't originally anticipating them in the field, so that's going to change a little bit what's going on with North-South because they're clearly a South team. So that's going to change the borderline. Chicago Christian was another team that fought their way into the field tonight with their win over Ridgewood. So 2 teams are in this field that were not expected to be there in the first place. That's obviously going to alter some things. How much? It depends on what teams left. So you have to kind of figure that out as it goes. So, figuring those out, that's kind of the trickiest part right now is where everyone goes and whether or not we still have 16 teams that make sense in the North and 16 teams that make sense in the South. That's always the trickiest thing right now. So let's see what we got. All right. So I need to move 2 teams to the North that were not there before. So I see one. It's a fairly easy one to do that with. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting map for 2A. I'm not 100% sure I have this one right. I think I'm actually going to go refer to my map because I'm not sure geographically where a few of these guys are at. So just give me a second here. I need to go to my maps. I don't trust myself. You'd think I'd have all this memorized by now, but I don't. Some of these fine lines. Okay, so, all right, well, that's very interesting. I'm moving Moreau Forsyth to the north. I didn't think I'd be doing that, but I am. So that was something that someone brought to my attention early in the week, and I don't want to say I dismissed it, but I thought it probably was a little far-fetched, but I guess not, because now, based on the construction of this field, I think it's somewhat likely. Okay. So, questions for 2A. Let me see what we got. Okay. So, well, Lena Winslow's in 1. So, Maroa and Lena Winslow semifinal would not be possible. So that's Lena Winslow, Maroa Forsyth semifinal was the question. So can't do that because Lena's in 1. So in the north side, I've got Maroa as the number 1 seed, followed by Bismarck Henning. Wilmington is the 3, Rockridge as the 4. Down on the south side, your top 4 seeds, St. Teresa, Johnston City, Shelbyville, and Pana. So, but Pana and North Mac are tied, so no, that's good. That's the correct order. Okay, so that is definitely a situation where those teams are lined up in that fashion. So, any specifics on that? Would Ag Science win push Seneca back to 2A? I don't think so. Let me look real quick. I think what it would ultimately end up doing, at least based on who I currently have in this class, it would bump Elmwood. So, I mean, you need 2 moves. So that's the situation there. So Elmwood is now the smallest school, Seneca the second smallest. So the Ag Science win would push Richards out, move them onto the bubble as it currently stands. So there are a couple things that maybe could help them get there, but once again, it seems like it's more likely that they're going to end up finishing either on the bubble or 1 spot off it. So I don't know if you can call the comment is, I think Richards is a heavy favorite to win tomorrow. I don't know if anybody in the public league is a heavy favorite to win over anyone. That's a land of chaos and hard things to understand. So Athens, seed and bracket placement. Okay, give me a second here. I resorted under something else. So I'm going to do that. Okay. A to Z. And okay. So I have Athens right now in the 9th spot, traveling to Vandalia. That is their current draw, as I see it. All righty. I think that is going to wrap us up for this evening. I'm going to go now and start rebuilding some brackets. And so that's what I'm going to do. They will be posted on Friday Night Drive tonight. Hopefully I will get them all up tonight before I fall asleep. I feel pretty good right now, so I have a feeling that they will be posted on Friday Night Drive. If you are a subscriber, the full brackets should be available to you. Once again, I will be updating them again tomorrow morning when I have an opportunity to do a little bit of proofreading of what I've done this evening. I'm comfortable with what I've done. I feel like they're pretty much accurate as well as I can see it. But there always are little things that come up that maybe I didn't input correctly or tiebreaker points that might have something to do with, why a team is seated somewhere. I think I've got all of that taken care of, but I may very well have made a mistake. So that is what we're doing. So like right now I'm going to go and do some brackets. I don't know if anybody's interested. I can just leave the mic open while I do it and I can talk as I go through it. But if you're not, that's fine. I understand we've been here for 7 hours. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I won't be showing you what I'm doing on screen. Like I said, it's one of the incentives to have people subscribe to Friday Night Drive and helps us keep the lights on, if you will. So we're always looking for people to come that have enjoyed this. Hopefully this has drove you to decide that this is something that you want to do as far as subscribing to Friday Night Drive. Got a lot of content there. This is the kind of things that we're allowed to do as long as there are people like you out there subscribing and supporting the product. So we appreciate you if you do. So I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to leave now and start doing brackets, but I will leave the mic open. And I'm going to basically, I don't know what happens if I put it down like that. So yeah, so then I'll be there and I'm just going to go. And like I said, I'll be talking through what I'm doing. I'm not going to reveal the entire bracket information. It's just what we're gonna go from there. But like I said, I'll leave the mic on for a while. I don't know if I'll leave it on for the whole process, but I will leave it on for a while. So thanks for everybody for coming. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoyed it half as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. So everybody have a good night. And like I said, I'll leave the mic open for a while if you just want to sit around and listen, and I'll kind of talk my way through what I'm doing. So everybody have a good night, and thanks for coming. Okay, right now I'm going through and I'm breaking down the 8A bracket. I'm attempting to do the fixes. Takes me, depending on how many fixes I have to make, it'll take me a little bit, but not that long. Okay. Once again, if you're one of these people that has been messaging me all night long, I apologize for not getting back to you. There's just so many messages out there. I wish I could answer you all, but have the capabilities and the mental capacity to handle all those things at once. So once again, I apologize for not getting back to you if you were trying to get a hold of me this evening. So yeah, now I'm going to go through here, start putting. Okay, I'm going to remove Barrington, dropping them from the field, dropping out Park River Forest. Okay, those are the two teams that I had in the bracket prior to tonight. Andrew is one of the teams that moves in. I'm going to fix those. Andrew. Okay. And then I believe the other one that I have to add is Plainfield North. Nope, they're already there. So Okay. So now I'm moving through here. Naperville North is 14. If you're still here, Weather, send me a direct message with your email address because I've got some information for you that I think you might find useful. So if you're still here, if you don't mind, send me an email address where I can send you some info. Because if you're serious about the officiating thing, I have some people that I believe will be able to point you in the right direction. So please do that. If that doesn't work out for you, I want to hire you as my assistant. So I don't know if you're in the budget, but I'll try and figure it out. Not even kidding about that. Okay. Moving down through the 8As, I'm resetting the pairings right now. Shouldn't be too much longer for 8A. Once I get into the other classes, I am going to recheck my maps because I just do not trust myself to do that correctly, like basically eyeballing it. It's too precise sometimes. I think I have a real good handle on where everybody else is located in the state, but sometimes it surprises me the way it breaks down. So I have to rethink it sometimes. This is a 32. Township is a 30. Tech is a 15. It's 11. UGS. 4. Okay. I hope some of you are falling asleep to this or something because this can't be all that interesting. Okay, I'm going to go south. 7. No. 1, 2. All right, so Glenbard East is the other team that moved in. Okay. Okay, Glenbard East. right, starting to run the pairs here for 8A. Should take me about 5 minutes, and then I'll be moving on to 7A. Okay, so now I'm moving down through the southern portion of the bracket. Just a random pairing that I'm pairing up right now. 4 seed Plainfield North. 29 Belleville East. Next up is the 13-20 game. Homewood Flossmoor goes right there. All right. Seed is West, I think. Oh, it's South Elgin. Yep, South Elgin. Okay. Lockport. Glenbrook South. All right, so apologize, this is taking a little bit longer than I thought. Palatine. Stevenson. Andrew. Two seed is Little. 31. All right, so moving through the bottom quad here. Okay. Seven seed pairs with 26. All right. Closing in on it. Okay. This thing can be a little tricky to manipulate, so I'm having a little problem with it right now, but working my way through it. Okay. Tennessee is one. Up here. 23 is Manuka. So 8A is finished. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go through, do this computer situation that I need to do. This will take me a couple seconds, I hope. Okay. All right. So the 8A bracket should be updated on the website. Okay. Moving on to 7A now. All right, I'm going to try to quickly get through this one a little faster than I did the last one. This is the last class where I don't have to use a map to make sure that I'm right, so I should be able to get through it pretty quick. All right, so moving through the teams in here that I have to reset. A couple of them. There aren't too many of them. Yeah, found my first mistake of the night. Keyed in a game wrong. We'll just change some seeds around a little bit. That would have made me really mad when I discovered it in the morning, so I'm glad I found it now. Okay. Bradley Bourbonnais. They had Lincoln Way East on the ropes for a little while tonight. That really surprised me. East. Calb. Let's see. Okay. So I have to add Pekin to this field because they were through the board. And then who's the other newbie? Wasn't Guilford. It was Lake Zurich. That's the other one. Okay, so Pekin and Lake Zurich were in 6 until tonight. Move down. Lake Zurich. For 10. Okay. Put their logo in here because I can do it. Zurich. All right. Games. Okay. Jersey and Buffalo Grove. Okay, so just moving through the top portion of this bracket. Be some slight differences from what we discussed earlier. I think you'll notice them fairly quickly. In regards to, I had keyed in a game wrong in regards to one of the 7A teams. It has led to some shifting in the 20 seeds. Small, but still changing some matchups. Okay. So the 4. St. Charles North. The 29. This Main West. Okay. Back on track now. Okay. Moving into the bottom half of the bracket. No. This is the one where some things could move around tomorrow, just in regards to how it's set up. Have Loyola projected to beat Mount Carmel tomorrow. I could easily be wrong about that. I do have to pick somebody, so I did. I don't really know how that game's going to go, to be completely honest with you. So that's going to be something that we figure out as we go. So, but if that happens, then Mount Carmel will move to the top of the bracket and move the other seeds, the 1 and 2 seeds, down into the 2 and 3 positions. That is a must. So now I'm changing the bottom portion of this bracket now. I'm moving down here, trying to remember where everyone was seated. Okay. So Yorkville finishing up their 8-1 campaign tonight. Nice year for them. Lake Zurich. 23. Okay. Zurich. Kelb. Bottom. Hertz. Mount Carmel. Plainfield Central. Normal Com. Waiting North. And there we go. So that bracket is done. Now I'm going to move over. Move this over to the file where it needs to go. Okay. Okay, the 7A bracket should be updated on the website. All right. Hey guys, I'm running out of gas here, so I haven't ate any food in multiple hours. So I think I'm going to call it a night. If you are a subscriber, you can see updated brackets. I am still going to go update those tonight. I should be able to fix through them. So I appreciate everyone hanging around as long as we have, and have a good night. And like I said, if you're a Friday Night Drive subscriber, they should be up later tonight, or check back in the morning. They'll definitely be up then. So thanks everyone for coming, and we'll see you soon. Thanks. Bye.